Hello everybody and welcome back. Thank you for joining me. I'm Christo. This is another edited full Victoria 3 campaign. We're going to play as France and I have enabled the tech and res mod. This adds techs up to like present day basically, which is kind of crazy. It might even have future tech. I can't remember. Let's play France. We are playing with a special tech and res like hardcore assimilation thing, which means that pops will assimilate more than before. Because you basically need that once you get into later and later eras of the game, if you don't just stop at 1936, which will help with our goals. Because in our last campaign as the Americans, I tried to be nice. We had free elections for all, and I think that was a mistake, essentially, or at least the roleplay for this campaign is that would be a mistake. Instead, I'm thinking corporate state. I'm thinking single-party state. I'm thinking secret police. I'm thinking that should be good. Civilian uranium usage. Okay, that doesn't do anything. And then you have military and uranium ban. Interesting. So that's from Tech and Res. Obviously, there's new stuff that comes in there. Strategic mining. Lots of interesting stuff that will come in. Oh, hey, cool. We got LGBTQ plus rules, data policy. Very cool. Okay, so lots of new things that will advance it. The main reason I got this mod is that when I start getting to about here in, about here in vanilla, I just think I'm near the end of the tech tree. I just feel like I haven't got any time left to achieve what I want. So we're going to play this, even though I suspect we probably won't play past here. I find it unlikely that we end up actually playing into the new eras. We might, but I find it unlikely because basically what I want is just a lack of feeling like I'm running out of time. That is the main reason why I've installed this mod. So, we're France. What are our immediate goals? Number one, I kind of did because I was America, but in the last game, we didn't do lots of kind of tenderly conquest of valuable places around the world. We are going to do that. My immediate goal is acquiring Texas and California. I want those two. And I want Nevada. These are good states. I want them. This is going to be where we build our first colonial empire. Our second colonial rebuild, of course, because we have historical rights to this land, of course. Louisiana, all that good stuff. Secondly, I want to dominate Africa, so we're going to make our first play for America and then focus our infamy on acquiring this territory. I want to dominate the oil world, and I feel like dominating oil in a game that can go even further will be even more dominant, basically. I'm hoping that Tech and Res works well with bigger, dense UI and more, because I cannot live without dense UI and more for sure. So we will see how it goes. This, as I mentioned, will be an edited series, so I'll see you when the first thing I think that's worth going through happens. Oh, this is cool. So we have demographic stages. That's fun. So high literacy, high standard of living, closed borders, and liberal government will speed up the process. Immigration, multiculturalism, and traditional values will slow down the process. That makes sense. Okay, so we need to try and import people to prevent a population collapse, basically, because we are obviously going to have pretty liberal, well, we won't have that liberal government, I guess, but we might have high literacy, standard of living. Yeah, so we want to try and go, open borders, single party state is going to be interesting if we can manage that. There are new goods now, by the way. So we have common ores. What do common ores get used for? Furniture, alloy plants. Does iron no longer a good? No, there's still iron. There's just also like other ores. Okay, fair enough. Cool. I'll be getting to grips with this all. Media content shortage. That's funny. Media industries consumed by universities and pops. Interesting. In terms of the divided monarchists, by the way, we are obviously a monarchy right now with wealth voting. What we want to do is remain as such, or perhaps switch to technocracy. No one wants technocracy. That's unfortunate. But technocracy would be good because it gives more power to, well, maybe we don't need it, honestly. Maybe wealth voting is okay. Ooh, and we have some stuff. The 200 franc suffrage. So many of those with 200 francs can vote. I assume this increases the wealth required for voting. Yes, it does. Cool. and a tradition of free elections, some more legitimacy, but we can't do election manipulation. Okay. But, yeah, if we are able to get one-party state, I think that would be fun. What do you need for one-party state again? And, yeah, obviously this means we need to try and empower the petty bourgeoisie whenever we can, which is going to be challenging for our goals of moving to multiculturalism, because, of course, the petty bourgeoisie do not like that. But we'll see. We'll see. We will obviously also want to commercialize agriculture, all that normal good stuff. Ooh, we have colonial slavery. That's new. Okay, so presumably, yeah, the institution of slavery is legal in the country's colonies. Any slave that sets foot on the mainland is free. So we will probably want to ban that. Slaves are just not very good. But maybe slaves in the colonies are a good idea. I don't know. I doubt it, though. So we'll probably want to ban slavery at some point. But let me set up my outliner. First text we want. Right, so something I am going to do is, I think if we immediately conquer land off, because the thing about this land over here that makes it so valuable early on is that no one lives here, or very few people live here anyway. How many people live in California right now? 63,000, but it's a phenomenal state, obviously. It's got copper mines apart from anything else, but yeah, it's got lots of mines, heaps and heaps of arable land available. So being able to conquer it early on is just going to be really valuable. We do have a colonial institution to start with. Yes, we do. So we will be able to... oh, hey, nice. And we already have... Of course, we have the National Guard, which is going to buff up the petty bourgeoisie. Cool, 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 cool. But yeah, we are going to want to try and colonize around here before Manifest Destiny kicks in. Because once Manifest Destiny kicks in, we're going to have to fight the US to be able to colonize land over here, which is frustrating, but is what it is. And I think we have an army and navy right out of the gate that means we can immediately just go and conquer this as soon as our interest is established. Although maybe we just conquer Mexican Texas. Yeah, we probably just go straight after Mexican Texas. They might just agree. That would be funny. No, okay, let's wait for California, because if they just agree to give us California, I would probably just go with it. I would probably just accept not fighting them and just taking California, letting them keep colonizing a bit, then come back and take more off them. We'll see. And we do have this Conquest of Algeria war goal. Not war goal, but like journal entry, which would be cool. We'll see. Other early goals, by the way. Belgium. They speak French here. Let me check that's true. Your language is French, right? For the Wallonians. Yeah, they speak French, so we've got to conquer them. I think an early conquest war goal against them will be good. We currently guarantee their independence for the next 10 years. That's not ideal. How about we renegotiate that? And we don't do that, but instead you give me investment rights. And I give you trade privileges. And then I declare war on you. It seems good. I wonder if this will establish a truce. I don't think it will. Yeah. Let me build in you and give me trade privileges. Just to break the guarantee of independence, and then we'll declare war on them. I think an early war to conquer Belgium, again, before the population gets higher, because it's already going to be a very infamy-heavy war. Flanders is less important, but still will be good to have. But Wallonia is a phenomenal state, with all of this iron and coal and sulfur and lead and copper. So we will look to conquer Wallonia early on, before any other great powers get involved. Other diplomatic efforts. It would be good if Britain did not oppose us in America. Does Britain have an interest in this region? They don't in Mexico. They do in the Pacific coast right now. Okay. Do they in Dixie? They don't in Dixie, and they don't in Mexico itself. Okay. But we really don't want to fight the UK. Trying to buddy up with Austria and Russia seems like the obvious play to try and counterbalance Prussia. So we will start working on getting that done. An early alliance with Austria? It could be good. I really don't mind giving out trade privileges. Let's not ally them just yet, but getting some investment rights on Austria for quite a while seems beneficial. One question is, do we instantly form a power block? I think we wait for Austria to sign that treaty, because forming our power block will annoy Austria, and then form it, just because the sooner we can get some of our mandates in place, the better. Companies-wise, I don't think we want this company. Starts out with very few assets, so getting rid of it doesn't really hurt. Why do I already have a company, by the way? We just already have the tech for it, okay. But yeah, I'm going to get rid of this, I think. I don't care about prestige clothes much. And coal and textiles don't really synergize that well. They have cotton as one of the optional ads, but I don't think this is what we want early on. So I'm going to do a bit of the classic. I'm going to go through a huge company list and work out what I think we want. Worth noting, of course, there are more company slots available. So I think I'll just plan like the first 4 or something, and then when we unlock more in the future, we can play it by ear. Okay, here's the initial plan. And it's going to involve some conquest, because some of these companies need conquering. Is it weird, by the way, that I find, like, looking through the companies list and figuring out which ones I think would be optimal to be one of the most fun things about this game? It's really fun. Anyway, so here's my plan. French paper company, because it gives prestige goods paper, which gives 20% throughput bonus on things that use, if they were using only that prestige paper, they would get a 20% throughput bonus. Admin, bureaucracy producing buildings for the first 3 stages only use paper. After that, paper does drop off. But they only use paper for the first 3 stages. So I think that's going to be really, really good. Potentially, as we shift away from paper and towards like computers, if we get to that stage, we will just get rid of this company. But they can also have lumber. So as lumber and paper lose relevance later on in the game, potentially we get rid of this company. But I think for the first 100 years, this could be extremely good. Then we've got a couple here, and you can see we've got a bit of a military theme. I'm bad at fighting wars in this game, and because I don't invest enough in the army, basically. So I'm going to try and change that. We are going to be the monsters of Europe. We've got arms industry throughput, artillery foundry throughput, prestige guns, prestige artillery, and ammunition, and small arms, and explosives, all in these companies. This one requires us to invent a tier 4 gun, so we're not going to get that for a while, but when we do, it's going to be really good. This one we can get pretty early on, gives us prestige artillery, and we get morale loss, more morale recovery. This is also how we get railroads. Now, we're going to give this company a steel monopoly, hopefully. The question will be if we can do that. I know you can't really see this, but if we can do that with, that would mean we couldn't do laissez-faire, basically. But if we were on command economy, which I think we might want to be in the fullness of time, yeah, I feel like command economy would be fun. It's probably less, I mean, I'm almost certain that it's less efficient, because it disables the investment pool. But I think that it would be kind of fun to move towards that. And in the meantime, having these guys with the steel monopoly, because they produce prestige steel, they also can have our trade companies potentially, or maybe we don't use a trade company one because we want to put that on like the Suez Canal company or something. Then here's our tool company. This requires us to conquer Athens, but it's a good tool company because we get tools and engines and cars, and we get infrastructure. Here means railways. It's called infrastructure in the mod because it also includes roads, and you can build like more road infrastructure later on. This gives us prestige tools, 10% infrastructure throughput, 5% steel build throughput, and then yeah, this one just for all our military good needs, as well as the prestige, because the prestige weapons give a huge boost. It's like plus 15% offensive and defensive if the army is using only prestige goods. With prestige artillery and prestige guns, we'll be able to get a pretty substantial piece of that pie. So to achieve this, we need to, if I turn that off, we need to conquer Asturias, which is not going to be horrendously expensive, I hope. We are allied to them right now. So let's see if we can renegotiate that treaty. Swap it for giving them military access or something. Yeah, there we go. And we're going to go and conquer Asturias early. It also needs us to conquer Athens. Wait, it was Attica it needed us to have. Is that not here? Surely that is this province. Hang on. Let me have a look here. Yeah, okay, it is this one. It's just named special, I guess. Okay, yeah, states in Attica are this one. So yes, we will be going after Greece. An early protectorate against Greece Russia might try and back them up, but we have a much better navy than Russia, so I'm not scared about that. Yeah, maybe this would be a good play. Just super early get that protectorate on Greece, and then potentially we can give them some land off the Ottomans. But yeah, so some early conquests here and here for our companies may slow down our acquisition of Belgium. Don't want it to let us slow down our conquest of Mexico, but I think a super early play against Greece before they get any funny business. We should probably go with conquer state, I think, because it does cause more infamy, but we might struggle to keep them loyal otherwise. So I think we'll go for the conquer state, not least because there's an extremely small chance they might just accept. What about a treaty port? They're more likely to accept a treaty port. Causes quite a lot of stuff. But would a treaty port be enough? It needs to be an incorporated state. I don't think we'd be able to fit all that industry in a... I think we just go with the conquer state request. And yeah, they're almost certainly not gonna accept. Two Sicilies might back them. Serbia might back them. Russia might back them. Any of those we can take, basically. And there's a lot of infamy early, but we need to get infamy just so it starts ticking down, you know? So I think we will probably go for that. But I'm going to finish my, national setup first. But that's the company plan. That covers paper, wood, coal, iron, steel, tools, motors, cars, all the military goods, and railways. That seems like a good start to me. Political plan. I've been looking around at laws and things. I think what we're going to do is try and stay on wealth voting and just massively favor the industrialists for a while. And then as we pass various laws, just slowly give some things to the intelligentsia and the petit bourgeoisie, such that when we get to a position where we can make a move for something like a corporate state, they actually oppose it right now? What? Oh, because they're Bonapartists, probably. Yeah, it's because they're Bonapartists. But they'll stop being Bonapartists in the fullness of time, I have to imagine. And then we should be able to replace it. Yeah, and plus we can give them like a non-Bonapartist leader or something. But yeah, so we're going to basically favor the industrialists while slowly building up intelligentsia and petit bourgeoisie, ready for trying to have a kind of move towards one-party state corporatism later on. It's my current plan. Looking around at our states for our early industrialization, it's going to be Alsace-Lorraine and it's going to be Rhone. That's partly because they both have this 10% coal mine throughput. Rhone also has bonus infrastructure. Alsace-Lorraine has bonus MAPI and a lot of bonus infrastructure. They have iron, coal, common ores, coal, iron, common ores, and lead in here. Plus, we are going to need to put some some steel mills in Burgundy, which will allow us to get our railways going and our early steel thing. But we do need to, yeah, the highest priority war is actually against Spain to get Asturias, because that's how we get our coal company and our iron company and our steel company and our early trade company, which we may eventually take off them and then give to a canal company. So we're going to want to move against Asturias urgently. This is also a pretty good state. Only 5 iron, but loads and loads of coal and a nice coal throughput. So that's the plan. We're going to start building up a construction sector in both of these. Is the early theory. It's worth noting construction does use different stuff in this mod, so we've got to get some alloy production as well. But alloys are made out of coal, iron, copper, common ores. So as long as we have common ores and coal and iron, we're good on that as well. We don't have any copper in these provinces. In fact, I don't think we have any copper anywhere. Not that I've found. We must have it somewhere. Surely. Oh, is this? I think Better UI and others is loading. I need to change the load order because these are. Oh no, it's just because these have multiple rows of production that it's spreading it out a bit. Okay, but have we got any copper or copper mines, or do they come out of common ore mines? No, we do have some copper mines. Okay, good. Where do we have the potential for them? Literally just these 3 provinces. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Ooh, we have a treaty with this lot. French mission to Egypt, giving them some weapons in exchange for investment rights. Interesting. I'm going to look at a lot of our treaties and renegotiate a bunch of them, basically. For example, we were giving Switzerland transit rights for free. Outrageous. We demand investment rights in return. Right, so we should choose which king we want to keep. And I think we do want to keep a king. Probably And what do we probably Orleanist? But let's take a look at each of the ideologies, and then try and decide which we think is most beneficial. And what's the easiest way to do that? Probably from here. So we have the Orleanists, who like monarchies, but they're neutral towards corporate state, so that's potentially useful. They like wealth voting, they like laissez-faire, free trade. That's not useful, because we want to stay on protectionism so that we can use it diplomatically for now. Later on, once we don't need to be as diplomatic, that could be interesting, but who else is there? You're utopian, interesting. There's the Legitimists, who like monarchy, autocracy. Okay, could be interesting to go back to autocracy, but the power game for aristocrats is bad. Outlaw dissent in guilds, and then the Bonapartists like monarchy. They endorse single-party state. Okay, they like interventionism, but they're okay with laissez-faire. Okay, I think we probably want to bring the Bonapartists back then, actually. Because the Bonapartists meaning that we can move to single-party state would be really fun. And of course, that's quite historical as well, isn't it? You know, a voted-in Bonapartists bringing back an empire and abolishing the vote. That's exactly what happened during this period. So, yeah, so I think we back the Bonapartists. The sway to Bonapartism character interaction becomes available. But we need to move to laissez-faire before that happens, because they prefer interventionism. And even though this will slightly damage our ability to manage our steel properly, like we're going to have two steel companies competing, I think it's worth it. And we're going to found one of the steel companies first, so they should have a head start at least. But yeah, we want to go laissez-faire, and we might even be able to do that now with some negotiation. The rural folk will hate it, but I bet we can persuade the armed forces and stuff to support it. So I think a change of government is in order. We could be a lot more legitimate by putting the landowners and the armed forces in power. And while we can't sway the landowners to Bonapartism, we can sway the armed forces. So what I think we do is put them in power, pass laissez-faire, and then once laissez-faire passes, which the rural folk are going to be very unhappy about. And here's the Bonapartist movement as well. We should probably bolster this, actually. Yeah. That makes sense. We'll get the Bonapartists in power, and then, yeah, because that lets us get lots of fun laws. Being able to get single party. How do they feel about corporatism? They don't mind it. They prefer monarchy, which is not ideal. But we probably can find a way to move to corporate state later. One-party state is more important. One-party state is going to be very difficult for us, by the way, because it requires... I mean, it's a way away, basically. Where is it? It requires this, which is going to take, a long time to get there. But I think that will work, and we can probably negotiate to make this pass even more smoothly, and that will just get our economy rolling even faster with the laissez-faire bonuses. Nice, that's some good negotiations. So we're going to need to improve standard of living, which we want to aim to do anyway, that's fine. And we managed to get some political concessions to the petty bourgeoisie written into laissez-faire, which is going to be good for our later ambitions to have a kind of petty bourgeoisie-driven game here. Jesus, we have a massive iron shortage. I need to try and trade for some of that, I think. Right, now one question we have is, do we establish the French paper company right now, or do we wait to establish the Asturian thing? We can't go to war with them until... where's it gone? It's not here? That's weird. We can't make... I was checking. We can't demand conquer state off them as long as Spain has the Carlist War journal entry. So that's going to delay that. And we can't... When can I establish the tool company down here? Pretty soon, I think, right? We need to have 5 tool workshops. It has to be incorporated, so that'll take ages. Right, I forgot we'd have to incorporate both. Okay, so let's get the paper company up and running pronto. The French paper company, there we go. Get that done. And because we want them to be able to make early gains, we're definitely going to give them investment rights, trade rights, and logging camps. And now it should be able to actually make some headway early on. And in fact, we have another free thing, don't we? So let's give them a logging camps. What do monopolies even do? Exclusive building rights to that industry. Now, we don't want to do that because we want to be able to build them. Maybe later on we can give it, but for now we need to be able to build them, I think. Okay, good stuff. And we got some good treaties getting set up. We have a Austrian investment, which means we get trade privileges. Sorry, we give trade privileges for investment rights. We now have investment rights and trade privileges, and they give us some dyes from Portugal, which would be good for our clothing industries. We now get a bunch of material from Switzerland, as well as investment rights in exchange for those transit rights. And we have investment rights in Egypt as well. All pretty good. In terms of tech, we can go water tube boiler followed by pharmaceuticals, just get our industry going, and then pharmaceuticals and try and go directly to the, whatever it is, the good, public healthcare. Trying to go straight to that will be very beneficial because we are going to have population problems, especially if we let the petty bourgeoisie take control and, be a little on the racist side. So hopefully we'll be able to counterbalance that with just a lot of pop growth. We do start with a monstrous 35 million people. Now, even though we are trying to be a bit empire-y, I think a trade league is still the right play. External trade is really nice. Being able to unify the block under our trade is going to be extremely beneficial. And having this 50% trade capacity modifier right out of the gate, because trade league itself gives 25% to the block leader and external trade 1 gives 25% trade capacity, is just going to be massive for our early game trade. So we are going to form this. What do we call ourselves? League of Orléans. Why not? Sounds good. Don't really care about what the statues look like. I never have. But sure. Good old French lion. This will hurt our relations with Russia and Prussia, unfortunately. But we will try and get them back. Russia is likely to join against us here in this war. Reorganizing the military a little bit. Getting our levies that I hope to not need. Just with the vast numbers of mobilizing people we could get from our National Guard. Good stuff. And yeah, building up some common ores, just because we do have some shortages there. Okay, I'm a little scared because Russia has joined against us and Austria is considering joining against us. I think we could still win because I think our navy would win, but we're going to buy an alliance with Austria to try and keep them on our side in this war. Okay, we successfully swayed Austria, which means maybe we should be adding demands against Russia. Can't liberate Ukraine? Or maybe, like, money? We could force some money off Russia. Like, quite a lot of money. But, no, I think we just don't put them in so that Austria hopefully just holds this front line. And then we just invade Greece and stalemate Russia. Because I don't think there's anything we can do to Russia that would really meaningfully hurt them. We could steal the Russian-American company. Oh, that begins our American ambitions so nicely. Transfer Greece? What? Oh, they've subjugated the rest of Greece. Well, we would like to liberate the rest of Greece because we don't want Russia gaining ground. That must be how they swayed Russia into the war. Yeah, so we liberate Greece. Or we could also transfer Greece. It's too expensive. And we were already taking a state off them, so it would be a waste of infamy because it will calculate it based on their current size, I think. But yeah, sure. I'll send the Navy off to go and steal Alaska. There's no way they're going to be able to defend that strongly enough. That sounds fun. It's a shame this means we won't be able to play Russia against Prussia, but it looks like our hopes to ally with them are being dashed. So I will instead try and cozy up to the Ottomans, maybe. And we'll just rival Russia for the huge influence boost. And keeping a huge amount of influence on hand is very nice for this decay. Nice. And during this war, which has kicked off now, and the Russians are doing rather well on this front, but I'm not that worried about it. The American Friendship Act has passed into, or treaty rather, has passed into force. We're obviously going to move first against Mexico and Texas. In fact, I could do this right now. Ooh, Britain might get involved. Let's not do that quite yet. We do, however, want our third army to go invade up here. It's going to take 4 months for them to arrive, but I very much doubt the Russians are going to defend on either of these fronts that we're naval invading because they're too busy fighting Austria. But yeah, friends with America would be a good counterbalance to the UK. And if we just take land off Mexico, that would be good. We do need to move against Texas though, don't we? Because we can't risk Texas joining America, if possible. There's a successful invasion here. As predicted, the Russians are nowhere to be seen, and the Austrians are bleeding to keep them distracted. Meanwhile, the Finns are invading, not successfully. And our invasion of Russia is a go. Nice. And Britain didn't get involved in our Texan War, which means we're being able to yoink that state. Quite an aggressive start to this campaign, but I think it's worth it to make some quick early plays before the great powers monopolize some of these important bases. And yeah, grabbing Alaska early is nice too. Okay, Bonapartists really not happy about laissez-faire. I would like the Bonapartists in power. We could abdicate. If we abdicate right now, the armed forces and landowners would lose a huge amount of clout, which would let us put the Bonapartist industrialists in power, and then we could probably get we could sway to Bonapartism when can we do this? Can I retake once? Yeah, we can do it right now. So we could get Bonapartist intelligentsia, but I would like laissez-faire first, so I'm going to try and pass laissez-faire, then abdicate. I think that works. Never abdicated before. Also, yeah, we have crippling supply shortages because we don't have nearly enough ports to support 2 huge armies being away from home, but they're just going to win their invasions really quickly and then come back, so it's not a big deal. Okay, an election. Now, the question is, can we pass this? If this moves beyond referral right now, 70% no advance. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. We need more electoral confidence as well. We do want the industrialists in power once we get this through, though. We definitely don't want the rural folk. So I think we will push the movement party, but we're really hoping we can get this passed before that happens. 20% for Orleanists? We definitely don't want that. So we'll take 20% loyalty on Alsace-Lorraine. Just about to win this war. In fact, there we go, we win. Nice. So yes, as expected, Hungary and Austria bleed against each other to no real end. And we go yoink. We get this. We get this. And the rest of Greece goes free. Good. So we will start working to incorporate this. It's going to take a long time, of course, because it's not primary culture or anything, but once we have that incorporated, we can set up our nice tools company there. Meanwhile, yeah, just don't have a civil war break out. Pass laissez-faire. I've negotiated with the industrialists as well, so it's now got some political concessions to them as well. But if we could just have this fire and then resign, that would be perfect. Especially because oh no, he's an industrialist. Because we probably don't want him to resign, actually, do we? I had forgotten that he's an industrialist, even though the industrialists are part of this revolution. Okay, I'm not quite sure what would happen if he resigned then. I think it would still target his government rather than him. Would it just be in favor of this guy? I guess maybe we'll just find out. And what are the progresses, by the way? We're getting big progress from Bonapartist political movements. Agriculture building levels push that, industrial push this, military push this. Okay, interesting. Okay, we're on to drafting, finally, but the election is going to finish before this, even though we've kept a max authority surplus, so not much we can do about that. And I have been pushing this party. Of course, the industrialists, no, because they're Bonapartist. They normally would support it, but because they're Bonapartist, they wouldn't. So what I'm going to try and do is push it through post-election. The election has less impact on clout than it would in a more democratic game. So with any luck, obviously they win. But yes, we can still get it passed because the landowners still have plenty of authority. Obviously less, but still plenty. And then once it's over, oh my god, there's no legitimate government. Oh, of course, because these guys are insurrectionary. Fine, fine. So we pass this, then we abdicate. And then we think we can get these guys in power, and we can cripple the landowners. I think that works. Building a port in Texas so that we can grow our colony here in Comanche. And then once we get low enough infamy, we shall be making our play against Mexico. But I want to have enough to take, you know, substantial portions of Mexico rather than having to do it piecemeal. War by war, I mean. Okay, the war in Spain is over. Do we not have an alliance with you? No, we do. We have an alliance. And yet if I went against Spain, trying to take this province, Austria would side against us. That's unfortunate. Where else is Spain? Okay, so I could do a transfer, I could do a liberate subject play against Cuba. Austria joins me. Then I add a take Asturias war goal against Spain. Big classic Machiavelli over here. That's actually, I mean, that's obviously exaggeration, but that's a good play. No, it isn't. The game lied. They'll back Spain. I'm just going to reload because when the UI lies, I take no responsibility. Ooh, so I think it's something new from the mod, I'm pretty sure. We have a ideology index, the liberty index and the equality index. Currently, we're relatively liberal, not very, I mean, 44 out of 100 liberal, 34 out of 100 equal. The measures of our politics and social values. Liberty index reflects the degree of individual freedom and democratic governments, level of social and economic equality. Okay. Presumably these give modifiers. The distribution of power will limit your maximum liberty index. Okay. And these then apply a modifier here, I assume? Massive Haitian independence payments. 2,000 tax income. We're a low development country. It doesn't appear to be in here. So where are the effects of this? Here are the rankings. Ranking democracies and autocracies. We are proud of our position. But what does it actually do, though? Or maybe it's just telling you. Maybe it's just to like let you know where you stand on that. Which I guess is kind of cool, but doesn't seem very impactful. It'd be interesting if that had impacts, but I guess the laws themselves already have impacts, so. 58% chance. We get laissez-faire, and then, as a compromise, we put the Bonapartists in power through resignation. I think 58 is not a very high number, though. Give me a big boost. Ooh, popular sovereign. There's Orleanists. Oh god, these are all quite powerful for the Orleanists. No, buff the industrialists. 58%. I believe. 57. There is for the negotiating, but that's not good. That's not good at all. Okay, I think we have room for setbacks though, so we'll throw in a setback to gain some more chance. So I know this kind of thing got me into trouble in the last campaign, but I'm selling Austria a bunch of stuff, and it's stuff that will help our industries just by causing demand, although obviously it's also going to increase our construction demands. But we also got trade privileges out of it and no longer have to transfer Austria any money for our alliance, which I think seems pretty good. And I think we could probably renegotiate this as well. We sold them just a little coffee and stuff. There we go. I'm trying to be very careful not to... and this one actually, we should buy it for 25 years to allow us to keep investing for ages. I'm trying to be careful to keep the amounts that we're selling low enough that they don't impact the price of the goods in our market too much. Obviously they are going to, so yeah, those 9,000 on tools that we're then selling to Austria for 5 grand is not ideal. But as Austrian demand increases, they'll become more viable. And I think it's good to secure these alliances for less stuff. And importantly, these good transfers... Oh no! Damn, I'm wrong. I thought they used Austrian influence, but they use ours. Maybe we'll renegotiate this again then. Do you want to sell us stuff instead? They have nothing they want to sell. Nuts. And we can't call in the obligation from this treaty to renegotiate this treaty, unfortunately, which makes sense. Glorious Netherlands, by the way, fighting off the British naval invasions. They're British are attacking over the Dutch East Indies, but I mean, we can only wish good luck to the Netherlands. We could give them military support, I guess. 67%. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. So, we have laissez-faire, which is good. We get company charters, more private allocation, forbids monopolies, forces privatization on everything. We reinvest everything, less loan interest rate, which would be nice. Now, we're going to resign, right? And I have saved, because what I think should happen, I consider this, you know, testing. What I think should happen is these three interest groups massively lose influence because there's this revolution that we're essentially surrendering to. What might happen is it kind of bugs and the industrialists lose huge influence because he's an industrialist. Both could actually be good, to be honest, because the industrialists, the leader is a Bonapartist, but this guy's not a Bonapartist. Let's find out. Can only be taken once every 29 years. The ruler will abdicate, passing the role of king to his heir, who is an Orleanist but in the armed forces, who also have a Bonapartist at their head. So we can get them in government. Is that right? No, the armed forces are actually... that's interesting. The armed forces actually don't want to be in the movement party. But okay, pass it to his heir. He abdicates. Our hopes must lie. Changes the progress. We get ruler abdicated, decaying, or flee across the border. Enables universal suffrage. That is not what we want. We'll have an election in 6 months. And here, okay, here's the bloodless revolution thing. Or reign with the strength he lacked. We get autocracy. I mean, that could be funny. That would be pretty funny. And then how long would it take? Because if we had autocracy, what would that do? The aristocrats would be way stronger. But the thing is, we have wealth voting right now, which is endorsed by landowners and intelligentsia. We want technocracy, which nobody endorses. We need to get the corporatist ideology on the petty bourgeoisie, basically. Yeah, we probably want to stay on wealth voting. Okay, so this doesn't actually do what I would have wanted. But if we say our hopes must rest with the royal prince, we lower the activism of the Bonapartist movement. We can't do this. I don't want to go to universal suffrage. It'll make the rural folk way too powerful. Going to autocracy. If we go to autocracy, will it count as a recent law change for interest groups' happiness? Because if we went to autocracy, I bet... What did I do? What did I just click? I think I just clicked on the king. Okay. If we went to autocracy, which only the Catholic Church support, not even the landowners support it because they're Orleanist. The Orleanists endorse wealth voting. So if we were on autocracy, we could then pass wealth voting. If clicking this button does not trigger the huge negative penalties to everyone's opinion, then the fact that it allows us to go back to wealth voting would itself deliver a huge buff to everyone's happiness, I think. Yes. So I think, well, let's experiment. Let's try it. His successor must reign with the strength he lacked. Louis-Philippe d'Orléans resigns. 5% of all pops in the country become radical. We become an autocracy. Okay, so he's the king. He's an Orleanist king. And then we pass wealth voting, which... But hang on, did the switch to autocracy annoy everyone? No, it didn't. They don't care about it. Okay, so now we go wealth voting, and it cheers everyone up. He came in and he's like, "Look, I have the power to be." Or we could try technocracy, which people do not like. We can't do technocracy right now, unfortunately. Even though, I mean, we could, but they're all angry, so they would not negotiate. No, so we go wealth voting, which goes a long way to cheering people up. And now we no one will negotiate on it, but we get wealth voting back in, and that cools spirits some. Although we did just gain a lot of radicals. Although it still just says 3.7%. No, there we go. Okay, and now there's a legitimist revolution because we're moving away from autocracy. Okay. Okay, I consider the experiment a failure. Let's not resign. Okay, so back in time, we do not resign. And the reason we don't resign is because we want the industrialists to remain the head of government so that we can bring these guys in and have them... Oh, hang on. You're going to join the Republican Union Party next election? It doesn't really matter. But it means we can put the Movement Party in power and thereby get the 20 legitimacy from head of government in... head of state in government. Yes, this works. This works. And everyone is very unhappy. And we're just going to have to try and roll with that. Yeah, a lot of... but at least this will start making less radicals now. Because this will steadily tick down from laissez-faire. All the way down to not very radical at all. Okay. Austria sided. I got 2 pop-ups. One said Austria sided with Spain. One said Austria sided with us. I think we are going to be able to get to war with Spain here successfully. Now, the problem is Prussia's going to side against us, which is not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. But they're not good, the Spanish. So we can leave a big front, a big army stationed against the Prussians. Yeah, because there's Prussia joining, which is obviously less than ideal. But if we can just hold the Prussians for a bit. Did they get a war goal? They didn't get a war goal. So we hold the Prussians. Us plus the Austrians should be able to hold them back. We could sway the US to our side, but they want Texas, which obviously isn't happening. We made the war goal against France. Sorry, against Spain. Puerto Rico. Transfer Puerto Rico. In order to get into this war in a way that made Austria more likely to back us. They are still fearful. So I think we can do it. We need this province because that company is going to do gangbusters for our economy. So that's the theory. See how it goes. It's really tempting to put war goals on Prussia, but it's not the time. Not with a revolution brewing, not with wars on 2 fronts. It's so tempting to liberate Rhineland, but it's just not the time. Okay, war's broken out. One of my ambitions this game is to fight more wars, because I always avoid them, because it feels like it's almost always a good idea to just not go to war in this game. But I like the idea of being a France, you know, throwing our population around. So here we go. The war goals we are attempting to enforce on Spain are conquering Asturias, of course, for the company. Transferring Puerto Rico. We might just not do that, by the way, to avoid the infamy. And then liberating Andalusia and Catalonia, both of which we will try to bring into our sphere. They are attacking us. They have a significant numbers advantage on this front, but we have a stats advantage. So I think we'll be able to hold them off. They're sending 24 people with 29 defense down. We have 32 offense. I kind of like our odds, honestly. Raiding their convoys down here. I think we might be able to hold. Oof, they are busting through here, though. Austrians not keeping up their end of the bargain. But yeah. Ooh, good push immediately from Austria over here. That's good. Maybe we should have put war goals on Prussia, man. Okay, so the revolution should go away now. They're going to cease being insurrectionary maybe on the next tick, or maybe it's because they're currently at... They'll be at 75 point something. There we go. Now they're down to protesting, which means this should go away. We have successfully invaded here, and we're going to push on to the capital. Meanwhile, yeah, we should have put war goals on. Well, maybe not. Now they're winning this. We'll see. We probably should have put war goals on Prussia, but we didn't have the infamy cap to fit much anyway. Okay, there goes away the revolution, which means we can reform. It's so illegitimate. Why is it so illegitimate? Just because these guys are not compatible. Okay, but once the trade unions get out of there, then we'll be able to do that as a more legitimate government, at least. And the fact they're not insurrectionary anymore will hopefully mean they should be causing less revolutions, at least. Where's the movement gone? Has it just disbanded the movement? Surely not. Excuse me? Where is the Bonapartist movement? Has it actually disbanded? No, there it is. It's starred. It should be on this screen. Did I just not see it? I guess it will refresh. It's just because they've just stopped being revolutionary, I guess. Uh-oh. That's not good. Crop disease. The hungry 40s. There we go. So very rapidly captured the capital. Extremely rapidly, actually. And now we just set ourselves defensive. Let these guys shore themselves up a bit. Get some more manpower involved. Oh, this is all one front now, too. And now the Spanish will want to surrender really quickly. And the Prussians are not a negotiating participant. So any damage that the Austrians can do... Oh my god, they are going to take the capital. We could have done so much damage to Prussia. But hey, just because Prussia and Austria are fighting and Prussia is losing, that's already damage to Austria, so that's good. Phew, and the industrialists are getting happier. Thank God. Okay, welcome back to France, Louis Napoleon Bonaparte. Perhaps he's learned his lesson. He's got Napoleonic return, plus 10% coup strength. Amazing. So if we put the petty bourgeoisie in government, we can put him in power, which surely has some kind of event related to it. Which we could do right now, actually, but I really don't want to cause more radicals, so we'll do it after the next election. Ah, okay, problematic. The presence of Napoleon has revitalized their movement by 10%, so they're back on for that revolution. That's not ideal. Hey, lobbyists in check. Some legitimacy, absolutely. The people for the Bonapartists, yeah. Yeah. I don't think we need the 15 progress, though, because that's not very much. Let's give him more popularity, so that when he is eventually in government, he'll be more powerful. That will potentially, however, continue to increase this frickin' and the militancy here. I know by supporting them, I mean, we're still bolstering them, which is kind of risky given that they're... But if they revolt, we'll just side with them, basically. So I think it would be okay. First member of our power block, by the way. Welcome, Brazil. We will, in the future, be able to get Switzerland as well. We could start working on Belgium. Given that we're using all our antagonism elsewhere, we probably won't take over Belgium in the short term, so maybe it would be a good idea to negotiate a treaty with them. Could give them a defensive pact. That's quite a lot of dip, though. Let's just give us a power block embassy, Belgium. You know you wanna. It's not certain, but invalidated. Nice, they did it. Okay, good stuff. That should put us quite significantly in lead. Maybe not enough, but we'll work on that when we get there. And Spain should be just about ready to surrender, I think. If we don't enforce this, does it refund some of the stuff? I think it does, right? Do I want Puerto Rico? Not massively, right? Is this a useful place? A couple of banana plantations? It seems pretty inconsequential. You can keep it, Spain. I'm curious whether it refunds any. We're on 19.01. There we go. Great victory was achieved. It did refund some. Nice, good. I think it refunds, is it half? Not sure. Independent Catalonia, Independent Andalusia, both of whom I shall work to get into our power block. Amazing. Give me all this, and I will guarantee your independence for an obligation on both of them. And then we will pull both of those into our power block. Nice. And we have this, which we will incorporate so that we can get our company in 13 years. Nice. Very nice indeed. Good war. Nice, easy war with Austria and Prussia doing the majority of the fighting against each other. Unfortunately, to get public health insurance in, by the way, we have done this. So we are going to have to build a whole bunch of staple crops. But I think that will be good because it will help our standard of living, bring the price of food down a bit. While working on trying to secure the Iberian Peninsula for our power block, by the way, I have also bought this land off Portugal, which I think will be useful for future colonization efforts. Should be, hopefully. Okay, so I thought the election was going to screw up our passing of public health insurance, which would have been really bad. But actually, we managed to get that plus 50% checkpoint. I'm sorry, 40% from Help the Farmers. It increases radicalism, which... I mean, it's a problem, but it gives us a huge success chance. So even if we now switch from landowners and Catholic Church to the Movement Party, which I think we might, then we're still in okay shape, I think. And legitimacy-wise, we could stay as we are. Oh, right. We can't reform right now because the damn Bonapartists keep oscillating between revolutionary and not. At the end of this week, I think they should stop being revolutionary. Yeah, okay. Now pause. Okay, good. We can get a nice legitimate government with these two in. We could even be still quite legitimate and get the petit bourgeoisie in. Do we want to do that? I don't think there's any need, really. We'd be able to negotiate their support for laws if we need to. I mean, they are where Louis Napoleon is, but we'll just put these two in for now. Getting to properly legitimate government is kind of nice. And yeah, so this is still, it's going to be slower, obviously, but this is still going to pass. And now we're much more legitimate, getting 6,000 loyalists a month from legitimacy. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. Nice. And we did manage to persuade Alaska to enact frontier colonization. So they will now colonize Alaska. It's very slowly, though. Kind of insanely slowly now I think about it, actually. How fast is your colonization? Oh, no, it's pretty good, actually. I guess because it's only doing one, but yeah, they are competing with the Columbia District, unfortunately. Nice. So we've got healthcare passed. Oh. Egypt went under Ottomans, and so it's invalidated that. Okay, fair enough. And we have craft paper. Nice! That's going to be really good. What share of our paper is craft paper at the moment? What is it? It's a... I guess it's a staple good paper? Yeah. Where do I see what share of it is craft paper? Oh, I guess it hasn't. Maybe I'll calculate this week. French company is producing craft paper. Yeah. So here it is. We're making 1.57 thousand. Okay, it's only 35% of it. But now, when we look at our government administration here, it's only using paper. Maybe it will recalculate. There we go, 7%. Okay, so it doesn't show it here, but it does show... Okay, now it does. Good, good, good. Now we can see we're getting up to 8% on prestige good inputs. Very nice. Why 8%? It's almost half. Shouldn't it be 20%? Maybe that only applies if it has 2 prestige good inputs. Whoops, we should really have a secular administration, huh? Glad I noticed that. Also, you should be cargo ports. And you should, oh, that's right. It's because we're short on... We need more media content, I remember. But yeah, you should definitely be on standardized filing system. We are short on pharmaceuticals, but we can keep working on that. We have a lot of wheat queued up to try and meet our staple crops from need. What I was saying was, though, we're going to upgrade this, and then from both levels of health system, we should get 1 point of standard of living, which will go a long way towards trying to meet our commitment to the common people. We only have a year for that, so we need to get on it. Right, okay, and the Bonapartists have maxed out, which means he instantly becomes our king, okay? We don't get any choice about that. That will hurt our legitimacy unless we bring the petit bourgeoisie in. We have elevated him to power. We can say, long live. 20% of Catholic Church and landowners become radical. Louis Philippe goes to exile. He gets the Restorer, 50 popularity. God, he's got so much popularity. Or, long live the House of Bonaparte. He flees to exile, but... legitimist people stay in. Adds cement to the house of rightful claimant. Oh, they both do this. Okay, and this one just creates less radicals. Less radicals, but less popularity. No, we'll give him the popularity because he's going to be insanely popular, which is, to be fair, very historical. Louis Napoleon was. I mean, he held a bunch of, as far as I know, legitimate referenda, which were madly in his favor. Restore forever. 20% is only for... Sorry, 20 of it is only for a while, but still, that's a lot of popularity, which will give us a lot of authority. That's really good. Okay, so now we need to cement the House of Bonaparte, which we do by... The Bonaparte dynasty remains uninterrupted rule at no less than contested, which is above 50, legitimacy. The higher legitimacy the dynasty can achieve, the sooner they secure the throne. And you have to not have 10% progress towards a civil war. Ouch. That's going to be challenging. The radicals want a civil war. How do I appease them? Are they mad about something recent? They're not. Lack of universal suffrage, radical supporters, censorship law. We could get rid of the censorship law. I wouldn't hate that. Because this gives us less tech spread. But that will make the Catholic Church really mad. And the legitimist movement would become militant. Okay, no, we can't do that. Alright, well. We'll see what we can do about that. And then I don't know what happens with this. I think they... Like, does this go away? Or does this just freeze until this one resolves? We'll see. We'll see. To venerate mankind. Intelligentsia or a positivist? We'll just take some boost to intelligentsia, that's fine. There's education level 3 and colonial affairs level 2. That's good. All our colonies just got twice as fast. Very nice. And now we're just moving on this. We will also want to bump home affairs and law enforcement when we can afford it, but we certainly cannot right now. These are all short for pharmaceuticals, by the way. Is that something I can change? Like, urban centers, why are you using pharmaceuticals? I presume I told you to, and it's my bad. Yes, here we are. State penalties from turmoil. Ah, we can't switch off modern healthcare because we have public health insurance. And now we're going to have terrible throughput problems because we don't have any pharmaceuticals. Okay. So we need to build pharmaceutical industries, which would be very profitable. Well, we can't do that right now. I have to finish building some iron mines and then get all this wheat done. But hopefully the private sector can take care of some pharmaceuticals. What could go wrong, right? Okay, so we can seriously improve the mood of the trade unionists and the intelligentsia by banning slavery right now. Maybe Napoleon feels regret for the behavior of his grandpapa. There's not much chance of succeeding, though. We might be able to negotiate with the landowners. It does seem good to ban slavery, just because it enables multiculturalism, it generally gives us some wiggle room. There's nothing else I really want to do right now. Everything else makes people... This would cheer up. Okay, anti-strike laws could be good. Less Labour, Socialist, Anarchist, and Communist attraction. No, this is what we should do. Because this does annoy the intelligentsia and the landowners, but it massively improves the mood of the petty bourgeoisie and the industrialists. So let's put some anti-strike laws in. Everyone loves Napoleon. Who would dare strike under beautiful Napoleon? Holy crap, the industrialists have 20% state industrial efficiency. That's insane. And 20% production research. Oh my god. We need to keep the industrialists happy. That's an incredible bonus. Okay, so this is a strategically bad move. But our borders must reach the Rhine. We get claims. We get infamy decay down by a lot. But we have to do it. We simply have to do it. Because now... we can demand, whatchamacallit, return state on a bunch of these places when we don't have a truce, which makes it way less expensive in terms of infamy to take the land. So we will definitely do that. A war against... it won't be imminent, these wars. We still need to make our plays over here first. But that is obviously we need some nice, pretty natural borders. So much for our good relations with the Ottomans. It was going well, and they just broke both of our treaties. One in violation of the binding period, resulting in them becoming infamous. Ooh, and what's this? Oh, nice. Rising up here. That's actually really good. That's going to be very convenient for allowing us to colonize it a lot faster. And most important... God, all your generals are terrible. I'm going to have to steal someone else's general. Much faster than the Canadians is the important thing. Good stuff. Nice. The end of that cold snap is shooting up our standard of living. So with any luck, we will be able to complete this soon. We did have to announce a delay, which the armed folk were not pleased about, but they love us for other reasons, so not too big a deal. Who's this one a commitment to again, by the way? The landowners, yeah. We're mostly just not failing it for the legitimacy purposes. Oh no! What happened to our legitimacy? Damn it. We're going to need to reform. Have to kick the petty bourgeoisie out of government. We need to keep the rules secured. I'm assuming once that finishes, the legitimist movement and so on get destroyed. We'll see. Right, infamy has ticked back down, so it's time for war with Mexico. We're going to start with a demand for California. And they might accept, which I don't want to risk. Russia and Great Britain might side against us. We will force the diplomatic play. And immediately try to sway Austria in. We could even sway America in, potentially, which could be interesting. And then, yeah, we're also going to take American Texas, Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico, I hope. But that might be too much infamy. But that would be ideal. Maybe we just take Nevada, New Mexico. We'll see. I think we might risk going over 25 infamy. It will damage relations, but our relationship with Austria is pretty solid, so let's see how this goes. We'll add all the war goals in at near the end of the diplomatic phase of the escalation so that we avoid any other great powers being more likely to get involved because of the reputation damage that the extra infamy will cause. Okay, here are our war goals on Mexico. We want to take Nevada, California, and Texas. We want to release Pueblo, which I think is actually... Where's it gone? Liberate Pueblo, which is these two states, which I think would actually be quite good, because that's someone we could attack in the future, and someone who America, I think, is less likely to attack, because they have all the kind of scripted stuff encouraging them to attack Mexico. They might still attack Pueblo, because they have like a war goal on them, but I think Pueblo will be released as a centralized nation, so they won't be able to colonize them. And then we will revoke a bunch of their claims so that we can do some colonizing. That's the plan. Russia is likely to back them, which would be problematic. Yep. Russia did back them, so maybe we do now want to sway in America. No, it would cost Texas more out points anyway. Okay, so we urgently need to bring some boats over. That way we can hurt Russia's supply, but they also have no one at this front, and we brought a cavalry army, so we should be able to do a pretty hasty advance here. I wonder if we can get anyone else. But yeah, we should be able to beat a very rapid attack down here. And because Russia has joined in, you know, with quite a lot of the war to go. Yeah. And if we lose, worst case, we lose Texas, which I think is... Whoa, what happened? They backed down. Even with Russia on side, they backed down. I didn't expect that. Okay. That's unfortunate. That's a waste of some antagonism. Okay, but we avoided having to fight, which will save us a bunch of money. So it could be worse. It could be worse. We got... I wish I'd added more stuff as primary war goals. But hey, we got California, which is going to be a really, really nice state for us. Yeah, logging efficiency, agriculture and plantations efficiency, plus a whole bunch of mines, and some gold right out of the gate. Damn. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, that's bad in some ways, because now America is going to go after him. But with any luck, America will dilly-dally doing things like this. You know what? We have troops over here already. What about a little war on the side of these guys? I would like a liberation of New Africa. Do we want to fight America right now? They're all conscripts. We could probably take them, you know. No, we don't have the convoys. We don't have the convoys to fight America right now. It would be fun, but we don't have the convoys. We'll do that later. Okay, well, it's a shame because we did kind of waste some infamy there, but we'll just use the infamy somewhere else, like stealing Panama, for example. Maybe a quick little conquer against Panama. It's only 8 infamy. They might accept. That seems good. We'll do that instead. To you know, settle our spirits. It'd be good to have that locked down for the canal later. Never mind, they just accepted too. Who won't back down? Gaza? Maybe a little protectorate over here. Britain might side against us. It would be kind of a disaster if Britain sided against us. I think we'll just let our infamy tick down and then consider what's next. When's our truce up with you? Only 14 months. If we could fight Prussia with Austria on side and no one else involved, I would feel quite confident that we could beat them. And if we could take up to our beautiful natural borders, that would be rather good. Oh, perfect timing. Greece. Drop out infamy by 10. Come on. Come on. Accept the deal. Accept the deal. Please. That would be so useful for us right now. Yes, they did it. That's such a good event. I've never seen that before. It must be new. But we had it in this one and in the previous campaign. Only once in each, but still. Pretty nice. I should note, by the way, our innovation is trash. I really need to build more universities. The problem is, I also need to upgrade, but the problem is I need to build these stable crops first, I think. I just have to, I can't let our legitimacy spiral out of control. We need to stabilize the country. So meeting our current commitments, and then the focus is on getting our innovation going. Okay, potential problem. New election, the parties have split. Please tell me, oh thank goodness, there is still a legitimate government that contains, the old petit bourgeoisie. Oh, the petit bourgeoisie are not a Bonaparte anymore. That's interesting. I wonder if there is we can invite someone right now. Is there anyone we could invite that would be productive? I really don't want to invite people to form liberal movement. Sorry, join the liberal movement. The radical movement wouldn't be the worst thing, because the radical movement prefers one-party state to what we have at the moment, I believe. Is that right? Did I get that? No, sorry, the radical movement are the ones, they support corporate state over what we have at the moment, over monarchy. So, it could be interesting. I'll take a look at those, but... Okay, good. Phew. I thought we were going to have a problem with the whole cementing the House of Bonaparte stuff, but no, it's looking good. Looking good. We're trying to work on... I think I'm choosing to delay the stable crops a bit. We need to get universities going. It's a long game. We want to get the tech advantage early. The power block, by the way, is growing nicely. We're going to be able to get Sardinia, Piedmont in. We've got Switzerland in. Should be able to get Belgium in. And yeah, potential war with Prussia on the horizon. Okay, so I was just considering a war with Prussia, and the problem was Spain and Russia were going to join on Prussia's side. But now, Prussia declares war on Austria. Austria calls us in as an ally, and we're able to add our own war goal. So we'll have Rhineland, please. There's 1 million people living there. Okay. This is going to be an intense war, but I think we can do it. Austria and us? No one else involved? No, okay, now that we're in, Spain is going to back Prussia. But at least Russia isn't. I think we can do this. I think we can do this. I was really, really trying to meet this commitment, by the way. Like, this is how much I've been trying. We've dropped our taxes to nothing, and we're trying to make food cheaper with agriculture throughput. It's just not happening, unfortunately. So this will time out. But because we partially completed it, the penalties aren't as bad as they would have been. All right. Mobilize the men to the front line. What does Austria need to achieve their war goals? German leadership. At least one incorporated state. Okay. So we just need... Basically, we just need to not let the Germans take any Austrian land. And if we take Rhineland, Austria wins. And I think that means Austria will unify with these lot, but Prussia cannot unify with these lot, which would be very beneficial to our long-term campaign, let me say. I've decided we're not going to raise the conscripts yet. I don't think we need them, and the economy will collapse, especially on no taxes. So for now, we're just going to go with the professional army. This seems promising. I've moved more of our infantry to this front line. We've changed that logo accordingly. And I've moved a load of cavalry over to this front line. And I think we're going to be able to make an early push in here. Where are my Marines? They're here too, yeah. Let's move... I think I should probably condense these armies. These two. Because I think them being under one general will work better. So let's move over 20 skirmish infantry and 20 artillery to this. And then the remaining 5 can just defend against any potential naval invasions. And this 110 under this guy who has rapid advance, all we have to do, I think, is occupy the Rhineland and then hold. And we have a huge numbers advantage on this front, 4-1. I believe in us. Asturias will fall, which is unfortunate, but I don't think it resets its incorporation. If it does, that would be very annoying, but I'm not going to be able to hold it. I mean, I could take more men off this front, but I really don't want to. No one else got involved. It's just Spain, us. I'm glad we weakened Spain by spitting out these people. I didn't really think that was hugely impactful at the time. We are going to be able to get old toothpaste into our power block. I think it's looking good. I think it's looking pretty good. And our innovation is climbing from our new universities. Charging in. I hope the Hungarians don't screw us over by lowering our average attack. But with 37 attack, we should be able to make some, pretty serious gains. Nicely done, Charles Riel. And with rapid advance, I'm hopeful to see 50%. Is that too greedy? 31%. Okay, so 4 battles to take the Rhineland, probably. It varies a little bit how much you take each time, I think. Rallying against France, 25% conscriptable battalions. Bastards. We haven't conscripted anyone, by the way. So if we can win this war without conscripts, that puts us in a very strong position. And having won the first battle, if they don't send more men to this front, we're going to be in... oh, yeah, I'll take the Thrupa, actually. We're going to be in a good position to just keep weakening and weakening and weakening their army on the front. Oh my god. Average attack was like 8 for a second there. Yeah, we're massacring them. This is really good. This is really good. Casualties on our side, slightly higher. Now all we need is the Austrians to not get over-eager pushing into Silesia. That would be really good. Oof, that was a weaker attack. We had this How do you say it? Croat? I'm not sure if it's Croatian, obviously, but it's not Kraut. That's these guys. Croat? Anyway, Croatian guy who is weakening us. Yep, more enemies on the front. We just need one more battle. This could be it. This could very well be it. Come on. Getting lots of nihilists. We could go state atheism. We have a lot longer to convert people than normal. Mecklenburg's pieced out. And yeah, Spain not advancing on this front yet. That's good. And with that victory, boom. Now, I believe their war support can fall below 0. Let's go! And they've suffered a lot, they've lost almost all the battles. So now we keep pushing to weaken them further and to lower their war support further, but as soon as we face resistance, we stop. Nice. Very nice. Really successful little offensive there. I'm doing my best, like French during the phony war, which wasn't a phony war, to be clear. There was lots of fighting going on in lots of parts of the world, but we've advanced a tiny bit into Germany, and we're like, right, we'll stop there then. There it is, the first battle where we're having any kind of difficulty pushing. And so I'm just going to immediately stop. We hold these front lines and we win. I think that should work fine. The only problem will be if Austria pushes too hard. Where's my army that's pushing? There it is. If Austria pushes too hard, then they will find themselves losing ground. And we'll have to move men over to their front. But we can do that. It wouldn't be the worst thing. And because of the way fronts work, because this battle is ongoing, all the Prussian troops are committed to this battle, so they can't commit to this battle. And our allies, who are still pushing, are still making great progress. Nice. This is a very successful war. Good job, Austria, getting declared on at the perfect moment. Avoiding the intervention of Russia. Hell yes. So yeah, I thought we were going to win this war kind of somewhat narrowly. Take this land and then just hold. In actual fact, the Austrians are continuing to push on this front alongside their Hungarian and Croatian allies. And on this front. And on this front. So it's a shame they didn't add more war goals, really. This could have been a much more devastating war for them. If they had, for the Prussians, I mean, if they'd added it. But I respect keeping it simple, because the German leadership war goal is one of the easiest to win. By far. I don't know why it has 2 conditions, by the way. I guess it's just how it's coded, but Austria and her allies control at least one Prussian incorporated state, or you control the capital, which is always incorporated. Maybe it's not always incorporated. Maybe that's why that's necessary. But yeah, extremely successful war. I've been very much enjoying my alliance with Prussia so far. It's a real shame that we don't have an alliance with Russia as well. I wonder if it would be possible to acquire one. They like... Who are their... Who are Russia's... What are Russia's relationships like? Viewing attitude from the perspective of Russia. It's not, though, is it? It's showing it from the perspective of France. Show me country attitude from the Russian perspective. Doesn't work. Never mind. But yeah, it would be really good if we could be friends with Russia as well. And there we go. Boom. German leadership for Austria. War goal enforced. So now, how does that work in terms of the Metternichs? Like, do they unify or not? I don't really know how that works. Obviously, Austria and I will also work together to keep down desires of Italian unification, because that would be very much to both of our detriment for our my toothpaste pact helping us do that. But yeah, GG, Prussia, easy war. Very nice. Did cost us some money, about 6 or 7 million, but worth doing, I think. So, funny situation. Because this place doesn't have connection to our market, they're all starving. Everyone in California is starving right now. To build a port to connect it to our market was going to take 140 weeks. So we're having to apply violent suppression just to be able to build a port so these people get food. Talk about biting the hand that feeds you, huh? Okay. Our Austrian allies are set to become quite a bit weaker. We should probably step in to help them. But that would be helping the AI. And they're not even willing to give us anything. I think Hungary might go free. It doesn't weaken them that much. Like, Hungary did help in that war, but... I mean, what do they got? They got 70 battalions. Austria, you should back down, to be honest. Or you should let me join and give me Lombardy. That's the deal that I would take. I don't think I'm going to help them. It might be a mistake, but I don't want to fight a war against Russia. I feel like that'll be protracted. Well, would it? We just have to hold this front. No, we should help. We should help so that they can keep helping us against Prussia, I think, unfortunately. And I think we would be able to help just by holding this front line, and then, because presumably to do this, you just need to take the Hungarian capital, yeah, which is here? Really? It's not Budapest? Interesting. Taking this province shouldn't be that difficult, as long as this isn't all one front. If it's all one front, this is a problem. But we should help. If we... It is all one front. That's a problem. If they struggle in the war, if there's no war goals on us, we can just back out. It won't be the end of the world. It will cost us quite a bit of money to put all these guys on the front. We're also attacking Oman right now. Also, our presence might make Prussia join someone else. No, Prussia can't because they've already got an ally. That's right. Okay. They're wanting to enforce trade privileges on us. Again, we could just accept that. That's fine. 5 years of trade privileges with Hungary makes no difference. But yeah, this is a problem. The fact that it's all one front is not good. The plan is defend the front, Russia attacks, wear Russia down a bit, then launch a quick little attack where we make sure it's very clear that this is the target. And we do that with our Marines army when they come back from taking out Oman. I think that will work, with any luck. Don't launch offensives. Our side, yes, good. Our side is not launching offensives. These, not going great for us. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Oh my god. It's a lot of offensives. Yeah, some going our way. some not. But overall, stats looking pretty favorable for us. Overall, death's relatively even. It's not what we want. That advantage number is swinging in our direction, though. So with any luck... Okay, good, yeah. All of these are swinging back in favor of the defender. Good. And yeah, if Austria annexes Hungary, there'll be a much stronger potential ally for us against Prussia in the future, I think. Which is worth having. Meanwhile, we're just doing this quick little yoink of Hungary. We finished colonizing Senegal. Cool. I think I don't start any more colonies. We still have some ongoing. Obviously, malaria is a big deal. Has England cured malaria? Crap, they have. We need to get on that. Oh, okay, we're on it. 6 weeks. Jolly good. Successful Austrian advance in here without our assistance because we're not in good shape right now. That could be promising. All they got to do is take this province and they're good. Don't fight over here. 4 battles is going to be too many though. We'll see. We'll see. I'm going to try an offensive. If we could break the Hungarian capital here and stop this war getting bogged down, it would be really good. Really very good. So I'm going to put all our guys on offensive. We have really bad stats. We've got low manpower, but so does Russia. Like, can I see the average? Yeah, the average attack and defense on this front is 25. Oh, that is quite high, actually. I mean, compared to us, anyway. Nuts. The convoy shortage is a problem. Organization's ticking up, though. We need more convoys to be able to actually fight these wars up to 45% now. Here's our attempt at another fight. If the Austrians can lead the charge... Okay, okay. It's working. Come on. I can't believe we're helping the AIs. I mean, really long-term planning. I want a long-term Austrian ally, but still, this is very unlike me. Casualty ratios staying in our favor. 2 more fights here, counting this one. Yeah, 1 more. And there it is. Let's go! We're going to take the capital. Hell yeah. Everyone switch back to defending. That's really promising. Once we win this fight, capital's occupied. There's no war goals on anyone but Hungary. Hungary's war exhaustion is going to tank. Come on. Yep, I mean, that's winning. That's going to be game. 6.4 a week? Dropping? Hell yes. That's really lucky. I mean, this was a dangerous looking war with Russia on the other side, but we came through. Nice. You're welcome, Austria. Austria, you better not like randomly lose a bunch of happiness with me like France did in our last game. Oh, and Russia left the war. Nice. Ooh, they might now join this war? No, not likely. Good. Naj just backed down, gave us this state, by the way. Now we're going after trucial states, just trying to get the oil-producing areas. Oil-producing areas are going to be even more valuable in this game than normal, which is part of why we wanted to take Texas, if we do go after the end date, I think. New election, by the way, and we really want the Party of Order to stay in, so we shall be working on that. We don't mind about Rhineland robberies. It's fine. Yes, we will back the Party of Order. So we've unlocked a new company slot, but we're not actually going to use it for 5 years, I think, because we need Asturias for our next company, really, or Greece. We could also do Greece. Do the Greek company first to get tools in. Yeah, that seems fine. We'll do it. We'll do it in Greece, because by the time Asturias is done, we should have another one. Yeah, we'll have one from joint stock companies, which actually we don't need to research right now. Oh, now I think about it, we should focus on something else. We could just let that spread to us, honestly. Like, yeah, more influence would be kind of nice. Maybe some military to try and make sure we keep up with Prussia would be a good idea. They're not that impactful, these ones. Let's go production. Let's get nitroglycerin done. And yeah, crystal glass. Crystal glass is good. Actually, that's more important. Let's get crystal glass going for the extra glass outputs. Nice. There's Hungary annexed. Good job, Austria. Unfortunately, we are getting a North German national movement that looks poised to rebel. If they do rebel, Prussia might back them. Maybe Prussia can't back them when we have a truce, I don't know. If Prussia doesn't back them, obviously they're completely inconsequential. Even if like Russia backs them, I don't think it'll matter because they'd need a border to put the troops on. So I think it'll be good. Plus, the election gave us plus 20% on elected bureaucrats, so that's nice. We need elected bureaucrats. We're spending a lot of bureaucracy on institutions, and I do not plan on slowing down my spend, as you can see. It's very unfortunate that this secession thing is slowing down the House of Bonaparte. It shouldn't really. It shouldn't do it for secessions. It should do it for civil wars, but not secessions, in my opinion. So now what we need to do is try and trigger this secession, because while it's active, we can't make progress. Oh, bomb building. That sounds promising. We're influencing Hawaii, by the way. Because while it's active, we can't make progress here. 10% of North American populace become more radical, or soft on minorities. Damn, that's precisely what we didn't want. It reduces the influence of the secession. But we need to beat them before our truce with Prussia runs out in October of 52. Also, our truce with Mexico is out. I'm just waiting for our infamy to tick down, and then we'll be making a move against Mexico for sure. We're also inviting lots of people to the power block in the Americas, spreading it around, and yeah, conquering a bit down here. All good. Very much looking forward to our tool company rather, and also engine getting going in Greece as well. Nice. I can't believe I didn't learn my lesson from last game. Don't commit to build 100 buildings for a law, you pea-brain. It's taken like 5 years or something to build these. For our final slot, I almost always go freedom of movement. So let's not do that this time. I think either foreign investment to let us get people into the power block. Colonial officers would be really good. It kind of does have to be colonial officers, doesn't it? I was thinking it would be great to have advanced research for the tech speed. I think colonial officers until we finish the scramble for Africa. And then once that's over, we go, what do you call it? Have we got no active colonies right now? Oh, crap. I'm an idiot. That's not good. Yeah, all these places with no serious malaria, we need to be making our plays for. Here and here. Grab all that as fast as we can, and then I should be able to go in here, shouldn't I? But we need the we'd need the land off Oman. Can you seize land from a subject in this game? Doesn't look like it. Take state. They have to be a colony, puppet, or vassal. Okay, cool. So we'll be able to do that to them quite soon. We just need to lower their stuff a bit. I wonder if I give them, like, yeah, if I gave them this, I'd give them 6 negative liberty desire. I was looking for something more dramatic than that. But yeah, we'll get this colonizing going. We should also, yeah, in fact, we should do that immediately. We need to conquer a province here so we can start colonizing Kenya. Because if we check, I think this is probably the easiest way to check. Yeah, this is basic malaria all in here. We need to get colonizing this bit before Britain shows up. So let's just conquer in here. No one significant is going to help them. No. Good. I really like that this mod extends the timeline and extends the tech tree and stuff. I'm so much less worried about running out of time. Like if we made a mistake like this, committing ourselves to spending loads of time not really advancing the industrialization of the country, you know, as I did in the American game, it makes me want to end the campaign. But oh, cool! These guys are going to be going to kick off into a civil war. Nice. It makes me want to end the campaign, but now there's all the time in the world. We can make mistakes and learn. There's the civil war. Now the question is, can Prussia join? And the answer is no. Good. And yeah, Austria will back us. Fine. So just raise up some good troops. Just be on the very safe side, but this should be obviously an easy win. I've just noticed Austria didn't just annex Hungary. They annexed all of their subjects apart from Krakow. Cool. Ooh, there's the American claims. Yeah, that's less than ideal. Okay, we need to go to war with Mexico and call in America. NA? Oh, they're not able to support them, right. Why would they not support me? Belligerent attitude towards France. Because you just got a claim on Texas, didn't you? Yeah, they did. Damn it. If we had gone toward Mexico and called in America moments ago, we would have been in a much better position. Well, we need the rest of Mexico. Sorry, the rest of Texas. But I think if America declares their play, we'll be able to declare our play fast enough that we'll be able to get in there and grab Texas at least. And I really want to let our infantry down a little bit more. So with any luck, America will wait a little bit and let us have some time before they start their play against Mexico. But yeah, if we could just take just Nevada and Texas for now, and then, you know, in the future we'll go to war with America. They break the American friendship. They're supporting separatism within our country. Yeah, it's not ideal. Not ideal. But look at this. 70% French here, 58% French here. They're not going to get much separatism going there. And yes, we win. Getting Kenya. Amazing. Which means we can start this. Ah, okay. So I thought it was irrevocably bugged and I was going to have to like mod it or something. But this front line disappeared. But we can invade. Okay, that works. That was weird. I don't know why the front line disappeared, but we can bring it back with an invasion. Cool, so we could have done that in our American game as well. Okay, cool. But that should work now. And now you guys go on the offensive. Planning invasion. Yeah, okay, good. All right, infamy getting pretty darn low. Planning our next war with Mexico very soon. Andalusia gave us that event again, where we got a absolved obligation, which is really good. I wonder how often it's able to fire. I'm going to start just asking for obligations from lots of random countries when we're making treaties to pull them into the power block. It seems really powerful. I assume the more obligations we have, I assume it checks per country you have an obligation rather than just, you know, checking once and then picking a country that you have an obligation with. Maybe I should check that. I should check the code. Next time it pops up, I'll get the ID and I'll check the code. But so that's pretty good that we're able to. I assume the more countries we have obligations with, the more likely that event is to fire. So I will be seeking out, trying to get just lots of obligations, basically. I did not expect that. Okay. I was just about to go to war with America, and then Great Britain declared war on us. Okay. What do we do about this? Well, the war goal right now is the Trucal Coast. The question is, how hard do we go? Do we try and take the Columbia District, for example? It would be nice. It's low pop. If we wanted to transfer the Columbia District, only three! I think we go hard. I think we go hard in this war. We've got some money. I have had to raise taxes, but we've got some money. We've got some men. Austria will back us, surely. Yeah, Portugal will back us. We are going to lose a lot of convoys to raiding. But let's try it. Let's try it. Even if we lose, you can have the Trucal Coast. It's not a big deal. Damn, I did not expect to get declared on by Britain. Interesting. Okay, let's see how this goes. Finally, the economic commitment is fulfilled. We have built tons of farms. Ooh, we have a ammunition and engine shortage in our barracks. That's not ideal. That's far from ideal. I think we probably need to relatively urgently address that. Like, build me some more munition plants right now. I think is probably the play there. We're not many short, but let's make sure we have that resolved. And motor industries. What do motor industries consume to begin with? Steel? Yeah, we should put them in Alsace-Lorraine. We'll buff those up. Cool. Okay, so I mean, this is a truly global war. It looks like they haven't left anyone to defend the home countries, so that could be interesting. We could just invade them. It's not cheesy when they're just across the way from us, I reckon. But yeah, right now we're very much set to advance rapidly into Columbia District. Over here we'll have more trouble. They're sending a bunch of people over, and the Indians, I think, are gonna, yeah, array themselves against us a fair amount. The Austrians don't... oh, yeah, no, here come a load of Austrians to the Arabian Peninsula. Okay. I mean, yeah, all of that plus these guys standing ready to naval invade the home counties. Seems good. I've kept the infamy very low because I want to use our infamy against Mexico still. But if we do invade and take the home counties, we'll know that we can do that in future wars, probably. And so next time we'll be much more aggressive. Just Columbia District and Trucal States are our objectives in this war. Which right now we're set to win pretty handily. Not that handily here, but yeah, the 25% supply shortage is pretty painful. But we'll see. They're not pushing, are they? No, we'll see if we can. And just in time, a reduction in our losses from loss of morale from deaths. That's pretty good. We're doing colonial... oh, there goes their fleet. Okay, let's wait for their fleet to be further away and then invade. We're doing colonial exploitation, by the way, just to cheer up the industrialists. That's my thinking there. We are winning that. Okay. Yeah, so their defenses moving back to the home countries aren't going to be there for 53 days. We have quite a lot of cavalry in this army, which I think will mean we can capture quite quickly. And even when those defenses, those reinforcements do arrive, they're mostly Indian. Oh no, these guys are coming back. These guys have good stats. The Indian armies have obviously much worse stats. I don't know. I think we might be able to land. How much are we taking per battle? 27. We have to win 3 more battles. Not looking hugely likely. But... ooh, their stats have dropped over here. Let's try another offensive. Offensive planner, open train commander, experienced offensive planner. Let's have another crack at that. But yeah, if we could take the home counties, that would be great. And even if we don't, we're drawing lots of their troops away from the other fronts, which is important. If we could win here, of course, it makes it rather redundant, because all we need is our 2 war goals, and we're obviously going to get the Columbia District one. Nice. Oh yeah, and for this power projection, we should actually... let's mobilize and raise these conscripts. Hopefully very temporarily. I'm not expecting this war to go on long. And that will crank up our power projection to achieve this goal, I think. Damn, Brits have shown up to defend the home countries. So cancel that. Still, we distracted huge, hundreds of thousands of their men there. So now all we need to do... now all we need to do is win this. Come on. I believe. And if they take the defenses away, I'll just do it again. I'll force them to come back so they can't reinforce the Trucal States front, which is going pretty well. Yep, they're pulling these guys out to go back to the England HQ. Looking pretty promising. Because, yeah, if they keep having to pull people back to defend this, then they're in trouble. We are losing a lot of convoys, but we're sinking a lot of theirs too. Oh, the final hurdle. The final battle. We're not going to quite be able to win this. Damn it. But more of them are leaving. Maybe if we go... we need to go on defensive for a second here. Maybe if they attack us. But yeah, unfortunately, losing this is going to lose us a key chunk of this. Not great. Now they're trying and failing their own naval invasion. It's good for us. Oh, they launched 3 simultaneous pushes out of the Trucal States. They're going to lose all of them. No, they may not lose all of them. That's unfortunate. Ooh, that's very unfortunate. Jesus. That's a lot of enemy divisions arriving here, huh? We need to invade them at once. Gotta wait for those to go away. You want a white peace? They do not. They do not. Lots of rampaging across Canada, though. Wait a minute. I was I literally, I mean, you can see, I was drawing up terms of surrender. But I think we just captured the capital. We did. Go on defensive. Can we hold long enough? It's not ticking down by much at the moment. Send over the forces. Yeah, okay. I think what we do now, we like demobilize these two armies to give us our convoys back, and then we dump all our troops from France onto the home country's front. I think that's the strat. We're now on the defensive, both in the Low Countries and home countries. And it's working. We're holding. I can't believe we managed to get that invasion off. That's fantastic. So yeah, they're pushing us back here and here. Austria's left the war. They're going to retake the Columbia district. But I think we're going to win. We're certainly not going to lose very much in the end. The Omani-Trukal coast is tiny. Omani-Baluchistan, probably more important. So yeah, we could already hold on to that. And I think we can hold here. It's going to take a long time for them to arrive. And now that we're no longer overcommitted overseas, you can see our convoys are coming back up. It's costing us a lot of money. Oh, okay. And the crisis throughout France has proven too much. Wait, what? He's been forced to abdicate? Why? Why? No. Why? That's excuse my language. Why though? We were cementing. Oh, our legitimacy fell. I didn't notice. Okay, I'm just gonna reload and raise our legitimacy because that's just that would be so annoying. Actually, I think it's because this revolution started brewing because we let this guy into the country, which I probably shouldn't have done. So he gives 10% militarism. Just give him a quick 3-year sentence. And now this shouldn't happen anymore. Oh, provisional government again. Oh, okay. I think it's because of the revolution. Well, I'll just read the code to see what's causing this, to see how we can actually avoid it. Because I mean, look at this is nation ruining. Yeah, okay, it's this. It's because if any civil war hits 10%, okay. Is there any way for me to avoid this ticking? Okay, we go back a further month, exile that guy before the radical movement gets up, and now we need to reduce the number of radicals in the country urgently. It's 100% safe scumming, but that's just too annoying. I invited that agitator, and I didn't even consider that it was going to cause that. My bad. They are beginning to push us back in the home countries. When all of them arrive, they can push us back. But we are now in a position to take Trukal states. So if they are at risk of retaking the home countries, we will just peace out. I am sorry about the states going about the Napoleon thing, by the way, but come on, we can't lose House of Bonaparte. Why would he flee just because there was a 10% progress towards a civil war that wasn't going to fire? It's cowardly behavior. Okay, we can seek peace, take the Columbia district, leave them with the Trukal states. We'll get that off them in the future. We make peace. We make peace with Britain, and we learn that we need to increase the size of our army significantly. And also, that if we doubled the size of our navy, we could probably beat them at sea, which would be pretty good. So we'll have Oregon. Thank you. And stay out. That's what you get for attacking us. How dare you, Britain? And now, we have no infamy. We go against Mexico. We are not going to pass this, by the way. There's no shot. But I'm hoping we can get just a bit more army protection before I abandon it. And we have years anyway, so... Because it hurts our legitimacy, which I don't know if you've heard, could be a bit of a problem. So that war with Britain has convinced me that we need to invent more military technology. So we're gonna finish grabbing whatever it is, psychiatry, and then we're going to do a whole bunch of military technology. We need to keep up with Britain, basically. And this is a good step. This is the reduction of infamy gain on non-recognized powers, which is going to be nice. 24.9 on the infamy, baby. Nice. Nice. There was war with Mexico. This time we had... we put Liberate Rio Grande and Liberate Maya as primary war goals, so they wouldn't back down, because they're not going to back down when there's that much on the, a risk, basically, of the war. So That seems to have worked. We will yoink all of their, not all of their, but a huge portion of their American territories. Excellent. And yes, America is now going to be belligerent, which is going to motivate America to align with Britain, which is not ideal. Yep, there we go. Defensive alliance. Not ideal. But we do what we can. Oh, Austria released Hungary again in a personal union. Interesting. Hopefully Hungary stays friendly. That's unfortunate. That was, I mean, maybe it's for the best, but that seems like it'll weaken Hungary as now. Sorry, Austria as an ally again. We're also finally getting our 2 companies. The tooling workshops will finish in Athens soon, and then we'll build some coal mines in Asturias, and then we'll be off to the races with our 2 new companies as soon as those things are built. Very nice. I'm also not scaling building capacity right now because I want to get out of this credit hole, especially knowing that we're going to have to deal with Britain on a fairly regular basis now, probably. We should also go against... be going against Prussia again, but again, they would bring in Russia and the US and Spain and Bavaria and the Netherlands. So hopefully they attack Austria. Or us. We might be able to get a better alliance if they attack us. But I mean, friendship with Russia is a long way off. I don't really see many viable allies. Maybe Japan. If the Japanese market were to be opened, maybe they could be an ally. Are they still locked down? Yeah, they are. Maybe we could have a Japanese friend in the future. There's victory over Mexico. Not difficult, of course. Just one of our armies sent over to achieve that. Boom. And what? War with Rio Grande. Oh, because there's that bug. And that gave us infamy? No. No, don't be silly, game. What? That automatically starts a war to conquer Rio Grande, Texas, when you release Rio Grande from Mexico? That's so stupid. That's more stupid than how it used to be. It used to be if you released Rio Grandes, it would give them some of your territory. All right. Well, I'm just going to reload and not release Rio Grande. That's dumb. Oh, well. But that's not cheating. That's the game being very stupid. Cool. Back in time, and we just didn't release Rio Grande because it's so dumb that releasing Rio Grande releases land that you own, or that you're taking in this case. Very silly. Anyway, and we're going to war with this guy next because we need adjacency to here so we can start colonizing in this low malaria East African section. We might also go after... Can we not colonize here? No, that's high. That's high, high malaria. Where else is low malaria? Transvaal and here. But to get access in here, I guess we need to go after Gaza. Interesting. We're also working on getting Portugal and Hanover into the power block, which would be nice. Some, some industrial goods that we could get into the market, and some more customers too. I think in order to pacify the radicals, and this makes me feel a bit better about it, we have to pass census suffrage. Yeah. We have to pass census suffrage, which empowers... It gives a plus 10 wealth threshold rather than 20. And I assume when we pass this, it does not inherit 200 franc suffrage, which raises it to 30. So we're dropping the wealth requirement by a lot, but this will significantly mollify the radical movement, which was getting more and more agitated just because of the rise of radicals. So I think that's probably the path. Also, here it is, the company. Yeah. Excuse me. Where's my company? Did I not build 5? I've got 5 tooling workshops right here. I've got an incorporated state. Where's my company? Ah, I'm filtering by iron companies. That's why. Tools. There it is. Yeah. Kupas. Welcome. Full capitalist ownership. 10% infrastructure. That's, as I said earlier, railways and 5% steel mills and prestige tools. Yes. Let's go. Give them investment rights. No available industries. I don't think we want to... Oh, we can't get monopolies anyway. Do we give them trade rights? Probably no point, right? And then we will switch our road maintenance over to Astorius so we can get those coal mines built faster. Nice. The new company's coming online at long last. Feels like it took a very long time. Census suffrage will disempower the landowners, but it should empower the intelligentsia. This is just an uprising. Should empower the intelligentsia, so that's good. A defensive pact with Brazil as a defensive measure against Britain. They do have a decent-ish army size, so I think that's prudent. And they're in the power block anyway. We may actually complete this just by teching up our army. Now I think about it, that would be good. God, I felt like I mean I know from your perspective it was probably like I don't know whatever 5-10 minutes long. That war with Britain and that crisis of having to avoid that civil war took like an hour and a half and was really stressful. But now we're back off to the races, and I think we'll be able to do a lot better from here. This is interesting. So normally you get 50 political power from literate pop's votes, but we can add in the voting age of 25, enact it faster, and we get 50 authority, and it only takes away 10% of the influence from votes. Yeah, that seems great. Let's do that. Only responsible adults. Hell yeah, spoken like someone over 25. And some authority. Great. Oh, by the way, I've remembered we don't need to... oh, you should probably advance, huh? I've remembered we don't need to declare war on these guys. We can just steal Zanzibar off Oman once we're at peace. I just realized we fought that whole war against Britain at very low military wages, which is why our troops were so ass. And why when they died, they didn't come back. That would have been so much easier. Would have been so much easier if I had noticed that. Whoops. All I can say is whoops. On the bright side, hey Oman, I'm taking Zanzibar. Sorry about this. You don't have a smaller state down here, do you? Zanzibar, because this is going to really annoy them. No, it's all in Zanzibar. Yeah. Yoink. My Zanzibar. And now I can colonize beyond it. Jolly good. We were pretty close to making that connection anyway, but good for us to have Zanzibar in the first place, honestly. Some nice plantations going. Ooh, hydroponic farms. Make fabric and organize data. Cool. I like the whole kind of everything outputs data and then you start to harness it later idea in this mod. It's quite cool. I didn't notice that taking Zanzibar gave us like 25 infamy, so yeah, we're not going to do that. There's our next company, which is our mine, of course. Glorious. Prestige steel, coal, iron. Beautiful. Beautiful. Very nice. And if we ever do end up on command economy, we'll give them a monopoly. For now, just give them investment rights. Maybe trade rights as well? No, we should just keep the other... Well, might as well, right? Give them trade rights, and then in the future, if we want to use that charter for something else, we'll just take it off. And we won't want it for a little while, because, of course, I haven't got any other company slots right now. Speaking of company slots, I am going to build up these steel mills in Burgundy. We both need steel, and that will enable us to get our next company, which is based out of Burgundy for our prestige artillery. I don't think it was taking the land off Zanzibar that gave me the antagonism. If you declare neutrality in a play, it says you'll break this treaty. But if I actually hit this, it'll give me a bunch of infamy, because this is still in its binding period. That's what the problem was. Hey, Argentina, are you in my power block? Yeah, you don't need this anymore. You're in my power block. Of course I'll come and defend you. Let's make a different deal. They actually really want the guarantee independence, so I guess we'll leave them with it. We just won't declare independence in that war, I guess. That's fine. Yeah, I kept absent-mindedly going through these and just being like, you know, neutrality, neutrality, neutrality. Now that I should be a bit more careful about that. Oh, Toothpaste Act has been dissolved. Welcome to the world, Italy. Okay, and it was formerly two Sicilies that were actually the unifier, unfortunately. I wonder if... What's your relationship with Austria? Good, actually. Okay, you can be part of a triple alliance. Hey, Italy. Be my friend. That seems good. be friends with Italy. And then they can help us out against Prussia and England. Okay, so a Serbian play, presumably trying to reduce... Oh no, they're trying to reduce... The Ottomans are actually the initiator. They're trying to reduce Serbian autonomy. Serbia wants Eastern Serbia back. And Russia has sided against them. So let's negotiate support for Serbia for Sinai. Perfect. Because we could do with Sinai, obviously. And this war will be a slam dunk, because Russia can easily take them. In fact, this might even help us fix relations with them. No, it's not going to happen. I think the only way we ever get good relations with Russia is if we fully eclipse them, and then they swap to, like, whatever it's called, reconciliatory or something. England's trying to make Modena a protectorate. Good. That should make Italy more friendly towards me, because they're clearly a threat in your neighborhood, Italy. We're not going to be able to get Italy into the power block at the moment, unfortunately. Peru we will be getting, it looks like. Maybe. That would be good. Hungary sided with Modena. Hungary, are you independent enough to side with people? Apparently you are. That seems... Oh no, Austria sided with Modena. Okay, okay. Well, maybe we get in on this. Maybe we liberate Hudson's Bay. Do I want to fight England? England's trying to enforce investment rights on Austria. England with no subjects, though. I mean, I'm busy fighting the Ottomans, though I'm pretty sure the Russians will do it for me. It would be a good way to get another truce with England. Because our truce with England is up in 2 years right now. I don't know. Like... I mean, I feel like a liberate... Cape Colony or something, and then we invade Cape Colony. But the problem is, well, hang on, what war goal did they add? Humiliate Great Britain. No, never mind. Oh, you only have to control one Great British state. State, not integrated state. So that's easy win. Should we make a play against Britain? Oh, hang on, they are being supported by all their subjects. Never mind. Never mind. I don't want to fight the East India Company right now. It's just, we're in debt. We'll just let Austria and England, you know, throw some hands for a while. That's fine. I don't think I need to mobilize any men for this war with the Ottomans, by the way. I will, but if it seems necessary, but I'm just not going to, and see how that goes. On our way to repeaters, by the way, once we get repeaters, we get the arms manufacturer, which again will be very helpful for future conflicts. Also, income skyrocketing, because I've finally decided to spread out some government administrations, which are giving us a huge reduction in all the tax waste that we were doing, or rather unrealized taxes. Is unrealized taxes the same as tax waste? And the money still gets taxed? It just vanishes? I'm not sure. Oh, an election. Last election before census suffrage. Interesting. Party of Order looking pretty strong still. Oh, Haiti left? Why? Why would you do this, Haiti? Oh, because I think America may have yoinked you. Yep, fair enough. There's the election results. Big win for the Party of Order. Yeah, staying pretty legitimate, although... Wow, we would be massively illegitimate. Why are you so illegitimate? Just basically because, yeah, economic system. Well, no doubt, you got industrialists and trade unions on the same team, guys. That doesn't seem prudent. But yeah, still staying pretty legitimate with our Party of Order, even though they haven't got a huge amount of the clout. I've still been giving the industrialists clout bonuses a lot of the time, so it's not really surprising. Oh, I completely forgot that this would result in Athens getting occupied. Whoops. Not that it really matters. Oh, it's a secession. Wait, a secession? Is that going to try? Oh, excuse me. Okay. Through the exiling of that radical and the cancellation of the idea of census suffrage, we've managed to lower it back down to 72% on the radical movement and 64% on the positivist movement. Jesus Christ. This is problematic. But we are, through the use of time machine technology, we are just about holding on. Defensive pact with Belgium. That wouldn't really help us, I don't think. I am going to send an invasion of Istanbul just to speed this war along, I think. And we are now surveying the the Suez Isthmus, so we can get that canal set up once we have this war won, hopefully. Or fairly soon afterwards, anyway. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. Alright, I'll deal with that. Okay, so you want to know what caused it that time? You get plus 15% radicalism when a neighboring country has an insurrectionist movement that matches yours. So, through some diplomacy with Catalonia, we've persuaded them to pass census suffrage, which will avoid their radicals going insurrectionary. We should avoid our radicals going insurrectionary. Jesus Christ. Give me an event. We had an event that pushed us forward 25% at one point. Give me another event. I need the freaking Bonapartists. Please, dear God. I've also dropped taxes to try and reduce the number of radicals that we have. Because the main reason, one of the main reasons anyway, we're having so much trouble is we have so many freaking radicals. So if we drop taxes for a bit, hopefully, we can climb our way out of this. Absolutely. I mean, it's the France experience, right? Very, very easy landing in Istanbul. This should be a cakewalk, really. We've been doing a lot of investment in military tech recently. This is what you get, by the way, Ottomans. We were friends recently. Well, whatever, a couple of decades ago. And you just broke it off for no good reason. This is what you get. Looks like Austria's doing relatively well at holding back the British, by the way, but not well enough, I suspect. Still not insurrectionary. Come on. What is this, 2 more months, I think, that we have to hold? 2 more months. I believe. There's triage. That means we're on to repeaters now, aren't we? Yeah. Nice. Which means we can get repeaters for the better guns, breech loading artillery, military statistics for the org gain and the advanced training, the ironclad for the much better navy, gantry cranes for the ships, and then I think we probably call that good enough for now. No, sorry. We get the hand crank machine gun for the kill rate, and then we get... Oh, hang on, it's bolt action rifle we need, not repeaters for our company, actually. Now I think about it. Never mind. I think we just get that and the ironclad. Hang on, the ironclad's no good before you have steamships, right? Is that right? No, it's not right. Okay, just give me the ironclad, and then we'll go back to doing some society and production research and stuff. Come on. Come on, Bonaparte. Hold the throne. Obviously, we had to save Scumpa. I think that's fine. Completion in progress. Please. Please just succeed. 1 more month. 1 more month. Month's ending. Cement the House of Bonaparte. Excuse me, it didn't do it. There it is. Pause. The eternal House of Bonaparte. The Bonaparte dynasty has tightened its grip on the French crown to the point no other claimants can pose a serious challenge. We are without peer. No other dynasty will ever challenge us again. We get 50 popularity and 10 legitimacy. Or support the Bonaparte. Supporters of the Bonaparte deserve praise. We give the rural folk some bonuses for 5 years. No. We are without peer. Hell yes. Finally. Jesus Christ. That was really difficult. It took freaking ages. These guys are still very unhappy, by the way. But they're causing way less people to become radical. Because we no longer have that horrendous modifier that resulted in huge extra bonuses to radicals. And there goes their level of annoyance as well. Yes, put the taxes back up. Give me... Hang on. You didn't give it to me? Oh, you did. It wasn't in the list, I thought. Did I just miss it? Maybe I just missed it. Anyway, there's Sinai. How have we still got 1,000 even with the Sinai survey going on? I think the Sinai sewer survey is not correctly applying. It's minus 1,000 right now. Or is it? Is it down here? It is. How do I have that much excess stuff? That's crazy. Wild. Treaty of Turin. What's this? Oh, we can shuffle the borders with Italy if we have to have amicable relations and they have to own Savoy. What are we right now? Cordial. So we have to get a bit more friendly with them and then we'll trade this for a bit here, isn't it? I think that's how that works. What's in this building? There's some iron and lead. It would be nice to have. Plus it would be prettier borders, so that's the main thing really. Okay. Okay, we stabilized. We stabilized the monarchy. Thank freaking God. Now, do we want to pass census suffrage? We can't for another 14 months, but I think we do still want to pass this. It will make the positivists freaking rebel. They'll calm down. They'll calm down eventually. We need to just get less radicals for a bit before we think about changing something. But we should probably go to census suffrage. I think it will actually help. We don't need construction 3. I think it will actually be beneficial for our country to be able to get that because it will empower the petit bourgeoisie relative to the industrialists. Yeah, it makes sense to me. You know what? We could also do this. Yeah, let's go total separation. We lose 100 authority, but we get plus 15 acceptance on pops, which could actually be quite a big difference maker. Our open prejudice lot have 40. So if we added, and they're... No, they're Catholic. These are all going to be Catholic, aren't they? The Catholic people who aren't in our religious group are going to be accepted. But the cultural erasure lot, who are currently animist, would get plus 15, which would bring them to 35. That's not actually enough to put them into open prejudice. So maybe there's no point. Well, it makes the positivists calm down, which would then let us get census suffrage without causing a revolution. So let's go total separation. The other thing is we could go state atheism, which would also please the positivists. That would be kind of interesting. It crushes the devout, which is good. It gives us 25% conversion, 15% acceptance, but we're very unaccepting for other people. We get the state religion atheist. 10 years of converting, we get 10 years. It would just be kind of interesting, right? And it gives you a lot of authority. But the minus 10 for no acceptance. What are the religion traits on this materialist, which is shared by presumably no one else? So basically you get 15 or minus 10. If we applied a minus 10 to our... we have virtually no second-class citizens, but you need 80 to 100. So you'd go from having plus 20. Now, these are just primary cultures. We need to look at, like, octillion. Yeah. So you would still have 85, but if you weren't the right religion, you'd get a minus 15, which would result in you no longer being a full-class citizen. You'd be second-class instead. Okay, so what we need is multiculturalism first, because if we have multiculturalism, then it doesn't really matter if people are second-class citizens. Second-class and first-class citizens are exactly the same. So we get multiculturalism, and then we'll go state atheism for the authority. And we stack that authority with the authority of single-party state, and we rule with an iron fist. That sounds good. I'm going to buy an obligation from Italy, because they're amicable now, which means once we've done that, boom, we should be able to do the Treaty of Turin. Excuse me. Any state region is Savoy, not a split state, not a capital state. Not a split state, not a capital state. I bet it only checks once a month. Relations are at least amicable. They are. Not revolutionary. True. Not a subject. Owes an obligation. Oh, at peace. At peace. Are you at peace? They're at peace. They're amicable. I bet it'll recalculate on the monthly tick. This is true. It did not recalculate. We trade in our obligation for Savoy and, if applicable, Nice. Why can I not do this? At peace. Not a capital state. State region Savoy. Not a capital state, not a split state. Amicable, not revolutionary. Are you revolutionary? I didn't actually check. No, you're not revolutionary. You're amicable. Is it incorrectly checking the attitude instead? This should work. I really think this should work. Well, I guess we'll just keep improving opinions with them. Are they... I'm at peace. They're at peace. They're not in an active play. They definitely owe me an obligation. I asked for an obligation. Can I see it somewhere? If I was going to say, like, hey, give me this. Why can't I call in my obligation? Did I just forget to click the box? No, there's nothing on their side of this treaty. I asked for an obligation. But they don't owe me one? What? Why don't you owe me an obligation? Where do you see obligations? Do I see them here? Owes obligations to... You don't owe me an obligation, even though I just did a treaty that involved me giving you a whole bunch of money for an obligation. What the... What? Alright, well, that's a reload situation right there. Why is it bugging out on me? Okay, let's try again. I'll give you investment rights and sell you some goods, and I won't subvent cosmetics for an obligation. Right now, they don't owe me an obligation, and I don't owe them an obligation. They accept. It says Italy will owe them an obligation. They just don't. What the hell? Okay, new plan. I'm going to ask to just have them give it to me for some money, and then I'll tag to them and agree, because this seems bugged. Please tell me how it's. I feel like it's likely that it isn't bugged. So tell me in the comments why the hell that isn't working. But I'm just going to make it work. So here we are as Italy. Here's the state transfer. We accept. The problem is now it's still an Italian homeland, isn't it? And I'm assuming I can't do the Turin Treaty now. Relations between the French Empire and the French Empire are greater than or equal to 20. So yeah, that just kind of will stay there forever now, I guess. That's annoying. What if I now fire the event with the console? Or maybe we should just let them keep it. It must be... yeah. I don't want to just completely cheat for it. There must be some way to make it work. Like that treaty 100% was meant to give us an obligation. Well, we'll just keep it rolling, I guess. See if we can get an obligation from them some other way. Yeah, I mean, I've just tried again. We've set up a defensive pact with them. And it was meant to give us an obligation. Oh, the obligation will become reality after the binding period of the treaty has ended. I didn't know that. Okay, good. I'm glad we didn't cheat for it. Now I understand. I thought you could buy obligations just like straight up. I thought they happened immediately. Never mind. Okay, well now we have a defensive pact with Italy, which is good, because us, Italy, and Austria, we can be an axis around which Europe can turn. Wait a minute. I've seen this one before. Knowing that, I've renegotiated the treaty. It's now only 5 years long, and doesn't involve us giving money. It just involves some subventions that aren't allowed. Seems good. So, it's a new day, and Modena's war is interesting. They are actually holding them off. But this place is 15% controlled by Great Britain. But Great Britain's about to lose this war, because right now their war support is at -65, but it says cannot be reduced below 0 because their capital is not controlled. So I think as soon as they lose this, and this state goes back to properly non-occupied, it's still slightly occupied. I guess at some point they did have the capital occupied, but now I'm assuming it won't drop by 13 at the end of the week. No, it didn't. Okay, interesting. So Britain is Britain is actually not winning that, which means with our help, they almost certainly could have won handily. So we probably should have helped, but it's good not to help. I like this this map color, by the way. I didn't really pay much attention to it when I was finishing my last recording session yesterday, but I quite like it. I have also read a Reddit post about Tech and Res since we last played, and I'm a little concerned because decolonization sounds really tough. What that means, I think, is if we want to hold on to somewhere long term, as we will with like Najd and stuff, we need to incorporate it, and we need to make sure there's plenty of French people living here. It's possible that there's still decolonization events targeting states that have like majority primary culture. If there are, I will remove them because that doesn't make sense to me. Like, you know, Alaska, when there was decolonization fervor taking over, Alaska didn't try to break away from America, even though it's obviously an overseas possession of the American empire. So I think if you can actually get a lot of the local population to be of your culture and stuff, then it shouldn't try and break away. So we will be trying to integrate vital areas of the empire into our country kind of fully. So Panama, I guess, is another good example of that. We've already integrated Panama, good. And yes, we have a French, not majority, but plurality in Panama. Good stuff. Just some more uprisings against us over in Africa. No big deal there. We are going to research, a couple of military techs up to Ironclad, and then we're pivoting to society for a while. We're going to get a lot of the society techs. Obviously, we want malaria prevention in good time. And I think we can do without many more production techs for a while, basically because we haven't built... I don't think these techs would give us a huge amount. Some of them would, like Dynamite would, but they wouldn't give us a huge amount because we haven't built enough of an industrial base using the techs that we already have. So I think focusing on society for a while is the play. So here I am, violently oppressing the people of the Sinai, thinking about the potential of future decolonization. I think I like the idea that we're going to be the kind of fairly brutal capitalistic empire and then need to make a hard pivot near the end of the normal games timeline in order to be able to prevent like massive decolonization. 431 weeks, by the way, down to 226 is still too many weeks to use our entire construction budget on building this canal, I think. We'll just have to build that a bit later. That's that's not doable. We're integrating the state. How else could I improve people's lives here? You're starving, there's turmoil. Well, I guess we could... I mean, they're on open prejudice, which is not the very worst it could be. Fervor's increasing. How are we going to reduce turmoil here? Maybe some emergency relief for a while. We can't because there's not enough devastation. Okay, we could abolish slavery. That could help. That could actually help. But yeah, we need to get the Sinai under control so that we can actually build there. No one wants to ban slavery. The landowners will be very unhappy. Okay, let's try and work on banning slavery, and I will do that by using some of this huge amounts of authority. Currently, we're just working on literacy, which might be a mistake, honestly, because of its impact on demographics, but we're going to try and bolster the abolitionist. It's abolitionist. That really looks like it should be abolitionist to me for some reason. Anyway, they contribute their support percentage towards laws that they agree with if they're at least agitating. I think that's how it works. So that should help. And then if we ban slavery, that will increase the standard of living in the Sinai, and then hopefully that will work to Reduce that. We could also potentially get some migration there. Maybe if we opened up some... we'd have to build there, basically, though, is the problem. And this place is managing to employ. This will give some relatively good wages. Ah, yes, and we are increasing our law enforcement institution. Once that's maxed, that will significantly reduce the penalty to... Nice. I think that means they've fully freed their capital state now. Yeah, good. Does that reset their enthusiasm? It doesn't. It's a shame. But yeah, well, I'm proud of Austria and Modena holding off the British. It's very impressive. Oh, the British took here. I didn't realize that. Whoops. We should probably be taking this region. But I feel like this part of India is just so much less valuable than this part. We have a radical in charge of the industrialists, which is not what we want. I would love to grant this guy leadership, but the industrialists would have to be in government for that. And there's just no way to get the industrialists in government without tanking our legitimacy. We have so few loyalists. Oh my god. Yeah, so I don't know what we can do about that. Because it would be really good for us to be able to have a happy industrialist. And if they weren't radical, I think they might well be. Has the Springtime of Nations happened yet? I don't think it has, right? So we are probably going to have that soon. Looking towards oil prospects in the future, by the way, we need Venezuela torn away from the Manifest Union. I do not want America having access to all that oil. So we'll need to work on that at some point. Of course, our law enforcement will only work once Sinai is incorporated, which is going to take a long time. So we can't really count on that. So I think we just need to increase our income and production capacity enough that we don't mind having a bunch of it dedicated to the Suez Canal. Because the Suez Canal would be good for us. It would be like that's a pretty sizable increase in revenue, right? From 37,000 to 42 from the 50k that the company would give us. So in terms of our infamy, what do we want to be spending our infamy on right now? One thing is Belgium. I would like to conquer Belgium, but that's not happening. Not right now. Too many people back them. One thing would be taking Northern Rhine from Prussia. That would be good. But I think, again, not likely. Too many people back them. So maybe we should get a treaty port in the Japanese shogunate. Because if their market is closed, apart from us being in there, that would present some buying opportunities, wouldn't it? Like, we could sell them iron and tools and coal at a fat profit. And if only we have access to their market, that could be good. So we invade, and then we get a treaty port, and then we guarantee their independence. I think that could work. I think that could be good. And also, obviously we'll do it in Kyushu for historical reasons. They might just accept. It doesn't look like anyone's willing to get in on it. I mean, 77% chance isn't high. What do you think, Japan? No, they won't do it. But their army sucks. So I'm basically not worried. We don't want to open the market. We could conquer Hokkaido. Hokkaido is a really good state to own. But I think long term I want to be friends with Japan. So I don't think I want to own Hokkaido. I think we could enforce investment rights, but that's too much antagonism, I think. How angry do they get about goods transfers? Infamy-wise, very angry. Yeah, I mean, staying on isolation, but us having a treaty port in Japan, that seems good to me. I think this is all we want out of this war. I don't think there's actually any other war goals that I'm really interested in. So we'll just go for this. Also, if we sway Austria in and no one backs them, the odds of them backing down get pretty freaking high, I think. Oh, America. Oh, America, you fucked up. They demanded Arizona from us, which obviously we're not willing to give them. And it's a defensive war, which means I can use all my defensive pacts to bring Italy and Brazil and Austria and Portugal. Oh, America. This is not going to go well for you. Now, we don't have much infamy right now, which is a shame. But what we can do is absolutely tear them apart. We liberate New Africa. We liberate North Carolina. We liberate Cherokee. Or is that in North Africa? No, yeah. We liberate Cherokee. We liberate Pueblo. We liberate Desert. We liberate your subjects. Oh, America. Now, how many people do we call in? Because it costs 20 for each call in. We need at least enough to liberate New Africa, which will cost 0 because it's our first one. Oh, yes. And we will liberate... Pueblo will give us nicer borders if we had... because then obviously we liberate them and then we attack them. That still leaves us with 90 maneuvers, so we can call in. We probably want to call... Is Italy still at war? No. Oh, no, sorry. Italy wasn't the one at war. Austria is. Modena, you surrendered that war after all that? Are you kidding me? That's a shame. I think we call in just Italy and Austria. We leave Brazil out, and that leaves us with 30 maneuvers still. No, 50 maneuvers still. Well, we'll see as it happens, but we'll see what else we can liberate. It'd be nice if we could get this land here. Wait. Didn't Oregon have this land? No way. Paradox. For God's sake. The railroading is so stupid in this game. I'm going to have to check my recording. Didn't Oregon have this land? They did, didn't they? Because this was all Oregon when we took it. You're telling me that the British... The British got an event saying, hey, America wants to settle this border dispute, and then they gave away my land? Are you kidding me? Am I misremembering? Have they already done that and Oregon was up here? I don't think I am. Because we invaded Oregon from our shared border in California. Okay, well, after this war, I am obviously going to fix that, because that's idiotic. I swear, I think the Victoria 3 team is... and let me finish the sentence before you think it's really harsh. They're the worst when it comes to pointless railroading, where just like, oh, America went west? Well, we better make it so America goes west no matter what happens in every game. And I know some people like that kind of railroading, but I really don't. Nice. Okay, Japan back down, which we achieved by adding a bunch of other war goals, and then they were just scared. No one joined on their side, so they backed down. That's really good because we need our Marines on this war. How long do we have left before this kicks off? 50 days. Can you get here in 50 days? No. In which case, you better go home. Because we have a serious convoy problem. What we haven't done, that we very much should have, is developed a port system capable of handling this many troops being overseas to defend our American colonies, which we really, really do need. Okay. War is complicated by the presence of the British. That is potentially very dangerous. And all the more reason we need this army at home ready to defend against British invasion. That is problematic. I won't deny that is problematic. But I think if our allies actually send their troops, we'll be in good shape. They're winning a couple of the early battles against us, which is obviously bad, but our organization is increasing. Now that we have the Marines home, they're not consuming convoys anymore. We're building more docks. The stats are going to swing in our favor. And we are making them bleed. Not as much as they're making us bleed so far, though, which is... yeah, far from ideal. Oh my god, these guys have 18 defense. We need our allies. Britain? In this war? I don't remember that. You must be remembering something different. Of course, Count Christo, legendary Count Christo, excellent gamer, would never call in lots of allies, thereby cranking up the sympathy score that Great Britain had towards the United States. Christo would cleverly only call in the ally that England had a friendly relationship with, such that they declared neutrality, and then called in lots of allies. That's what I remember. That's what the records will show. Okay. So hear me out. The United States and the French have had some conversations about the weird bug which resulted in Oregon losing territory, as it turns out, while I was at war occupying Oregon. We had control of this territory when the British gave it to the Americans, which is, in my opinion, bullshit. So, a compromise has been reached. The United States and French Empire will have a truce for 12 months. The United States will give up this territory illegally taken during conflict, and in exchange, the French will surrender Arizona to the United States. This is the terms that have been reached. I will take no questions. And I will give the states to Oregon, because it's not fair that we just have them without having to take them off a subject. Well, okay, I did give them the provinces, but in related news, we annexed Oregon. So we're managing to increase our production massively. Construction, by the way. Up to 20 in Alsace right now. They're not fully employed up, so obviously they get more expensive as they do. We're adding some more in the Rhone as well. And now we need to get a shipbuilding industry going. It turns out we need a lot more convoys if we're going to be able to take on the British and the Americans. I've also made defensive pacts with the Ottomans and Japanese to try and deter them. So we have got some problems. The radicals want to revolt. I'm really trying to stay on wealth voting just because I kind of like the idea of this monarchy wealth voting lasting way longer than it probably should. And I want to go to one-party state, obviously. Which, yeah, I mean, would be funny. But would take... How far away are we now from political agitation? Not a million miles. I'm going to try. I'm going to keep trying to cling on to it. Which means boosting up the Republican Party. And it means probably passing right of assembly. Because we need to prevent a radical revolution. This will calm the radicals down and give us about 1 million loyalists. But this should chill out. Everybody calm down. God. Okay, so we have some radicals. Do we want to suppress them? To support the radical movement. We do need to suppress them. And we probably should actively be suppressing this movement, I think. Okay. I guess that's because our treaty has finally run its course. They have agreed to cede us the provinces. Nice. Or a plebiscite to appease the people. We can have it as an incorporated state. Or a non-incorporated state, but they're more loyal. Nah, we'll just take it. That's fine. Nice. Good stuff. Thank you, Italy. To be clear, that wasn't by me clicking the button. That just happened, so I'm not sure what causes that. Alright, here's the result of the election. The Republicans win handily. Are we still passing this? Yes, because the Liberal and Radicals can pass it, basically, alone. So we do put these guys in, I think. Although... yeah... Louis Napoleon, I do love you as a ruler, but without being able to get the party of order in government, I think we do this. Maybe we do this and drop taxes. It would cost us. But I think that's what we do. Try and stay above 50 legitimacy, but still keeping our right parties in. And I'm focusing heavily on preparing for future wars at the moment. We're building a load of ports to be able to support our front lines against America. We're going to build more arms industries. We're going to build more explosives industries. We're going to build more artillery industries. We've invented better artillery pieces. Next time, there will be no diplomatic shenanigans. Not entirely sure why, but our situation's improved. Ah, it's because there's a market liberal landowner. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Our legitimacy improved, so we're going to put the taxes back up. God, we really need more innovation. I've just realised that Britain is generating more innovation than us. I bet Prussia is too. Prussia is at least closer. Britain is generating significantly more innovation than us. As soon as we have these military stuff done, we're making more paper, and then we're turning that paper into research. We'll also need some more media content. Well, that passed relatively uneventfully, actually. That's good. We could go guaranteed liberties. That would tone down the radicals But we need the mobilization, I think. I've also realized that we seriously didn't need as much bureaucracy as we had, so I've dramatically downsized our bureaucracy. It's because we had a bunch for extra for surveying at the Sinai. Sinai, so we could build the Suez, which we could consider building now. No, I think it would still... it would be really good to have. Okay, thank God. Gantry cranes, plus our huge port building operation, is giving us a lot more convoys. That should be really, really good for us in our next wars. I feel like that's one crisis dealt with. Now we need to deal with the crisis of the fact that England is inventing stuff like 50% faster than us. Taking the natural borders of France was a real mistake, by the way. The 30... Oh, hang on. Oh, right, okay. Maybe it's still a mistake, I'm not sure, but the fact that the infamy decay we no longer have is... We no longer have the penalty to infamy decay is pretty darn nice. So the positivists are threatening rebellion. I think we can mollify them with total separation. So we're going to try and do that. And the radical movement is also planning a civil war, but their support is only marginal. So maybe we just fight this. Because at marginal, I mean, come on. Surely they can't take that much with them. Jesus. The political struggles of this campaign do not cease. There's a coup attempt being carried out by the rural folk, led by a popular general. But it looks like it's going to completely fail. If it does fail, please give me like a legitimacy bonus or something for having defeated a coup, surely. But, Fleminac, this is real French hours, this campaign. It's been fun. I've been enjoying it. I have reloaded a bunch. I would not enjoy it if I just been forced. But with some reloads to mess around with the systems, it's been fun. I've enjoyed the chaos. What the heck? Our entertainments. We're running low on instruments. Not a problem I've had to have before. Also, we managed to put political concessions both in favour of the clergy, which shouldn't matter, because once we're on total separation, their power gets tanked, and petty bourgeoisie, which we want, so that's nice. And yeah, springtime of the peoples, causing some problems. They're down to 98% now on the radical movement, but it's only for 3 years. Ooh, interesting. Belgium turning against us, perhaps. Okay, this is a problem. We have to reform the government. Our legitimacy dropped to 0. I'm not quite sure how that happened. I think the ideology of someone in power must have changed. Yeah, the Party of Order has gone all ethno-nationalist on us, which the intelligentsia lot are not happy with, I think. And the trade unions are radical and insurrectionary. So I think we have to put the radicals in government, even though we do not want to pass the radical stuff. And the radicals are planning a civil war, but it's only here, so we could squash that pretty quickly. I feel like we can't have 25% radicals from political movements. We just can't. So we're going to have to finally drop taxes again. But I think we've already had some checkpoints, and the positive movement back this. So we will be able to pass this, thereby avoiding the positivist civil war. I think we can cling on here. Oh, and there's an election and the Party of Order are winning. So we might well put the Party of Order in after this, which would be interesting. How legitimate would a Party of Order or government be right now? Okay, relatively. So let's buff them up in this election. We'll push the Party of Order, and that will, and then hopefully after the election, will be good. Plus, the damn Yankees here that should never have been here are now doing a blooming secession movement. So amusingly, even though we surveyed it second, we're going to build the Panama Canal first, because we've already incorporated this state and the population there are largely French, so we'll be able to build there much more quickly. So 3-year project has begun on the Panama Canal. Man, it's spring and the people are mad. We got 4 secessions and 1 revolution. Jesus Christ. So the petty bourgeoisie want us to enable universal suffrage in order to appease the revolutionaries. I'm going to say no, and it's going to trigger the revolution. The revolution has been forced south by the fact that there are national secession movements where it was originally going to be, which I find quite funny. So this will now trigger, and the question is, who will back this play? Also, that takes a lot of my construction with it, because that's where I built 20 construction centers. Okay, thank God. People want to side with us because they hate the ideology of the radical revolt. Thank God. Okay, so we probably won't let anyone join the war. There seems to be not much of a reason to do so. What do they hate about you, by the way? Universal suffrage. Not much crazy stuff in here. Free speech, I guess. People probably don't like free speech. But yes, we will mobilize our best army to crush this rebellion with great haste. And thankfully, it looks like no one's going to join against us. It would, I mean, if like Britain sided with that revolution, that would be problematic. Our recent military inventions have really been paying off. These guys have, without exaggeration, double the defense that our troops that ended up not fighting in North America had last time. So that's certainly a good thing. Weird front lines in America, by the way. Oh, this is the French radical revolt. I see. Okay, in which case you don't want to go to that front. You want to go to that front. We can't? Okay, we'll go to this front, beat the radicals, and then we'll go on this front. That's gonna screw me over. Those 600 dudes are gonna take this land off me. That's so annoying. Well, we'll be able to naval invade it. It's not the end of the world. Thank God. Just managed to get on this front before they finished occupying Nevada, and now we can push them back. That was very lucky. Ooh, and that lets me commercialize farming. Yes, the industrialists love it. Even the landowners like it right now. Fantastic. Okay, French radical revolt crushed. Yankee revolt crushed. Demobilizing the forces. Ottomans taking care of the... Okay, Ottomans hopelessly incompetent, attempting and failing to take care of the Greek uprising for me. We'll send in our first Marines. Springtime of Peoples, 6 months left. These ones not actually firing anymore. Seems like we're going to weather it. There was a communist revolution in Great Britain, oh, and there it goes, which we could have backed, but I decided against it because I didn't want to. We couldn't. Basically, it would have been very difficult to fight. And even if we succeeded, a communist Great Britain is not particularly less scary than a Great Britain as there exists now, I think. So, didn't seem worth it. And lots of advances on commercial elections. It's a third advance in a row, I think. Nice. Ah, yes, and we have unlocked steel frame buildings, which means we need to get some glass manufacture going in these two states. There are lead mines down here, which once this place regains market access... Boom. No, still not. It has full market access, so you should not be short on these things. But anyway, once this place gets regained, I think here is where we're going to focus our building. We need to get some... we were building so much here. Now, let's just put some glass factories here. Because what does glass consume? Lead and dyes. Yeah, I mean, it would be better to have it here, but we'll do it in both. So we need to start building some glass works so that we can get steel frame buildings going. We've already put them in the capital, which is why glass and explosives and stuff are really expensive. That will hopefully encourage the private queue to build a bunch of stuff with, you know, reflecting those new prices. So the private queue will start building a much more glass, for example. We are losing huge amounts of money right now. Don't need to pay the military anymore. Can our legitimacy take high taxes again? Yeah, we're going to need to do high taxes. We need a tax reform, basically. After commercialized agriculture will actually help, but we need a tax reform. The economy is seriously suffering when we're at war. Oh yes, and we do have the red square. Oh hey, nice, we're in the top 3 of steel finally, so we're getting refined steel unlocked. We do have the red scare active. Where's it gone? Did it end? Why would the red scare have already ended? Do we have it as a potential? Did the red scare start and then go away immediately because we crushed one revolt? Interesting. Well, the red scare did pop up, so curious. Good thing about revolutions, of course, that's a lot of radicals that we just removed from the equation. Just a stupidly huge number. So that's going to hopefully stabilize matters in our country for a while. And just 3 more weeks of the Springtime Peoples, and then we're good. The Hungarian Radical Revolt, by the way, got support from the US, who is now trying to land Austria, which is interesting. And yeah, continuing the technological advance, there's open hearth process for steel mills. It's going to make them significantly more productive, which will drop the price of steel, consequently drop the price of construction. Excellent. Oh, and just as I go to pause, there is agriculture. Fantastic. We're still pretty legitimate, basically because we have the Emperor on hand. And yeah, I mean, if we wanted to, we could definitely push through census suffrage. Is now, not that one, is now a good moment to go autocracy? Don't think so. And we did put an amendment on there, by the way. More political concessions to the petty bourgeoisie. Oh, I think long term will be good for us if we can try and get them, get them the right way aligned. Some Luddites, market liberal. Are you still radical? Yeah. So if we put you in government, we could swap them to market liberal. We could put a radical on them. Definitely don't want to do that. Yeah, positivist. Positivism is still interesting to us. It's not nearly as agitated as it was before. The number of radicals has dropped wildly. But yes, and they do like the total separation, but we still want to keep the positivists relevant. I don't think we need to suppress the radicals though anymore. We basically have them beat, I think. I think as we increase the extraction stuff here, we could probably do with that. And we need just like 3 more whatchamacallums, universities to fully finish getting all the way up to proper research progress. And now we do proper research progress, we keep up to date on military tech, we go toe-to-toe with the Brits and the Americans. Okay, so the Americans demand we return California, which is a very funny way of phrasing it. We're going to say no. We're going to try and fight them. We've upgraded the army a lot. We've built a ton of convoys. If we lose, I'm going to reload this save and say yes, which would be very upsetting because I really don't want to lose California. But equally, I don't want to fight a huge war where they take Texas and everything as well. So I'm going to tell you up front, let's try our best. I will save Scum if we lose, though. Since we last fought, didn't they pass? No, they're still national militia. They tried and failed to pass full army, whatever it's called, professional army. Interesting. But I mean, our troops are a lot better than they were. So I don't hate our odds. If Britain backs them, I still don't hate our odds. Like we have this 40-50 stat army. What have you got? Yeah, less. With enough convoys, I think we can break them. I think the way we break them is we defend our 2 fronts and we immediately send an invasion of the capital before they have a chance to mobilize enough of their armies. Also, we have ironclads, which means if Britain doesn't, let's have a look here. 25 average. Yeah, okay, no. Britain would still destroy us, unfortunately. Oh, no. Sorry, because we're at low orc because these guys weren't promoted enough. What is your actual number? 40. Yeah, we could take them, potentially. I'm glad I saved. I just misclicked and hit accept. Back to that save. Are you fucking... What happened to Alaska? The US can do the purchase of Alaska from Russia when I own Alaska? What game? Game, what are you talking about? Why is it so freaking railroaded, man? All right. We will just use treaties and country swapping to give that back to us at the end of this war. That's so dumb. Look at that convoy surplus. Hell yes. More and more allies arrive on the Texan front to reinforce us. Slightly weird placement of this front, but hey-ho. We're trying to transfer Indian territory, transfer Liberia, liberate New Africa, and liberate Pueblo. Are our ambitions in this one. Let's see how that goes. The Marines are ready for the knockout punch. I wonder if that will be able to succeed. They are going to rush men back to the front, but will they send enough? We shall see. We hold them. We hold them all along the line to start with. Yes! Eat shrapnel artillery. Hell yes. And there's no one ready to defend against us here. They're sending in 35 with 37 defense. Ooh, what's my attack? 46? I don't know. I don't know. That could go well. That could go well. Got to beat them at sea first, of course. With our ironclads. That will not be a trouble. But yeah, with them having to pull men off this front to go and defend that, I feel like we're in pretty good shape. Maybe I should invade further north. Have more time before they sent in reinforcements. Because as you can see, they do quite aggressively defend these days. But 46 is a lot of attack. It's close. It's pretty close. The fact they got dug in is lucky for them. Casualties, relatively even. And while they're away, mayhaps a push down here? Maybe not. Ooh, another Prussian radical revolt. Interesting. But yeah, we are probably not going to be able to push in. Well, we'll see. It's going to be pretty close either way. It's going pretty well. They blundered. We got 51% in just the first battle. Casualty ratio looks promising. Their numbers on the front falling. We might be able to get them. Now, can we hold this against them? I don't know. Because it'll be tough. It'd certainly be tough. I'll have to move some guys from this front. But if we hold that front and lose this front, that's fine. That's pretty promising. And finally, we are incredibly close to anyway, the innovation cap. It took us way too long to achieve, but we are there now. Full steam ahead on innovation. To the stars. Stars? Can we go to this? We can go to the stars, right? Yes, to the stars. Stars will be up, not forwards, though. Now I think about it. I guess the stars are everywhere. Panicked retreat. Yes. Kill them all. We took the city. Our reinforcements will be here in 30 days. The question is, can we hold for 30 days? The answer is yes. Let's go. It doesn't really matter if there's some damage to these areas, because we haven't built anything in them yet. We still have loads of industries at home to industrialize first. But we are holding. Even outnumbered, we hold the line. Yes. Yes. We are withdrawing from our Western American possessions, but we have their capital. As long as we hold the capital, we're good. And to celebrate our glorious accomplishment in this war, we are going to open the Panama Canal Company, which seems like the perfect way to establish our dominance over the US. And yes, we have the mod that means it does give +1 companies again. Give me Panama Canal Company. That's going to be good too, because we need more port success for our global empire building. We give them investment rights. They already have trade rights, which means we take trade rights away from this French paper company. Well, actually, we don't need to, do we? But when we need another charter, we take it away, which will be good stuff. Well, the Republican Union won a very decisive victory in that election, so we're going to put them in power. They are radicals, but the radicals are kind of mollified right now because they lost that civil war. I assume that applies a modifier? No, it just tanks their number of actual modifiers. Oh no, here it is, yeah. So they have a minus 88% radicalism. Sorry, yeah, 88. From movement suppressed after civil war. Now, I'm not sure how long that'll last, presumably quite a long time. But that means we don't need to worry too much about having radicals in government. And there might be some laws that they are in favor of. Like, yeah, okay, they're really in favor of free trade, in fact. So, perfect. We get free trade in just to increase our trade capacity and our trade advantage globally. It's going to be nice. Ooh, interesting. We're no longer a low-developed country. We're now a developing country. +1 max companies, but we build a bit slower. Somewhere between we've, with 2 V's, got this, and send help. Interesting. Just because we've developed, built more industries and stuff, got less peasants, I imagine. Okay. Interesting. Well, what do we want for this company then? Presumably, yeah, we can get our artillery and steel company going, which also has our railways. Yes, a railway company. Perfect. That's pretty good timing. What's it called? Still with an S in the logo. I don't see it. Perhaps we have to invent something. Let me check. Classic. It's moved. It's got to be the Low Countries now that has the 5 buildings. That's unfortunate. Requires 5 buildings of a combination steel in a state, which are privately owned or nationally owned by the French Empire. Right, because they all keep getting bought by the other company. So there are 5 here. There's 9 here, in fact. It's just that they're owned by that other company. Okay. Well, sure. I'll throw some in the Low Countries. Or I could just nationalize these, actually. That would work. Can I do that? I can't, right? Because nationalization is not allowed. Okay, we might have to do something funky to have them not buy this. Like, we're going to have to build them... Don't stop working on the Suez. We're going to have to have them all built at the same time. So I'm going to keep an eye on how built they are and then, like, drop them down or something. Because we need them to be not owned by a company to actually found it. It's the awkwardness of having 2 companies of the same good, so yeah. They have just managed to begin gaining the advantage on this front, I think because there's, yeah, mostly Austrians fighting this defense rather than our 76 defense. We planned for this. Our army studied those simulations we ran where we pretended we had a simultaneous war with America and Britain. And they were like, okay, if we had to invade, how exactly would we hold Colombia? They made plans. We're going to just not transfer Liberia and take this deal. Get wrecked. Hell yes. That is a substantial decline in US GDP. That's like a quarter ripped out of them. Population, once the chart updates, will also be badly damaged. We now urgently work on getting good relations with these guys. I want them in my block. I want them safe from the US. Pueblo, on the other hand, we're going to attack as soon as our treaty is up, which is June 74 in Pueblo. Okay. We will be going after them and annexing them. New Africa can stay a friend for a while. They can be a nice deindustrialized friend who just has plantations and exports stuff for us to make into clothes and sell back to them. And the US has been weakened. Right, yes, and give me back Alaska, you silly railroaded game. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. We'll just do this, and we do this, and then we do this, and then we do this. We're going to have to incorporate it again, I guess. It's annoying. We'd already started incorporating it, I think. Can't remember now, actually. I think we had. Get. Why did California stop incorporating? Oh no! Did being occupied stop the incorporation? Also, we stole these 2 states from America just then. Did being occupied stop the incorporation? That's so annoying. Oh well. We can incorporate it now. That's fine. So I've been moving things up and down the queue so that all these finish at the same time. I did let one finish, but it hasn't been privatized yet, or hasn't been bought by a company yet, so hopefully the end of this week... Oh yeah, and we're expanding our holdings down in the old Arabian Peninsula. Hopefully at the end of this week we'll get all these, then we can make a new company. There we go. Boom. 30 productivity from those initial mills. Nice. It's a shame we can't give it monopoly rights. And we will take trade rights away from these guys so that we can give infrastructure to these guys. Good stuff. We would like to also give them investment rights if possible. Steel and railways are a good thing to invest in. Maybe more important than the Panama Canal having investment rights. So I'll probably take that off them once they're done. I assume these guys keep the trade companies that they've bought. Like these aren't just going to get suddenly like nationalized because they no longer have that thing. I don't think anyway. But yeah, once that becomes productive, less morale loss, more morale recovery, and Schneider guns. Fantastic. Spain sided with Russia in the diplomatic play against the French Empire. What? Oh. I didn't notice. This is a Russian puppet, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Do we want to fight Spain and Russia? No, I think that was just a mistake. I'll reload through. Okay. So we can do corporate state now, which has been one of our goals for a while. So I think I am going to do that, even though that unlocks cooperative ownership. I didn't know that. Interesting. So I think we're going to do corporate state just because it seems fun. And right now, like everyone backs it, apart from the landowners. The petit bourgeoisie don't back it. Are you stupid? Buddy, it's specifically good for you. Why don't you like it? Because you're patriotic? Meritocratic? Hang on, none of these oppose it. Why would you oppose it? They're neutral. Okay, because they endorse monarchy. Now, this would get rid of Emperor Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, which does seem like a shame. But I think a corporate state seems fun, so we're going to do it. And we might even do it in a really radical way. We put these guys in, then we elevate this guy, who is neutral towards corporate state, to head up the petit bourgeoisie. And then we reform back to this, and then we pass it. Seems like a French-American association because of ideological similarities with America. Doesn't seem good. Why can't I grant you leadership? Because the interest group is not pressured. No. So now we just have to reform straight back again, causing 800,000 radicals. Crap. Okay, anyway, that brief, highly radicalizing event aside, let's go corporate state. Seems fun. Nice. We've been working towards this for some time, and this will eventually let us get the one-party state, hopefully. And I think a one-party state. The ideal would be like pretty bourgeoisie industrialists for us for now, I think, but we'll see. How do you get out of a one-party state? It's kind of one of those questions that people sometimes find themselves asking. I'm not sure. We'll see, I guess. But we might just want to stay in it. I don't know. But yeah, so corporate state. Why do we want corporate state? Because we don't have the 20 legitimacy from head of government. Instead, we have minus 25% legitimacy penalty from ideological incompatibility, which lets us be more flexible about who we have in government, and higher government size allowance. We do lose 100 authority, and in fact more than 100 authority, because right now we're getting 200 from the fact that our emperor is so powerful. But we saw the chaos that Louis Napoleon led us through. You know, there were rebellions, there were uprisings. We need a firm corporate hand on the wheel, I think. The trade unionists are endorsing corporate state, by the way, which that tickles me. That tickles me. Oh yes, and we got a journal entry telling us to go and protectorate Egypt, so I just did. It costs like 10 infamy and they back down immediately. So now we're taking Hejaz. Jabal Shammar is on the list. Persia Protectorate is also on the docket. They have lots of silk and stuff. It would be quite nice to have in the market. Right, finally, Suez Canal is built. It looks like the end of the kind of age of revolutions that we had. Annihilated all of the radicals that we had in this country. So even though there's still no French people here, they've chilled out, basically. So we finished building that. Excellent. Now we can... it's going to be a shame that we're losing this guy. He's glorious. But he is 64. He's not going to be around for long. And his son, as they might say at the time, a little bit touched in the head. Is that offensive? I'm saying that's what they would say at the time. I don't know. Anyway, he's not all there, so people would not like that. So you can see why we'd be going off that. Although, now I think about it, Bonapartists do strongly endorse single-party states. So maybe I should have kept him around. But the fact that the ruler is a Bonapartist, I don't think that actually does anything. Is that right? Does the ideology of your ruler matter? I don't think it does, actually. So I'm not sure we're really missing out by losing him. We should probably, though, bolster the Bonapartist movement, because the Bonapartist movement still backs single-party state. Yeah, I think we should do that. Let's stop. You know what we should also stop doing? Promoting social mobility, because I think this is part of why we have so many radicals. Like, no, a huge portion of people do not have their expected standard of living, and your expected standard of living is significantly increased by your literacy. So we need to stop being so focused on making everybody read, because it is causing problems. Could also do with a couple more universities. But yeah, we're mostly just focused on serious Alsace-Lorraine industrialization at the moment. We can sign the Geneva Conventions. You get 10% more infamy generation, but 5% more decay, but also 10% tech spread. I think we don't want to do that yet, but we certainly will later. That seems like the kind of thing that could be, could definitely be good later. So our ambition now is to industrialize, lots of coal, lots of iron, lots of steel, lots of glass, get all that cranking. In the meantime, pay down our debt, 25 million, and then when we get to about 0, that's when we start spending again. But I want to get rid of this debt, because a long war with like Britain plus Prussia, or Britain plus America right now, would cost us a lot of money. So that's what we're thinking. We're going to build a lot of stuff, and also, as soon as we're back up to 0, lower taxes. We need to get people's standard of living increasing again. Nice. Prestige Snyder guns have entered the market. We're looking at 78% Schneider guns. So if we take a look at the first Marines, where do I see it? Why do you have irregulars? We look at it here, I think. So right now, they're not getting any bonus from it. Perhaps it only starts calculating it once they're mobilized. Because there's no actual increase in gun requirement when these guys are mobilized. Where's your Schneider gun bonus? Maybe it'll calculate it a bit later. We'll look for it in the next war. Austria withdraws from Austrian investments. No. Austria, we must remain friends. Give me that back. And bind it. Bind it for another 25 years. I'd even take on your debt to accomplish that kind of thing. Oh, no, sorry, that's meeting on their debt, but Austria, that simply can't be. We'll take away these. Well, there's not much reason to take these away, actually. It's interesting that they're not being... These are not being violated by the fact that we have free trade now. That is interesting. Austria, give me that back. And... I don't know, give me some coal or something? No? Give me some money? No, I don't want them to violate it. Oh, it was 5 years. It's okay. As soon as they accept it, we can just renegotiate it. This, renegotiate, 25 years. We must remain close friends. Us and Austria. We need to break Prussia at some point as well. Look at that. Loyalists creeping up. Finally, some wealth creation going on. Finally, some more loyalists. And just bottoming out on that radicals curve. That's what we want. Or topping out, rather. Yes. Tech-wise, I'm being very military focused. I want bolt-action rifles, basically. Because with bolt-action rifles, we get way more small arms production. And I think once we have bolt-action rifles, wargaming, trench works, with those, I basically feel safe for conflict with the great powers. Once we have those, we're going to go full industrialization. Nice. 74% precision tools now that's completed. Excellent. So that's going to give us some decent throughput bonuses. Just to use an example, this steel mill. Steel mill's not using tools? You know what, actually? Yeah, do this. Cool. So they're using some tools, not many, but look at that. Plus 0%. Hell yeah. It's not a good example because they're not using very many tools. What about this coal mine? There we go. 7% buff on this coal mine. Nice. I'm an idiot. I was looking at the stats of these guys last time, wasn't I? Going, where's the prestige artillery? It's an infantry regiment. Here's the prestige artillery. Luxurious supplies. Yeah, plus 6% from supplied with prestige goods. Nice. So if you look at these things, I mean, they don't make up a huge portion of the thing, but still, 6%. 6% is 6%, for sure. Especially when you get a lot of your attack comes from your artillery. So that's good. And once we get prestige small arms, it'll be even better. Which we're on our way to. 4 techs. No, 2 techs. 2 techs until we can start working on the prestige guns. That's excellent. Oh, and I just noticed just after I paused, 80% chance for corporate state. We're just taking this state here so that we can start colonizing here and see if we can cut the British off by grabbing this section here, even though it's not that valuable. Just an advance, no worries. Yeah, just do that. Just get the higher chance. We should, yeah, the next step for our industrialization, by the way, is at the next level to take it to, rather than just scaling up, is definitely rubber. Rubber's going to be big. And as you can see, we've finished our production queue, so it's time to start getting specific. So much for that. These guys have a claim there. Never mind. 91% corporate state. Goodbye, Napoleon. Not quite. An advance. Can we actually get to 100% enactment? I'm not sure I've ever had 100% enactment chance. Not quite. Alright, the positivists are here. Effects at the conclusion will depend on the degree of the influence the positivists secure. So, the positivists, I believe they align pretty perfectly with what I want to do, right? They like total separation, they like single-party state, they do not like monarchy, but they're okay with corporate state. So yeah, I think we're going to say an intriguing institution and back the positivists. 2% become more radical, which is, I mean, that's significant. But we have a lot of support and activism, so this is going to progress a lot. We probably didn't need to click that button, actually. We're so nearly the end of this expedition. Let's just keep going. There we go. Nice. Success. I'm going to launch expeditions to all of the river bases, partly just to deny them. Deny them my foes. We'll send my existing explorer. Jolly good. Yeah, I don't think we need this pinned, though. Cool. By the way, Texas is becoming a populous place. We've got almost 2 million people here working subsistence farms. Everyone, like all the people who are just like, city life is a bit much for me. I'm just going to move to Texas and farm. I kind of like it, but we will eventually want to industrialize here. In fact, I might make this the next place we industrialize. Get some logging camps going, get some sulfur mines going. But it's just, there's no iron, so maybe sulfur logging and then make some explosives. Texas can be our explosives hub. Nice. Alright, corporate state. Give it to me. Give it to me now. Please. Goodbye, Napoleon. We fought long and hard for you, but the time has come. Boom. We have the corporate state. Way less authority, obviously. Way less. We now have the radical head of the industrialists. So I believe our head of government is now just whoever won. I'm not actually sure. No, it's not this guy. That's interesting. Oh, no, it is. It is. Sorry, the pictures just look a bit different. So it's the head of our most powerful interest group, or the head of the interest group whose party received the most votes in the last election. I'm not actually certain. Will it tell me here? Yeah, here we go. Elected president. President elective. Rulers are chosen from the leader of the interest group with the most clout at the end of each election. So not necessarily who got the most votes. Interesting. Ooh, the landowners have become extreme traditionalists. As has the armed forces, as has the Catholic Church. That seems bad. Well, hopefully we can just marginalize them out of existence. And we have a, pretty legitimate government now, which is nice. The petty bourgeoisie, unfortunately, are just obsessed with being ethno-nationalists. But if we could get, you know what we should do? We should probably suppress this, but we should stop bolstering the Bonapartist movement, because I don't think it's not really getting us anywhere. We also are going to need to cut back on our consumption taxes. A lot, I think. Cutting the consumption tax on wine will make the French people very happy. We've got a lot of wine drinkers in the country. And then we can scrap this decree. And then we have 200. And now we can... Let's suppress the French supremacist movement. Try and get the French supremacist movement... Sorry, not bolster. Suppress. Try and get that to stop pressuring the petty bourgeoisie, so we can instead get the positive movement pressuring the petty bourgeoisie. That's the plan. You need to get gone. We do not want extreme traditionalists. We want positivists. Hey, I can put you in charge. Get a positivist in here. That could be good. It would break up this party, which has been going quite well for me. Oh, you've changed. You're a moderate environmentalist and a moderate progressivist. Interesting. They want basic data privacy. Interesting. Interesting. Well, we'll see where that goes. But yeah, next step is single-party state, which right now the industrialists do not back. But the industrialists are really happy. So if we can unlock this soon... Yeah, actually, we should prioritize unlocking this before the industrialists stop being so thrilled about recent changes. Nice, there we go. Okay, the Panama Canal Company now has finally bought up enough trade centers to be prosperous, and we're getting swift merchant marine out of it. And now we get this, which is very good. Which means now we will start working towards our 5% army offense, 5% army defense, and high-powered small arms. Hell yes. Now we don't give it steel mills, because we don't need that. I thought it had explosives. Oh, I founded the wrong one. Crap. Wait, hang on. No, it's actually just changed. We wanted manufacture d'armes descent in 10. Does that still exist? It does. Okay, good. This is the one we want because it has munition plants and it has this. Why couldn't we do this? Oh, we just haven't put 5 arms industries there yet. Okay, damn. So this, when can we get rid of this again? Oh, that's right. I modded it, didn't I? So we can remove this immediately. Right. So we need to put 5 arms industries in row. Fine. No problem. We can do that. And then we'll get the guns this way. Although we should do the other canal first, really, actually. Where's it gone? Shipyard of France. Have we not built the... We've built the Suez Canal. Did I already found it? I must have already founded it. Panama Canal. No, we haven't founded the Suez Canal Company yet. Why can I not found the Suez Canal Company? It will use ports. Ah, there aren't 5 levels that are either port or trade centers that are not privately owned. And it is Panama that we haven't founded yet. Okay, so we just need to build 5 ports or trade centers. Actually, we should probably do trade centers. That's fine. And you know what? We should put some trade centers in Alsace-Lorraine. Because we need more capacity to import the goods that we're going to need for later tier construction techs and stuff that we're going to need here. So, oops, sorry, pause YouTube before I unpause recording. It seems we can found another Panama Canal Company. I'm assuming that's because of the mod that gives this the +1 max companies. So we're obviously not going to do that. I was freaking out for a second because I was like, wait, why doesn't the Panama Canal give us another company charter? It's already got one of those. Anyways, the Suez Canal Company that we're going to found next. And they'll buy up some trade centers and so on. And we do have a free company charter. We did give these guys investment rights. How many of their assets are overseas? Not that many. I think we're going to need to build some more trade centers, although the private sector is, but to get these guys prestigious, or profitable rather, we're going to need, they're going to need stuff to buy, basically. So we might want to make some more trade centers to help them out with that. There we go. Positive epoch. The work of the positives has deeply enshrined their principles within the professional circles of France, nearing the next stage of our evolution. 25% research speed, holy sugar! 15% education access and 15% qualifications, or a huge boost in attraction for petit bourgeoisie, intelligentsia, and industrialists. And either way, and positive figures will be much more likely to appear. Both very tempting, but how can I pass up 22% research speed? How long was it for? 5 years, I think. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of research that we're going to get out of that. Now, a new election with new parties, presumably. The petit bourgeoisie, despite being positivists, are lining up still alongside the landowners. Interesting. What we could really do with would be a positivist agitator to put in charge of the industrialists. That would be superb. Can you imagine? Not one available. What about just any positivist? Nope. Unfortunate. Okay, well, in this election, I guess we just push the Party of Order. Have them in charge. That's fine. With them in government, we could probably pass single-party state with the landowners' help. And the way that single-party state works, I believe, is when you pass it... Yeah, when you pass it, Republican Union becomes the only legal party in France. So it's the current leading party. Government composition will be updated with members of the single legal party. Electoral confidence is set to 100%. You can have full confidence that your vote for the one legal party is carried. So we need to make sure that the party we actually want stays in power, which actually I think is this one with the industrialists and the intelligentsia. So, with that in mind, in this election we will be trying to push the Republican Union, because we would, I think, be able to pass this, right? No, we would not. Interesting. No, nor are there any supporting political movements. Yes, there are. Oh, no, there aren't. Because while the positivists endorse it, they also endorse wealth voting. But you know what they don't endorse? Census suffrage. So we go census suffrage, which makes the positives agitated, and then we use positivist agitation to go single-party state, which is also endorsed by the Bonapartists, but the Bonapartists also like census suffrage, so that won't help. But that should work, so that we go, yeah, we go census suffrage, which the intelligentsia and industrialists adore, and the petit bourgeoisie don't like it, but they're still happy enough anyway. And then we go single-party state from there. That works. Our trade center in Japan, by the way, is indeed very profitable. So we've been having a good time with that. It's the #2 largest trade center in the world. I suspect the one in Hong Kong is probably the best productivity-wise. No, it's not actually. Interesting. All right, America, you want to go again? I'm stronger than I was last time, buddy boy. You're in for it now. I did not invent the trench infantry in the end. If they have trench infantry already, we might be in a bit of trouble, but they do not. And they don't have all this land anymore. I think we're going to be in a good place in this war. So, as we stand on the precipice of war, first off, this front over here has vanished. That's interesting. So these guys aren't at the front anymore. Curious. Anyway, I feel pretty confident that they're not going to be able to break our lines here. 56 defense to their 32 attack. I'm feeling pretty good. We are going to do our classic and launch an invasion of DC again. See if that works. But yeah, and all the fighting is along New Africa's borders now. So America's really just ravaging their own lands if they do make small amounts of progress, which is perfect. Well, let's see how this first battle goes. Often sets the tone of a conflict. We have expanded the size of many of our armies as well. Yep, we win. We win. Nice. Very good stuff. They are making some progress, actually, but I think now that the rest of our forces have reached the front, we should be okay in future conflicts. Let's see. Yeah, that one's going well. Losing some here and there, but again, the fighting's in New Africa rather than our lands, so not really the end of the world. They're defending with 65 divisions. Ooh, only 27 defense. I don't think that's going to be enough. I do not think that's going to be enough. 53 average offense. They have 33. They're not going to be able to deploy enough people because it's such a small division. Such a small province, even. I like our odds of breaking through here. 53 to 32 is a kind of crazy. Paris Agreement, what was that? Oh yeah, for sure. The Japanese Civil War has gone through. No worries. We're barreling towards unlocking a political agitation, by the way, as a priority, followed by malaria prevention so we can really get going on the colonization of Africa, and then central planning for the... Oh, this doesn't give... I thought it was give another company. Never mind. Not as important as I thought. Is it corporate governance that gives another company? Yeah, that's what I meant. Good stuff. But yeah, landing here. Let's see. First battle setting the tone. Oh, yeah. Oh, a blunder to 75 offense. Eat shrapnel artillery wielding prestige guns. Hell yes. Remember last time we landed here and we dealt kind of roughly 1-to-1 casualties? 2-to-1, baby. Hell yes. We've got a lot stronger since we were last here. It's not a slam dunk, though. That's a bit, yeah. Them getting good visibility to our paw right out of the gate is not ideal. Oh, I'd written off this invasion. And then I checked back in, and they turned it around. Henry d'Orléans, you beautiful man. We are going to have to win one more invasion after this one, I think. But hell yes, I had written this one off after that crazy 25 to plus 25 to minus 25 stat swing. And we don't even have to do a third one. Holy hell. Alright, switch to defending that front. Hell yeah. Now we have to hold it. We have men to spare on this front. Send them in. Get some adamant defense going. See if we can hold this first attack. Close. Close, but with reinforcements coming. I don't like America's odds. Oh, hey, cool. Scandinavia's formed. Interesting. Taking most but not all of Finland. Cool. It's far from a slam dunk, this war. They are winning one battle here. They shouldn't be able to kick us out with just one fight. But we do need to invent that trench infantry, is what I'm learning. Before we next go to war with them. I'm definitely going to try and make sure we have that. One more battle here and they would kick us out and we'd be in a serious problem. But I really don't think they can. Yeah, no, we got that one. Nice. Nice. Then defensive recapture shall spare us. Oh, Spectre holding the world. Okay. So this is going to progress. Yeah, not that fast. Good. We are trying to avoid that, so this is going to go to 0 just because our policing and home affairs are pretty potent and we don't have many communists in the country. Okay, so we do look like they're at risk of retaking this office. So let's just take white peace. I think that's the way to go. Just a waste of money all around that war, unfortunately. But now we can stand everybody down. And my Marines can go and focus on putting down the Japanese, getting us our treaty port back. Although, now that we no longer have the treaty port, treaty with the Japanese, I suspect it doesn't really matter. Now, we're not going to be able to get them in our block, are we? No, there's too many people in Japan for that, but we might as well go put down this Japanese uprising. Maybe we just give the province back to Japan. In fact, we could probably sell it to Japan. That would be good. But yes, ahead of the next war with them, with America, that is, we want trench works. We also want landing craft, so we can land more easily on their capital. Yeah, we want trench works and wargaming and landing craft before we next fight them, I think. Nice. There's Swift Merchant Marine from the Panama Canal Company, which now means that our trade centers that use Swift Merchant Marine are going to get a nice throughput bonus. More stuff traded. There we go. Nice. 4%. More stuff traded, more capacity, more profits. Lovely. And very good chance of his census suffrage, by the way, which I think will empower the petty bourgeoisie and the intelligentsia. Nope, didn't actually pass it, but Who are you? Intelligentsia positivist? No. Ooh, 1% in France. Get loyalism. Yeah, absolutely. Purely out of the goodness of my heart, I've decided to give this treaty port back to Japan. And I'm also giving them an embassy because I want to raise them up as someone to help us against the US and potentially Russia in the future. Entirely incidentally, they're also giving me $3 grand a week for 25 years and giving us investment rights, which I think could be quite useful. So we were doing fine on Spectre Haunting the World. We're now doing very badly. We've got a socialist movement that's going to 84% radicalism. So we need to appease. And I think the way we appease is we pass right to associate, or maybe corporatized unions. Corporatized unions is minus 12% on the socialist union, socialist thing. That would change it to protesting. I don't think that would be enough. We need this to not get to 100. It's only got a year and 8 months to do it. Maybe it's not that bad, actually. Because, I mean, let's assume that's, round that up. That's 21 times 2.3. That's only 48 that we're getting right now. 48 plus, 15.8. So we still got some leeway. Okay, I think we're okay, actually. I think we'll be okay. When we get events, we'll just need to see what we can do to reduce it. As long as it is monthly and not weekly that this thing is progressing. I know it says monthly, but let's just check if it's lying. No, okay, it is monthly. Good. They are getting more radical, though, so it will increase. If they get too radical, we will pass a strike law. In fact, do we want to anyway, now I think about it? Because right now we're on anti-strike, which is minus 10 trade unions, which is good for us, but plus 10% radicals from pop movements is not good. It's very bad, in fact. Corporatized unions, 15% radicals and loyalists from standard of living changes. We expect our standard of living to go up from now on. And we wouldn't mind corporatist characters in charge of the trade unions. This annoys the industrialists and the intelligentsia, but only temporarily. So it's not that bad. We do love happy industrialists, but I think sometimes you have to take steps. In fact, yeah, you know what we do? We start passing it, and then we just let it coast for the next year and 7 months. And then, if our promises to the working class don't exactly pay out, sucks to be you. The spectre haunting the world has already been exorcised. Exorcised, I mean. Right, and we are into the new world of rubber, so we need to start working on getting more and more rubber and slowly shifting our tooling and our textile mills over to using rubber, which is going to be really, really productive. 33% boost in productivity, according to this. But yeah, we will need to do it bit by bit and keep building up more and more rubber as we do it. Right, so political agenda, agitation is just about to be unlocked. We will unlock one-party state and outlawed dissent, which does sound fun. So that will be good. Now, whether we can do that right now, while we're trying to fob off the old communists, I don't know. 10% political vote per vote is good. Are there any more positivists we can invite? No. There is a land reformer. That doesn't really help. A modernizing armed forces guy. What are the armed forces right now? They're Republican. Okay. Interesting. So if we wanted to pass it now... Yeah, it has the support of the petty bourgeoisie and the landowners, and the positivist movement. So what we do is we have an election. The petty bourgeoisie gain, the industrialists lose, but the intelligentsia also gain in our next election. And in that election, we then attempt to go for a government of the party of order, basically. Oh, is this our election? It is. Okay. Whoa, the Agrarian Party. Huge gain. Is that from the? Is that mostly coming from the trade unions? Maybe. That's a lot. Oh no, of course it's because we just implemented, you know, more proper election stuff. Right, I hadn't considered the fact that the agrarians will get a huge buff. Okay. Damn it. Losing popularity on him is not what we need. Yeah, I think we have to take the hit to momentum. We'll get it back. We'll get it back. So we're going to do whatever we can to try and get the party of order in so that we can get the one-party state pushed through. It's going to be tough, though. It's going to be really tough to have anyone but the industrialists end this with the highest amount of clout, because we've stacked things up to give the clout to the industrialists. They do have a chance to be... The problem is they have... Who is this guy? He's an executive. Yeah, they are being influenced by the positivist movement, at least. Oh, a positivist guy that we could bring in. Oh, hang on. Wait. Modernizer. Modernizer won't do it. If we put this guy in charge of the intelligentsia, it might break their... It should break them out of the party, but it won't happen fast enough. Damn it. That's unfortunate. I'm not sure. We should be able to negotiate with the industrialists, though, because they're happy at the moment. Socialist revolution is brewing. They would take Rhone and Savoy, the classic troublemaker spots. But we'll see. Yes! Champions of order. Yes. More momentum for the party of order. And there are the votes. Okay. It's still the industrialists. It's still the industrialists in government. Oh my god, 29 legitimacy. Yeah, that's not ideal. That's really not ideal. Does this fire if we have a revolution active? No, good. Okay. Yeah, passing center suffrage was a really... It was a problematic decision, let's put it that way. Okay. I think we cancel corporatized unions and try to go for one-party state right now with a badly illegitimate government. That's my theory. Actually, you know what we do now? We put this modernizer in. Oh god, it's the freaking rural folk. It lied! Most clout at the end of the last election. Excuse me. That is not who has the most clout. Okay, so we do this. Do we want to put the armed forces in? I suppose it doesn't hurt necessarily. They're neutral. They're good on outlawed dissent. Let's do that. And I think this... They're joining the Republican Union. This is the single party. The Agrarian and Farmers Party becomes the only legal party in France. Pourquoi? What do you mean? It does it for the current president, not the party in government. That's not good news. The good news is we can pass proportional taxation right now. The industrialists back it because they have the modernizer. So that is very good news. That's going to be... In fact, we can go straight to graduated taxation, which is freaking amazing. But that's not good. Okay, we need to make... Okay, we can do this. We can do this. We do graduated taxation, proportional taxation rather, which is just going to do gangbusters for us. And then we in the next election, we back this party, then the Republican Union, which is industrialist armed forces. And then we just ride industrialist utopia with profit motive above all else into the sunshine. Into the sunset, rather. That's the plan. But for now, graduated taxation, which also modifies the socialist movement, which will help us not hit the spectre. Okay. Okay. We can make this work. We can make this work. I wish... Oh, if I had known... Do I go back? No, we press forwards. If I'd known, we could have made the industrialists be our current president, at which point we could then make them the new one. But we hold on. We hold on. I'm sure everyone watching knows at this point, by the way, why is graduated taxation so good? This has a per capita tax, which just everyone pays it, and a land tax, which peasants pay, and then an income tax rate of 12.5% and a 30% consumption tax rate, whereas graduated taxation means that we have a higher income tax rate, which is obviously good because it means that those who are making more will end up paying more. Same consumption tax, so no loss there, but you replace the land tax and the per capita tax with a dividend tax rate, which is paid on the profits of buildings, which means you make just staggering amounts more money because, you know, money from peasants versus money from our highly profitable industry. Plus, it dramatically increases the standard of living of the peasantry because they'll have way more money left over for themselves, and not just the peasantry, but everyone, because we get scrapping this per capita taxation. So getting that in is really, really good news, even if the election did rather screw us with this rural folk. What is he? He's an ethno-nationalist, isn't he? Yeah, this ethno-nationalist in charge is not ideal. We have overcome the spectre haunting the world, or at least we will have in 2 more days. I think we handled that relatively well with our brief fake attempt to change our strike laws. Things will never be the same again. We get more fascist and reactionary attraction, less political strength of labourers, and upper and middle class get more loyalist, or 15% loyalists from political movements. Yeah, we'll definitely take 5 legitimacy and loyalists from political movements, for sure. You know what else we should do? I can't believe I didn't think of this before. We should definitely take Beijing. No one's going to back Qing against us. It's only 10 infamy, because we've got this unrecognized major power and less infamy generation against these guys. We should take Beijing maybe after we get the next level of colonial affairs, which we unlock in just 3 weeks. But maybe not. Maybe we should just go for it. Let's take Beijing and a treaty port and get in on breaking into the Qing market, because Qing's market is still closed, yes? It's the Canton system. Yeah. Disable trade centers outside Western Guangdong, which is here, presumably. No, Guangdong's... This is Guangdong. No, that's Shandong. Where's Guangdong? I don't know. That's Eastern Guangdong. Here's Western Guangdong. Okay, so they can build trade centers in this province, but they can't build trade centers anywhere else. That's right. Which means if you can break into Qing's market, you get a very profitable trade center. How? I mean, are they doing okay? 10 is not great. We have a much bigger market than the British now, though. Well, I guess that's probably not true, not counting India. But anyway, I mean, they're making 20 grand of import revenue off 45 levels here. So yeah, we would like, let's take Beijing and let's put a center here on the Yellow River for the Mappy. Or here? Yeah, for the double natural harbor. Let's take a Shuzhou port, and we'd be able to beat them. I mean, they have got a relatively big army, but surely it's rubbish, right? Let's check. 16. They have 1 at 35, but everything else pretty low. Yeah, we could take them. Especially if we got, like, Joseon on our side or something. Okay, so that's our next war plan. Let's get Beijing, because the key thing about Beijing, sorry, I didn't realize I didn't actually say this. Beijing has the Forbidden City. And the Forbidden City should only apply if you're Chinese, but doesn't. And it gives you 20 legitimacy for including the head of state and government. Of course, our head of state is not in government right now, but in the fullness of time, when we get a industrialist electoral victory, we will be putting the industrialists in government and wanting that extra legitimacy. Okay, there is malaria prevention unlocked. Excellent. We're going to grab that next company slot and then see where we go from there. But yes, malaria prevention. We are the first, I think, to have achieved that. Yes, Britain is still suffering from severe malaria. So we will now do our best to prevent Britain from reaching the heartland here. One way we will probably want to do that is by yoinking a state off Congo, which we can't because we have cordial relations. Easily fixed. But yeah, we're going to move... We're moving here pretty fast now. Soon we'll be able to reach here and here. But let's be very, very focused in our colonization efforts. We want to move in here, and then we'll colonize this state just to try and lock off as much as possible this Central African bit from British stuff. And there goes the scramble for Africa, which just triggers some events, I think. I don't think there's anything that important about the event itself, the thing itself. Now, we're generating 2.5. Max growth per day is 5.4. So by just colonizing 3 places at a time, sorry, 4 places at a time, we are going very, very, very quickly on those colonies. Excellent. So yes, with any luck, we'll be able to cut off Britain's little attempt here. And once we have this area entirely cut off so that no one else can get to it, we can focus on getting peripheries and fighting for those peripheries. But first, we want to just make sure that we have this central area secured. And why the central area? There's lots of rubber here. Is the basic, is the short version. And we want that rubber. We are having to do low taxes, by the way. That was part of our negotiation for this. But it's also just been really good for standard of living. So that's nice. Oh, that's really good timing. Minus 25% infamy generation. We gotta move on Qing. I've called in Austria and added a bunch of secondary demands that I don't really care about, because I think we're going to be able to get them to back down. They're at minus 74 on confidence. So we've got pretty good odds that they're just going to back down and give us the treaty port and Beijing. Here we go. They're fighting us at sea, but obviously that's not going to go anywhere. Especially not now we have monitors and ironclads. Although not all of these are upgraded, apparently, based on that icon. But I think they basically are. No, we apparently have some frigates still. Interesting. They should all be being upgraded. But anyway, we win this, and then we land, and it's a one-on-one, so we're definitely going to win that. Nice. I've buffed up our marine army. We need to expand the size of our military, I think. We have the money for it. When we're at war, our economy goes down. But this is on low taxes, remember, so we should be in good shape. Yeah, and that's against the dug-in. Nice. Yeah, they're obviously not going to do so hot. These poor hand skirmish infantry against shrapnel artillery and stuff, they're going to struggle. They do also, actually, now I think about it, skirmish infantry, that's kind of, I guess you get skirmish infantry quite early, don't you? It's line infantry that's this more scary one. Sorry, trench infantry. So we are going to get, speaking of that, let's be scary. Let's get both of those. And landing craft is spreading to us anyway. Nice. Second battle. Yeah, nice. I think we have this in the bag. Once we won a few, it really starts to weaken them. I'm surprised they didn't back down, by the way. I love that the tooltip says almost certain to back down. I swear they back down 1 out of 5 times after it says that. And there we go. We have our company slot. Give me those prestige small arms. Give me that 5% offense, defense. Give me that company for arms and munitions and explosives. Hell yes. This is going to be really good. We do need to take away, let's say, Panama's investment rights. That's fine. I assume again that they don't just lose their existing HQ. Give them explosives. Now we have really good coverage on not everything, but a huge amount of the kind of production chain that leads to military stuff. We are winning here. Good. And graduated tax is going to go through. Oh, he's the dice whisperer. Man excited, he knows that 67% chance is, a pretty good odds. Better than 50-50. We also need to start looking at what we want our next companies to be, because we only planned out the first 5, not counting the canals, obviously. Also, Suez Canal is about to go profitable, which will unlock our... Sorry, is about to go prosperous, which will unlock our next max number of companies. So, let's start making a theory there. Oh, and I've just realised we do not need road maintenance here anymore. We need it here. We are going to run out of people in the Rhine, though. So I should really stop building in the Rhine. Once I do this wave of building, I'm going to stop building in the Rhine, start building more here, because we have more peasants to employ down here, basically. But I'm doing a big wave of construction-related building in Alsace-Lorraine right now. I wonder how this is going to play out. Mexico has managed to secure the support of Belgium, New Granada, and Russia to help them against the US. So I think they got pretty good odds there, honestly. Also, we can stand down these formations. I mobilized them and stood them up just to try and intimidate China, but didn't work, sadly. But we're now holding just fine here. I mean, look at this. It's a joke. Graduated taxation passed. Oh my god, look at that income. Oh, and I'm getting a WhatsApp call. Nice. So that's them cut off from the north, because we have this section all under our control. Now we leave it just doing these two, or these three rather. We don't actually need this one, do we? I shouldn't have started this one. Well, no, I should, because we need to still cut it off from the north. Well, do we? Because, I mean, we'd get warning if they were declaring war on one of these lot. But so now we just let it really focus down south. No, max growth per day. It's actually 3.2 here. No, hang on. The max growth per day listed there is not based on... That doesn't mean we're hitting the cap when it says we're generating 3. It's just that it's that multiplied by these two things giving us that. Okay. It shows separately, I think, when you're at your cap of growth. We're going to focus here, and then once they're done, we'll focus here. And that will cut it off and leave us with the Congo all to ourselves. We've won against Qing, by the way. We'll take Beijing and the treaty port. We don't care about the rest of this. We just added that to try and encourage them to back down, because they're more likely to back down when there are secondary war goals. I will not spend to incorporate this. I don't think. We're just here for the Forbidden City, basically. But we could also set up some silk plantations and things here. There's iron, there's coal. We could take Shaanxi from them as well. Shaanxi has a huge amount of coal and sulfur and stuff. Have to imagine that decolonization is going to hit our ownership on Beijing quite hard, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, so no one backs single party. But I think we could do it. What do you mean not endorsed by the positivists? Endorses single party state. The positivists, oh, they're passive. Okay, how do we radicalize the positivists? They have a tactful agitator. That's not what we need. Damn it, how do I radicalize the positivists? Okay, that's a good thing I noticed that, because now we need to do something about that. And the Bonapartists, yeah, also not radical. So we have to pass something like... what, monarchy? If we went back to being a monarchy, that would actually cheer up most people. And it would bring the positivists to protesting. Alright, hear me out here. We enact monarchy. That causes the positivists to begin protesting. And then we enact single-party state. But the problem is that who will this make a monarch if this passes? I assume just like whoever's your current ruler? I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about this. How do we get the positivists in? Okay, it doesn't... I have an idea. It doesn't have to be the positivists actually supporting the movement. The positivists are pressuring all these interest groups. So what we need to do is get a positivist in charge of the industrialists. Which can be done... How old is the current ruler of the industrialists? He's real young. Really very young. So we need a positivist industrialist, basically. But the positivists... We already have... Oh, God, the... I was going to say, at least we have the guy in charge of the intelligentsia. Intelligentsia, notably, don't exist. They do not have any actual presence. Okay. Interesting. The only people who would support this are the landowners. I really don't want to put the landowners in power. We need to get a petty bourgeoisie positivist, but they're not even pressured by them. Oh my goodness me. It's gonna be challenging. You know what we need? I know what we need. Fascism. There is, do you invent fascism? I forget, when does fascism come along? Oh, here we go. This is where it's going to start being a problem. Plus 0.25 weekly liberty desire for all subjects. So that's where you start getting your problems with subjects and things. Your decolonization. Is it political agitation that unlocks the fascist party? There's an ideology that you can unlock, I thought. Mass culture. Mass propaganda. Unlocks French action. Yeah, that sounds that sounds right. And it's got the, what's this thing called? The I want to say Cronzus or something. I can't remember. You know what I mean, though. But that's quite a long way away. Not sure how to do this. Okay, I have a plan. We win the election as the Industrialists, the Democratic Alliance. It will be their own new party next election. Then we install a government that includes the landowners. The landowners endorse single-party state. We pass single-party state using the landowners, who, yes, have incredibly little clout, but with negotiation, we would be able to get the industrialists and the military to back it, I think. We probably need to complete this first. Yeah, ideally we need to complete this first. So, we thus... That should work. I think that works. We have an election, we buff the industrialists, we then use the landowners to just mean we have enough to start passing it. And if we get any events that allow us to annoy the positivists, we take them. And we raise taxes. No. I need to create radicals to annoy the positivists, but I also need to... Who supports this? Officers, capitalists? Most of the support is from the officers. So we get any events, we try and annoy officers. We need to raise standard of living while creating radicals, which is a little interesting. You know what would do it? You know what would do it? A conquest of Belgium would do it. If we conquered land off Belgium, that would contain a bunch of radicals, and they're quite industrialized. So a lot of those radicals would be capitalists. So it's a bit of a stretch, perhaps, but that's not a terrible idea. Okay, we have the beginning of a thesis, though. We're going to do it with the landowners, but it's not the landowners who become the one party, and we try and annoy the positivists. Okay, I know what else we need to do. We pass multiculturalism. By passing multiculturalism, we gain the ability to invite way more agitators, and then we invite more positivists. And we invite positivists who have traits that increase the activism of the movement. They've got 14% activism. All we need is them to have above 25%. Their activism is actually lowered by the presence of this guy. Get him out of here. No! Imprison him for 10 years. Not only do we lose... He's done it! Not only do we lose his minus 10%, we get plus 10%. Chuck him in jail. Positivists trending towards 34%. Agitating for change. The election passes. We use the positivist movement. One party state. Yes! Okay, we have a strike. That's not ideal. If it has not been resolved in 5 years, a general strike will occur. Yeah, I'll pass a strike legislation. That's fine. We'll give them we'll give them corporatized unions. That's fine. I don't mind that. We'll take some negotiations to get it passed, but it's okay. I've also reorganized the government. Now we have the whatchamacallit? The palace. What's it called? The Forbidden Palace. We have getting the royal folk in government is just a good idea. Gives us way more legitimacy. Nice. I have another idea. I've kicked the armed forces out of government. They're affected by the positivist movement. If we kick out their leader, there's a 41% chance that Henry d'Orléans gets in charge. But if that doesn't happen, there's a 54% chance a positivist gets in charge. So first off, Henry d'Orléans, you're fired. It's good. This is going to really hurt the armed forces' approval, which sucks because they're giving us bonuses to morale and stuff. But you're fired. So he doesn't exist anymore. Now we've got a 3% chance of this random moderate. So if that doesn't hit, 54% chance of positivist. So our odds of not getting a positivist are 0.97. No, point. What would it be? Yeah, it's 0.64 times. Sorry, 0.46 times 0.97 are our odds of not getting a positivist right now. We got a positivist. Yes. Okay. So now we reform the government. We put them back in. That crushes our legitimacy. But we don't actually need them in. We don't need these lot anymore. We reform the government. Like this. We don't actually need to reform the government. We just leave them as the leader of the armed forces. And then the next election, we buff the Republican Party, the Republican Union, and then... well, okay, so now the question becomes, who do we want to be our long-term... which one party do we want? And I think the answer is the industrialists. Just because the industrialists back our kind of political system. But we'll wait for the next election and then we'll decide, because maybe we should go with the armed forces. The problem is they're extreme traditionalists, which is not ideal. And the petty bourgeoisie are reactionary, which is not good. But this works. This works. So now we have a positivist armed forces. That's going to make it easier to pass laws. Because we should be able to slot them in as part of the party of order, and then it can be them and the landowners that get things through. Nice. Can we do that again, by the way? Who else are you affecting? You're affecting the trade unions. Very low odds. In fact, no odds of getting a positivist, though. It's just more affected by social democrats, communists, vanguardists, etc. Okay. What about the intelligentsia? Well, they don't matter because they don't exist. Basically, they do have high odds for a positivist, which is fortunate. We can't exile someone for 5 years anyway. Okay, I think that will help. I'm doing a dramatic increase in the size of the army, by the way, which will also help the power of the armed forces. Now I think about it, though that is a coincidence. It's a shame we fired that guy because he was actually pretty good. That's no modifiers. Less morale loss. He's not popular, so it doesn't really matter that he's a Catholic. Yeah, that seems okay. We'll put you in, partly just to roll for someone. Republican Armed Forces. He's got some good stats, though. Good-ish stats. So we'll put you in. Cool. But yeah, we're significantly increasing the size of various of our armies. And obviously getting everyone upgraded to trench infantry. Okay. New election. We have, hang on, let it actually properly start at the end of the week, or halfway through the week, that's weird. The Agrarian and Farmer Party, fudge. We've got a lot of momentum behind them. No, wait, that's okay. Well, it's kind of okay. We can have them in charge. The petty bourgeoisie can become in charge. And then we can go outlawed dissent. Outlaw dissent. They endorse... Oh, they hate our taxation system. The problem is they're reactionary. Do I really want the rural and petty bourgeoisie to be my one party? But look how few votes the Democratic Alliance are getting. There's not much choice. Are you still going to be the president? Or surely it'll swap to you. I mean, look how legitimate this government is. Oh. Wait a minute. Why have we already got so much success chance? Oh, yeah. Well, the alternatives are them, the Party of Order, which would put, like, we could lock in the landowners as our permanent leaders. Even with 45 momentum, these guys are still lagging badly. I don't think we can pass single party state in these conditions. Can you change what the single party state is? Victoria 3, change single party. Let's see. No. No, you can't. Okay. With that, so with census suffrage, we can't get the party we want in charge. So we have to pass technocracy followed by single party state. I think. But the problem is these guys endorse... Well, okay, the landowners don't endorse that. Do we go... We have to go back to wealth voting. That calms the positivists. But we can probably find another way to annoy the positivists. This... No, wealth voting is endorsed by the armed forces and the landowners. Do the landowners prefer single party to landowner voting? They do not. We go autocracy. There's nothing. Okay. What about universal suffrage? That keeps the landowners nice, the positivists nice and mad. If we were on universal suffrage, the votes would be the same. Like the outcome of this election would be about the same. I'm gonna go make a hot chocolate. Think about this. How the hell? I mean, what? I don't even know what party I want. Is the other problem. we could make a hard pit. You know what we should do? Yeah, let's try pivoting. Let's go trade unions. How funny would it be to have a 1.2% clout trade union suddenly in charge? And then we just go hard communist pivot. It could be interesting. We go outlaw dissent, single party. It's interesting. Yeah, I think we've kind of... I like the idea that our politics... I mean, we're swinging all over the place, right? But I kind of like the idea of going trade unions now. Like, we've spent the whole game very much not doing that. And we've given all kinds of political concessions to people that are not the trade unions. But what if we now decide, you know what? It's coming to the end of the 19th century. We need to start focusing on our people. We've had... You can do many things. It's perfect. You can do many things with a bayonet, but you cannot sit on it. What's his name? Tillery? I can't remember his name. Napoleon's domestic minister? General? Prime minister? You can do many things with a bayonet, but you cannot sit on it. We have spent the last 40 years fighting to try and avoid... Do we want anarchists, by the way? Which of the socialist ones are better? We want... Oh, anarchists. Yeah, multicultural. Multicultural's good. I think we want vanguard, but we will do anything that will give them momentum. We have spent many years fighting rebellions, fighting uprisings, just constantly at war with our own country. I declare here and now, France will not survive a war with France. And thus we must reform. We must turn to the people. We've given them regulatory bodies. We've given them... corporatized unions was a bad idea, though, now I think about it. Because corporatized unions damages trade unions' political strength. So we'll pass this, I think. We'll do this soon. Plus, this annoys the Bonapartist movement. But what we want is... vanguardist, because I still like the idea of being kind of radical. Yeah, so single party state. Vanguardist doesn't allow you to do outlawed dissent. That's a shame. I want to do outlawed dissent. So yeah, I think vanguardist, and then we throw in the occasional anarchist to get things like multiculturalism in. Let's do it. Yes. High quality rifles. Fantastic. So let's do it. It's probably going to take a few elections to actually get them in. Like, I doubt we can do it in this election, but we'll see. If we could, I mean, if we got a good event to cut the Agrarian and Farmer Party momentum, it could happen. Like this. No, it's just a positive. Still, it's 30%. It's pretty good. It's getting close. It's getting close. But yeah, let's attempt to go single party trade unionists. So let's stop boosting the... Well, no, we should still boost the positivists because we want them to get us the single party, but we should also boost the socialists if we can. Although, do we need to boost the socialists, actually? I'm not sure their ideology being pushed matters that much. Because we don't want to pass any of these laws, not right away. So it's a bit of a boring pick in some ways, but if we're pivoting to trying to raise standard of living, I feel like grabbing this would be good. We can add lead, and it produces glass and furniture. We don't have coverage on glass right now. Glass is obviously going to continue to be important. Loyalists from political movements is fine. Stylish furniture is fine. Not very important, but fine. But just having coverage on furniture as a kind of basic staple good, I think seems good. So let's establish that one. And we are going to give them that lead mine charter as well. And that will just encourage the private queue to build some more stuff. And we don't even need to give them investment rights because I'm mostly interested in them building at home, basically. What are you, by the way? Republican industrialist. But yeah, getting some more glass production, some more furniture production. That seems valuable to me. I also think we're going to go for Saudi Aramco, but it's not really. We don't need the oil boost yet. Yeah, so no events in the last 60 days. Right, sorry, hop, skip and a jump. No events in the last 60 days, meaning, yes, the Agrarian and Farmer Party are unfortunately going to sweep to victory. Would we do better on universal suffrage? I don't think so. Because right now, you get 50 political strength from literate pop votes. Part of the problem is that we've taught all the damn farmers to read. I think that's part of the issue. And yeah, we need regulatory bodies as well for the strike. I feel like this has happened before, but wait a minute. Petite bourgeoisie? Why? What? Oh yeah, sorry, they were the one in the Farmers Party. That's right. But yeah, 31% of the vote for the trade unionists is going to give them a significantly increased clout. Is there a government that includes the trade unionists? There is, you know. Look at that. That will work, right? Because this is backed by the petty bourgeoisie and the socialist movement. If we put them in. Oh, petty bourgeoisie. Look at this, falling to internal division. We should invite Marx. He's communist, which obviously means he backs all this stuff. He joins the socialist movement. Will he radicalize the socialist movement? 5% less interest group political strength. Direct. He's an opium addict. Is that true? I didn't know that. No, he has no effect on the actual movement itself. There's no one else that I would rather invite right now, is there? A Bonapartist could be useful. Charismatic. We certainly don't want a radical or a liberal. So yeah, let's invite Marx. Why not? That will boost up the... Where's it gone? The socialist movement a bit. They'll become more relevant. We can stop... Have we got any... We haven't got any consumption taxes right now. We need to keep taxes low, by the way. We have a commitment to 4 years of low taxes. But now that we're on graduated taxation, it's much easier to keep that going. And yes, up to a huge success chance on this now. And we should have a bunch of other laws that we could pass, potentially. I mean, state atheism would be kind of fun, wouldn't it? Confucian rights movement would not like it. We've got to not do this because it will calm down the positivists. But I think in the fullness of time, this would be fun to do. Passing state atheism. But yeah, so in the next election, I feel quite positive that we're going to be able to get the trade unions to win. Will anyone else join this party? The armed forces are kind of close, as amusingly are the Catholic Church. And as are the petty bourgeoisie. If we put someone else in charge of the petty bourgeoisie, they might be able to do it. Anyway, we'll operate like this for now, with a union of workers, basically. Workers in the cities, workers in the factories, and workers in the farmers. Cool. I like this. I mean, it's a hard pivot, right? We were going to go full fascist, and now we're going communist, even though we've already like stamped down the Red Scare and stuff. It's certainly one way to meander our way into communism, but we'll see how it goes. For now, we're building a lot of rubber, and then we're doing a big military increase. So we now find ourselves in the interesting position where I actually don't think I want to push tech, because at some point we're gonna get we don't want to push social tech, that is, because at some point we're gonna get problems with liberty desire and increased infamy generation and all that kind of stuff. So I think we're gonna push production for a while. We've discovered all we need to discover for the workers' rights movement. Now we work on tech, and I think this will serve us quite well in terms of getting us some standard of living increases, but without necessarily screwing us over too much in other ways. I'm also going to massively increase the size of our army. We need to take some land off America, I think. I want to secure this section. We also, I think, want to protectorate and then integrate Mexico, because there's a lot of people here. I would like those 10 million people. Although maybe it'd be easier to get them off someone else. Like maybe we should go after the Ottomans. Ottomans, are you unrecognized? They are unrecognized. So they failed their Tanzimat journal. Yeah, we should take land off the Ottomans. They like us right now, though. So maybe Persians instead. What I want is basically a population that we can have migrate to home. Obviously taking it off the British, or maybe the Belgians. Maybe it's time for war against the Belgians, you know? Yeah, maybe it is time for war against the Belgians finally. Because there's quite a few Belgians, right? 7 million. We would have to fight Prussia and Britain, but I think our army is getting to the point where we're really ahead of the curve. Let's get defense in depth. We've got machine guns spreading to us, and then suddenly we're going to come along with trenches and machine guns, and they're still going to be using old school artillery. And I think they will find themselves in a spot of bother. Another thing that's motivating our increased military spending and revanchism, because of course we're retaking this land, haven't you ever played Crusader Kings, is that we are running out of states that produce coal and iron that we can build more construction sectors in. So we're going to begin building them in the Rhineland, and I need this land to build in. I need Norderrhein, I need Wallonia. It's just got to happen. It's going to take a while to get to war with the Netherlands. I've sped it up as much as I can. We withdrew from our treaty early, which damaged relations. We've expelled their diplomats, which did cost infamy, but has also damaged relations. I tried to draft a treaty that would hurt our relations, but of course we're on free trade, so we can't do no tariffs and no subventions anymore, unfortunately. And since it is going to take some time to get to war with Belgium, we can spend our infamy elsewhere, and I'm spending it on Transvaal. Why do we have this? What's this from? Repudiated obligation. Oh, damn. An untrustworthy country. I don't even remember what caused those. Damn it. We're going to yoink Transvaal so that Britain can't move up and get access to this region from here. They are colonizing over here, but I think we're going to be able to cut them off before they finish that. Nice. So we completed the strike successfully. We kept our promises. The Union should be more involved in politics. We get 5 years of 25% interest attraction, and we just got 20% from... Where's it gone? There was a plus 20% from something else. Well, anyway, maybe that was only during the strike. But there we go. Successfully resolved the strike with the unions. Very happy with us. Excellent. And what was I considering doing? There was something else we wanted to pass. Oh yeah, maybe we should get off corporatized unions. Because this does reduce socialist movement attraction, but that doesn't really matter. We could get 10% more from unions here. To annoy the petty bourgeoisie and the Catholic Church. I don't think we need it, to be honest. We'll just go straight to factory councils. You have to be revolutionary in order to pass factory councils. Interesting. Interesting. More likely to generate stuff with radical stuff like vanguardists. Okay, we need to get this. How do we get it? We have to be revolutionary. How do we get revolutionary? We annoy the radical movement. How do we annoy the radical movement? Well, banning slavery wouldn't do it, but we should probably ban slavery. That would be a prudent move. We'll ban slavery in a minute. How do I annoy the radicals? So, interesting diversion. I've just spent quite a while talking to people on Reddit because I don't understand how dependent enfranchisement works. If we look at a pop, say this capitalist pop right here, right? There's 11.5 thousand workforce and 25,000 dependents. The dependents have no income as capitalists. The workforce here, these happen to be the French paper company owners, have this massive workforce income. If we look at the wealth of this group, they have a wealth of 66, right? Because they have their weekly income, their dividends, and their weekly expenses. They're paying dividend taxes and they're meeting their needs. Interestingly, they are minus 45% of the way towards their next income level because they are... those two numbers do not add to that number. Hang on. Am I crazy? 38 plus 8, 46 plus 1, 56. The math ain't mathin'. Anyway, so they have a certain wealth, 66. But do they have that wealth, or do only the workforce have that wealth? Because if the dependents have that wealth, and then you enfranchise dependents, like when I said on Reddit, why does dependent enfranchisement make any difference? Because you enfranchise the dependents, right? But who cares? Because if you increase the number of people who are voting and in interest groups, which is what this says it does, it says that this fraction of dependents that can join an interest group and vote. So they can vote, and I understand why having more voters would mean groups that rely more for votes for their power. So, for example, not the industrialists. They've got 25 million, but most of it's from wealth. Average wealth 22 per politically active pop. Okay, so average wealth of 22 is an interesting stat. That might be a good point to start thinking about it from. Anyway, they get clout from both the votes and from the wealth. If you increase the number of the dependents of this category that could join the interest group, plus 33%, I assume means 1/3 of dependents become enfranchised, which makes sense. Then you're thinking of it, when only 1 out of 4 people are enfranchised, you're thinking about it as 1 father and then 1 disenfranchised mother and 2 kids, right? That would make sense if that's how you were breaking down this workforce. Don't worry about the fact that this is not 1-to-1, by the way. We're considering it in the case when there's 25% workforce and 75% dependents. If you went from that to 25% workforce, 25% enfranchised dependents, 50% unenfranchised dependents, that would increase the clout of the capitalists massively because it would double their wealth value if the dependents' wealth value is this. This says this pop's standard of living is 69 due to wealth 16.6. It does not say this this workforce's standard of living is 69. And then the dependent standard of living would be something else entirely, or dependents don't have standard of living. It appears that dependents don't consume pops. What then do they spend their income on? I think their income just goes into the weekly pop income, because if we look at... What do I want to look at? Some armed forces people. These guys. No, you're capitalists. Someone who's not a capitalist. You're also capitalists. Oh my god. There must be some non-capitalists in this country somewhere. Oh, I was sorting by only capitalists. Okay, these officers, do you have some dependent income? Yes. So these officers have some dependent income, which is being spent on their weekly pop expenses. It's all grouped together to get this wealth number. It's not separated out. Dependents aren't spending money on their own needs, which to me implies that this wealth number is the dependent's wealth. It really seems like this wealth number refers to both the workforce and the dependents, in which case, if you increase the number of this pop that were enfranchised, you would increase the wealth contribution that came in for clout. The from wealth number should increase. So I guess I can test it by passing... Does it happen instantly? I don't know. But if I passed women's suffrage, that should put a 100% bonus. If I'm right that you start off with normally 25% enfranchised, 75% disenfranchised. If that raised it to 50% enfranchised by enfranchising 33% of the disenfranchised, it should double the wealth value. And I think that is how it should work. But maybe it's confusing. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely confusing. I am confused. Are you confused? Oh, they're protecting the Congo. That's not good. Glad I noticed that. Let's see if we can cut them off. Well, yeah, okay, we urgently need to cut them off. That's really not good. I wish I'd sided with the Congo in this fight, actually. We may have to go and fight Britain to take the Congo off them so they don't get access to this central area. I wouldn't mind fighting Britain over Cape Colony and Congo, actually. We do have a war with Belgium coming up, but if we had a truce with Britain, they couldn't defend Belgium. Oh ho ho! Somebody's found an interesting fight. The USA will back Britain. Where did the USA not have an interest? Yeah, we're back to your regularly scheduled programming, by the way. I'll think more about dependence later. Where do you see here? Yeah. So they don't have no one else has an interest in Southern Africa. So the US, but the US is involved. Why are the US in here? Because they're allied to the UK, maybe? They have an offensive agreement with the UK. Okay, so we need to attack someone that Britain would defend, but is not allied to the US. Oh, this is British Senegal. I was like, where's the treaties? Okay, you have... Yeah, just the Belgians, huh? That doesn't really meet my needs. What about the Prussians? The US would not back the Prussians. Neither would Britain. Britain, who do you like? Persia, Morocco, Denmark. Denmark exists? I did not realize. If we tried to protectorate Denmark, Britain would probably get involved. And no one else would. This works, I think. 78 infamy? Forces Scandinavia to become a protectorate. No, I wanted to make Denmark a protectorate. Does Denmark actually not exist? Is it a trick? This would be based on Scandinavia. What? Why is... This is Denmark. What is going on? This is not Scandinavia. I think the game is a bit confused. You're in the British Empire power block. So you're definitely not Scandinavia. They're in my power block. What? Okay, I'm going to try and find a way to fight Britain. We can't let them get access to the center of Congo. I do not want them to take states that we have to take back for infamy. I will keep working on the rise of the socialism, and we will keep working on our standard of living. Oh, Jesus Christ. As I'm looking around the map to go like, how do we attack Great Britain? Who would be a good target to fight Great Britain? Bengal's independent. I didn't notice that. Bengal, be my friend. Join my market. Hell yes. Be my consumer of last resort. Please be mine. We have a defensive pact with Prussia. Interesting. Would you honor that? If I fought them over here? It does not appear so. Interesting. Very interesting. Also, we don't have siege artillery, because we can't upgrade to it because we don't have radios, which we haven't invented yet, which I had forgotten about. Very interesting. Well, perhaps this is where we should be spending our infamy. We should be making protectorates over here. They're not even recognized. Bengal is, but the others aren't. Yeah, okay, forget fighting Britain for a second. This is where we spend our infamy. We protectorate and then annex a bunch of really high GDP Indian states. Hell yes. We try and make friends with Bengal and they help us perhaps when we annex the rest of this lot. Then we turn on them. We're going to be able to get India. What would it take to... Oh, we can't protect with them because they're a great power, but... Interesting. Okay. Well, time to declare our interest in the Indian strategic regions. We don't have an interest in Japan. Okay. Very interesting. Who would... It's only 8 infamy to just full-on annex these guys. I mean, that's tempting. That's very tempting. It's going to crank up our radical count for sure. But, I mean, 20 million pops into our market, into our country to migrate home. We'd need to get some... Yeah, that's very tempting. I mean, we should probably focus on... I mean, how much would a protectorate cost? 3 infamy? Yeah, we should definitely protectorate these guys. That's excellent. Alright, we'll get on that. But, yeah, we still need to find a way to get to war with Britain. Hang on, are they protectorating Congo? They are. What happens if you declare on Congo? Maybe I shouldn't have started that play. Interesting. Interesting. I think we might just have to fight Britain and America. God, America has 24 regular battalions. That's funny. I think we could... I mean, we could just fight Britain and America over, like, Canada. I think that's probably what we do, actually. We declare over Canada. Because Britain... They have a defensive pact with Belgians. That might bring Belgium in against us. Interesting. Interesting. But we, yeah, I need to grab a couple of Indian protectorates for sure. I think, by the way, we annexed Egypt. They just said yes. We've been getting quite lucky on that this time. I think we only had 1 subject refuse and have to fight them. Is that Alaska? I forget. I've decided we are going to start incorporating everywhere. It's going to be quite admin intensive, especially once we start applying our institutions to these states. But I'm a bit nervous about decolonialization, and I'm going to try and solve it the French way. That is to say, they aren't colonies. Oh god, I just clicked Beijing. I guess maybe, I mean, we kind of can afford, we have so much money right now. Let's do Beijing as well. Let's build a bunch of tax base in Beijing. God, minus 41 construction efficiency. We can overcome it, honestly. Let's tax Beijing, by all means. It's going to take a little bit of doing, but with some violent suppression, which causes some death. But let's face it, there's enough people in Beijing. Get these done in 6 weeks. It's not too bad. Yeah, we're going to try and solve it the French way, aka these aren't our colonies. Those are integral parts of our country, and we'll make it true. Doing lots of good legislative stuff, by the way. We have brought in compulsory primary school, which is going to allow us to radically increase our education quality. We are also able to cut down on dangerous working conditions. I am a bit worried about our population, so I think that'll be good. It has occurred to me that we should perhaps downgrade Home Affairs. We need radical positivism. So yeah, I'm actually going to downgrade Home Affairs so that we can get a more radical positivist movement, which I think is worth doing. The thing that we really need to try and do is get multiculturalism, because with multiculturalism, the world is our playground in so many ways, but I don't know how we do it. Perhaps we pass ethnostate, which these guys love. It's going to make some locals rebel, but that's okay. And then we pass multiculturalism. Like, who... Multiculturalism is supported by the Alhambra, slave revolt movement, liberal movement, and French supremacists obviously do not back it. Yeah, we could invite people to join the slave revolt movement, but obviously that's not really what we're looking for. I don't see a way to do it, and that would be the best way to basically let us invite all kinds of agitators, but We'll see. But yes, abolishing slavery is necessary to go to that anyway, and will also just be, it'll just be a good thing. So that's good. That's good. We're also going to start working on getting rid of some of these petty bourgeoisie. Whoops. What was that? I didn't see what that event was. We're also going to work on, yeah, building up a whole load of consumer goods. I want to, our standard of living hasn't increased in a long time. So we need to, I'm going to focus now on building a couple of provinces of just really nice consumer goods with really high modifiers in terms of, you know, lots of, with Papa. Oh, I completely missed that. Crap. We're going to have to go do a naval invasion. Lots of, what am I trying to say here? Yeah, lots of building levels so that we have nice throughput bonuses on producing a whole ton of, oh, we are now semi-developed again. We keep bouncing back between semi-developed and developing. Lots of throughput inputs. Sorry, throughput bonuses on all of our consumer goods factories. And I am going to start doing it this way as well. Just going like, okay, lower strata, what do you need? You need fruit, you need clothes, you need meat, you need groceries. We should probably focus on groceries because you can get higher throughput on groceries, and then things like fruit and things can just feed into groceries. You need tobacco, services, furniture, but mostly you need clothes, and right now you're eating fruit, but food is interchangeable, so we're going to push groceries. Cool. Ooh, an opportunity to fight Britain. This could be good. Russia backs Spain. Oh, Britain. Currently, Austria is leaning Britain, but I bet if we support Spain, they wouldn't. We could do it for... Who's a... Liberate Senegal. That would really cripple British colonization efforts. Seriously cut down on their influence in Africa. I think we might do that. We are also aligning with Spain. They flipped conciliatory, so we immediately got in there, broke our rivalry, signed some treaties. I've thought of a problem. Let's phrase it that way. If we join this, Belgium is likely to back Britain. At which point we fight Belgium, and we don't have the infamy available right now to put the war goals we want on Belgium. So we shan't do that just yet. Yeah, there we go. New election. And I think there's pretty good odds we could get the trade unions to win this one. Commitment failed. I had years, didn't I? Oh, that's annoying. Anyway, I think we got pretty good odds of getting the trade unions to win this one. We will see. This is interesting. On the space of regional tongues, so we can work towards co-official status. It will give us additional primary cultures. That seems like an extremely powerful bonus. And we have to complete regional agendas, which I assume means like building stuff there. We can attempt to assimilate them. Doing so rewards with powerful bonuses pertaining to centralization and homogenization of our state. And if we were to conquer Wallonia, it would become a French homeland, which is pretty cool. Yeah, that does kind of fit the roleplay we're doing more, actually. Let's try that. So we need 100% of available states to have equal to 50% French. All these states. And presumably... I mean, yeah, assimilation here has got to be pretty slow. Okay, well, this is where we can start. Maybe we stop this. Start dedicating some... Promote national values down here in the south. Yeah, that sounds good. We have quite a lot of available authority to use for that. And if it gives us permanent bonuses to assimilation, that will be good, especially if we can't get... what do you call it? What am I trying to say here? If we can't get multiculturalism passed, but even if you can, assimilation is still kind of good. This is a big war being fought over Spain, by the way. Can I see if I go like military from Spain's perspective? Yeah, look at that. This is quite the conflict. Spain and Russia and Cuba and Puerto Rico and San Dominico and Finland and Philippines. Okay, I guess that's just their subjects actually. Versus Britain, Catalonia, Portugal, Australia. So Spain is trying to return... They're trying to get Gibraltar and Valencia and Catalonia. Meanwhile, Britain wants Puerto Rico. They want to revoke this claim. So there's not much will happen if Spain loses. Election's looking pretty good, by the way. Odds, you know, we're going to need maybe 1 or 2 more good events, but we're getting there. Ooh, and a pluralist? Holy crap, this could be really good. They don't have very much support, but a pluralist Han national movement is going to change to marginal. If we supported that, or we just took more land off Qing. Yeah, maybe we just take more land off Qing. Because a Han national movement that supports multiculturalism, that could be useful to us. And we could do with some more land off Qing. Wouldn't hurt. Oh no, Marx died. I guess it doesn't really matter. He wasn't doing that much for us, I don't think. Oh, we can radicalize the positivists by enacting Council Republic. That would be interesting. We should certainly do that. That is... Ooh, in modern port. That'll be one way to radicalize them. And this lowering of stuff. Oh, there we go. 45%! Damn, that's pretty good. That's better than I expected. Nice. Okay, so they are now the main party, which means if we pass single party state, which landowners and armed forces support, and the petty bourgeoisie are not unhappy enough to properly oppose, I believe the main party would become the trade unions. And then we begin building a France for, by, and of the people. Actually, not like these jabronis when they said it over there, but they meant, you know, people that look like me and have money and property, etc., etc. We're gonna mean it this time. And then, of course, we must spread the good word to Europe. By the way, I decided I was going to build all these food industries rather than just doing what the market wanted and building fruit. But the difficulty is we need these to employ educated people at home. And we could meet the demand for fruit just by building a whole load of plantations in Africa. So I'm building a whole load of banana plantations to meet that need now instead. Come on, ban slavery so that we can move to decide that what this place needs is one state, one party. Yes! Okay, very nice. That will affect our economy quite a bit as well, because we had... Can I see before it changes? How many slaves did we have? I think I'm just too late. I guess I could reload and look, but we had quite a few slaves. Lots of African slave states and things. Okay, so... Now... We could do Council Republic first, which we probably should. This would get... I mean, yeah, this would rile people up. This would get the positivists going. Everyone will be very unhappy. Could we start with single party state? No, because enactment chance would be 0 right now. The armed forces and landowners do support it, but we can't get them in government, not alongside the trade unions. You know what, though? What about just them? Too illegitimate. Couldn't be done. Okay. So, we have to rile them up. You got to get the people going. What about right to associate? Would that annoy the positivists? No. Okay, so we go Council Republic, which does lose us 100 authority, 100 base authority. But obviously massively boosts the trade union's political strength. And importantly, annoys the positivists. Yes. Hang on, do the positivists even back a single party state at the moment? No, they don't. They support it, but they also endorse what we have now. Is that the problem? No, they do support it. It's just that we need to rile them up. Need to get the people going. Okay, so we pass Council Republic, and in their fury at us passing Council Republic, the positivists inadvertently allow us to sweep in with a single party state. Hell yes. Negotiations are done. We have placated the rural folk and the armed forces by saying, don't worry, you'll still have a place in the new world. But it's basically success or stall. I think what we need to do is revoke some amendments. No interest groups oppose this. Are you kidding? Yeah, we need to take down some amendments. Oh, no one opposes any of these. Damn. I was hoping we could get rid of a bunch of these. Hang on. You support it. Ah, but these guys are more powerful. Yeah. Okay, we can't get rid of any of the amendments. Damn. Okay, well, sometimes you just got to roll the dice. Stalls are not as bad as successes are good, because we only need 3 of each, and stalls often can give you success chance as well, so we'll see. And look at that, the positivists. We've got them going. Got them going enough that they would back this. And now the Bonapartists. Oh, it riles up the Bonapartists too. That's so perfect. Hell yes. Yes, Bonapartists and positivists unite to give the workers power by mistake. Glorious. So I'm still looking at this dependence enfranchisement thing. And I think the answer is that this tooltip lies. Because what this tooltip says where is it? Women's rights. There it is. What this says is the amount of dependents that can join interest groups and vote. I think it means the fraction of dependents that can vote. And there's no joining interest groups. I think. Because right now, if I go to the industrialists, it says this pop group are part of the industrialists. And if I click on them, that includes dependents. And I think the wealth of workforce and dependents are calculated together. This wealth here uses a dependent income to calculate it. It'd be easier to see on a laborer pop. How am I gonna see a particular laborer pop? Here, these academics. These guys have a certain amount of dependent income and a certain amount of workforce income, and both go into the weekly income, which then ends up calculating their wealth based on, are they able to, excuse me, are they able to afford their needs and stuff, right? So I don't think dependent and workforce income is separate. That being the case, how it must work is that when you enfranchise them, the dependents get more votes, which means pop groups, interest groups that have more support from votes versus wealth win out. Why are you bobbing up and down, sir? They're both bobbing up and down. That's really weird. They're not like bending their knees. They're just kind of going. Anyway, so I think the answer to my question is just that this tooltip lies. And it's just about them getting more votes, which makes sense. Like that would be a logical thing. I wonder why the tooltip puts it that way, though. It's weird. Oh yeah, and a stall on this, by the way. Not a great start. Okay, I think now is our moment to make a play for Belgium. They just had a coup, sweeping the Belgian trade unions to power, which will make other people like them less. And we, of course, wish to embrace the Belgian trade unions into our bosom. But unfortunately, of course, the other interest groups may fight us on that. So war with Belgium, I think, will work. We're also getting skyscraper survey, which will be good for our bureaucracy as we ramp up a bunch of new institutions. I've also designated Poitiers, not sure. I've been here recently, by the way. It's a nice place. We're designating this state, anyways, our oil refinery state. So I'm going to start building up some oil refineries and plastics industries and all that in this state, because we have lots of peasants here still. So plenty of room for development. So, unsurprisingly, Britain has sided against us. Russia also looks set to side against us. So it will truly be a test of our new mighty military and navy to see if we can hold these guys off. The British Navy up here, yeah, does not look very good. The Portsmouth fleet has frigates in it. That's not scary. We can persuade quite a few people to back us. Well, not that many people, honestly. Some people. So we will do that. But also, I mean, wouldn't it be good to do something like transfer Upper Canada? Oh, that's too much infamy, I think. But we could transfer Cape Colony, potentially. Or just liberate some British people. It would make the war much harder if we put war goals on Britain. But I think we have a modern military, and Britain doesn't. So, welcome to independence, Upper Canada, I think. Do I want to sway anyone to my side? Will it make any difference? Not much, I think. Not much. So, yeah, welcome to... Well, no, we should hold on. We shouldn't add war goals until near the end, because maybe if Russia joins, then Austria will be willing to join on our side. They should anyway. Oh, no. Yeah, we have an alliance. Shouldn't I be able to call anyone I have an alliance in? Oh, I can. It's just that they would say no. Because probably they're sympathetic. They have protective attitudes towards all the British allies. Come on. Sorry, British subjects. This war is getting pretty big, and we have tons of money right now. So I'm going to mobilize, well, I mean, not the huge amounts of money, but I'm going to mobilize various of our levies, I think, so that we can really bring this one home. Weirdly, I can't liberate Upper Canada. I don't really understand that. Interesting. Now Austria will join for obligations. We'll do that. Of course, at which point Russia joins. This really is a big one over Belgium, huh? Yes! And no doubt spurred on by the urgency of our fight, Council Republic moves to voting. Strong start down in Senegal, crashing our way through. They barely deployed here. We sent one of our massive armies with a lot of cannons. So we're going to punch our way through Senegal. I have kept people up here because I don't want my incorporations stalled, if it was indeed the occupations that ended up stalling them. We are demanding this state from Britain in this war, by the way, as well as liberating Senegal. And I'm also pinching this subject off the Russians because I want full Arabian control. We'll get the Trucal states later. First battles in Belgium. Oh, that looks promising. That's a lot of dead Russians and British trying to hold Belgium. I think that's going to go pretty well. Oh, yeah. The numbers here are swinging wildly in our favor. They've taken huge casualties in these battles. Well, not so much in that one, but big, big, big casualty pile in that battle. The actual balance of power has gone from like +40 to +75 just through the course of the amount of extinguishing of opposition that that fight had. Second one immediately, barely 3-1. This is why we invested in the military. Third French fleet defeated. That surprises me. Where were they? They were down here, weren't they? Oh, why is it split in half? I guess because one of them was defeated. You were defeated? By what? Where's the recent fights? Can I see that? A successful Russian attack. That surprises me. Show me their fleet. How did that be? Does they have frigates, for God's sake? Ooh, and they've taken... No, sorry, that's us pushing in the south, but we're going to need to split this in half. And send half down to this front. Otherwise, it'll just come back in behind us. And here it is, the final fight for Wallonia. We are slamming them back. 3-1 casualties. More than 3-1 casualties. That is rip Belgian resistance, more or less, right there. Just got to push into Gelre, which we're not trying to take this war, but nice. This war is costing us a lot, by the way. But that's okay. We've got 323 credit limit. Jesus Christ. I did not realize how much our GDP had increased by. Can you tell when we mobilized, by the way? Oh, there's a revolt in Britain. What good timing. And during this fight, we have finished. We have encircled the Congo. I won't immediately start colonizing it because we do have some colonization we could do elsewhere. Actually, not really. We finished the Papua New Guinea colonization. Okay, yeah, so let's just start these up and grab what land we can with no opposition. And then once we finish grabbing all that, obviously we can pivot from our colonial officers thing. Should be good. Maybe we conquer some places for more first, because it gives us the infamy reduction. Easy wins here. And there's Council Republic. Very nice. So we get more political strength for trade unions, more legitimacy based on votes, more government size allowance, and less penalty. Nice. And it unlocks co-op. Perfect. So now, hands are very unhappy, by the way. So now we can try and pass this. It's supported by armed forces and landowners. So can we get them in government? Yes. By kicking the trade unions out, amusingly. So if I kick him out, but he... Hang on. Ah, but that would... Because we're a council republic, we're parliamentary now. So we have to keep them in power. Okay. Oh, yeah, and we had the the rural folk and stuff in, didn't we? Yeah, we have the rural folk and petite bourgeoisie in now. We should kick them out. I think we kick them out, do this, and then negotiate our way up. Excellent. Okay, we can't negotiate with many people, but political concessions to the trade unionists on the single-party state. Bearing in mind, this is a single-party state consisting of trade unionists. It does make us red on the map, though, which I'm not a big fan of. Maybe I'll mod that out at some point. Did I already talk about that? I tried to load a mod. Didn't work. I think it was out of date. I might make my own mod. Oh yeah, this is going to make people not want to be our ally. I forgot about that. They don't like... People don't like this government form, I believe. And a pretty minor radical movement to rebellion is imminent. We will suppress that just to try and reduce the amount of damage it causes, I think. There's the Wogols forced on Flanders. Excellent. Do we really not need this province? I guess because it's part of Gelry, it doesn't include, but that is not going to look like a natural border, is it? It's going to look horrendous. We're going to have to take these two states too. So much for the wooden wall. That's why you don't build your wooden wall out of wood in 1892. To the bottom of the sea with you. The scout cruisers and ironclads are obliterating the British. Now we prepare to land. Oh, full spectrum dominance feels good. We're crushing them on all fronts. We're invading Britain. We are just holding the Russians, but were there any war goals put on the Russians anyway? Oh yeah, that's right, transferring this. So we should go and yoink that soon. Is that on this front? Oh, it is, nice. So yeah, as soon as we occupy that, I think Russian war support will start tanking. Nice. Ah, I am just backing down on most of these, by the way. They get a claim on the Ivory Coast. Yeah, that's fine. We're not still colonizing there. Oof, this is a more problematic revolution. The liberal movement is going to take a huge portion, so we need to try and prevent this from firing. Which, you know what? Oh God, look at our freaking bureaucracy. We need to get our home affairs up, and we need to suppress that movement as a matter of some urgency. Ah, yes, Beijing being in revolt is why we have such a huge bureaucracy deficit. We've just lost all of the bureaucracy we built in Beijing. That's unfortunate. Probably shouldn't have built it there, honestly. I was a bit worried about this election, but that 50%, hell yeah. Hopefully we get one party state passed before it comes about anyway.
That was rough.
Whoops, sorry. I went to pause the YouTube video before I started recording, but then just played it instead. We could get 20% momentum for the workers, or Emmanuel Rotti here. This admiral that I recruited because he's a trade unionist, he's a vanguardist. So we could put him in charge and have a vanguard. Yes, please. That sounds fun. And there we go. No, excuse me. Sorry, he's not head of them. He's head of the... Yeah. Nice. Vanguardist. So, whether we actually go command economy or not, I'm not sure. The 25% authority is pretty cool. But I like laissez-faire. So I think we might keep laissez-faire. These guys are going to be really loyal for a while anyway. But we will probably need to do collectivized agriculture. Ah, that requires co-op ownership. Yeah, we'll see what we can do with him. He will give us some... I think we will outlaw dissent. We're not getting a huge amount of tech spread anymore. We've kind of taken the lead. Wait, hang on. Why don't you back this? Your vanguards. They don't care about that? Interesting. They do like factory councils, though. It requires you to be revolutionary, though. Which is odd. That seems wrong, doesn't it? Anyway, we'll see what we can do with our vanguard. There is victory over the British. Excellent. We liberate Cape Colony. We liberate Congo. We liberate British Senegal, and we get this. Nice. Yoink. There we go. Very nice indeed. So that expands our control here. We now move to repair relations with South Africa. And we're in good shape. And Senegal is independent. We also want to get good relations with them. If we can get them into our market, that would be good. So that we're trying to lock down access to African goods, basically. I don't think we can get Spain into our market, sadly. We'll see. 69% on this, by the way. And now we need to get rid of these guys, who actually have mighty defense. That's kind of insane. Why is your defense so high? Extra supplies, lure supplies, being an uprising. Yeah, kind of crazy. So we will invade them, but we might just fail, honestly. Oh, hell yeah. As a show of national unity, the rural folk endorse it. Just advance. Let's go. Yeah, so looking at it, this vanguardist doesn't actually do much for us. Because we already have, or we soon will have, single party state, council republic. I don't really want command economy, actually. I would kind of like to collectivize agriculture, but if we can't do that until we have co-op ownership or command economy, we probably don't want to do that either. I think we're going to be a kind of, you know, modern China workers' republic. So we will swap to feminist instead, because being a feminist is going to let us pass women's suffrage, which would obviously be really good. 15, as well, it's 10% increase in workforce ratio. It's going to be really, really nice. Yes, the birth rate hurts. The dependent enfranchisement, it's kind of not that much of a big deal, because trade unions, petty bourgeoisie, and rural folk, which are a big, well, I guess mostly trade unions, petty bourgeoisie, the only big ones, and they both benefit from. Ooh, that's not good. They both benefit from more votes. So it looks like we are going to lose this election, but given that we are a council republic, whoever we put in gets in. I'm pretty confident we can still maintain decent legitimacy, especially once we retake Beijing, which, by the way, we're going to try and do. And if we blockade them from the world market, I think they're going to struggle to supply these troops. Thank goodness. Here's a bit more momentum for us. Still not enough, though. Making treaties with the ex-British puppets, by the way. There we go. New election. How'd it go? Yes, they are their party didn't win, but they're still pretty influential. We are down to contested government, but single party state. Oh. Yes, indeed. Single party states. Okay. 50 political strength per vote, but I believe now you can only vote for this party. It's a shame we didn't get that very slightly earlier. Hang on, what? Why is an industrialist? What are you talking about, game? Why is an industrialist the leader? Why has it put the petty bourgeoisie in? Game. What are you talking about? They won. Oh, because they won the election 3 days. 3 days before the law passed. So the law passed for the new party. We have a council republic with a petty bourgeoisie single party state. No, I'm going to reload. How do I change that? I'd need to either make them win the election or let that law pass faster. I think I just have to reload. There's no way I'm letting that happen. I mean, come on. We worked so hard for our single party state. God damn it. Now, you might think you saw the Agrarian Farmer Party win the election. But here we are. Don't pay no attention to the cat. Here we are. And as you can see, clearly, the trade unions won it. As I restart the game here to turn off debug mode, the way I rationalize this is clearly the trade unionists, who are in the party of passing one-party state and have a highly legitimate, effective control over government, would not permit a mere election result to suddenly hand over total power to the petty bourgeoisie. So what happened was the votes came in and they said petty bourgeoisie, but as I was going to say a good friend of mine, don't phrase it like that, as someone who we might be politically aligned with somewhat at the moment said, it's not what the votes are, it's who counts the votes. So we did a recount. Turns out Labour unions won, which means so now we have the single party state. And would you look at that? What are you talking about? It did it anyway? What are you talking about, game? Why? What? Why on earth did it put the freaking industrialists in again? It's not when I started passing the law. Is it because the positivists were the ones that supported the law? I have to look into this. It even says the FTSF become the only legal party in the French Commune. So why doesn't that happen? The industrialists don't back this law. The trade unionists do. So why is it putting an industrialist in? There's no pending party changes. Like, it's why? How is it getting this guy? It doesn't make any sense. I wonder if I can change it. I don't understand. It should be them. It should be them that gets put in. Like, it very specifically says so. Okay, so I don't know how we could fix this, but I have had an idea. Hear me out. What if we don't fix it? We don't want to go centralized agriculture. Not yet, anyway. I don't really want to go collectivized agriculture. I don't usually want to go off laissez-faire. So why don't we just pass corporate state and like work to marginalize the trade unions and go, because I'm pretty sure the government that it has made the one party is industrialists. That's kind of what we wanted earlier, back before I established that I didn't think we were going to be able to get one party state with the industrialists. So why don't we just go with it? Which is pretty funny. It also makes cheating to change that election result pointless, which I'm glad about, because that was really cheating. So because if I wait a few days, call for women's suffrage has closed. Why? Oh, because it's not an election anymore, right? But yeah, like we can't. How does this work? No, you're the one-party state. It triggered an election. What? Is it because there was an ongoing election? So do we just put the petty bourgeoisie in? What happened to my industrialists it was claiming were really powerful a second ago? Now they're back to not powerful anymore. Where is your clout coming from? Obviously, give you lots of political concessions. Isn't there meant to be a plus, a bunch? It's attraction of interest groups. Okay. Also, you lose all your election confidence impact, which is, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. So now we've got the petty bourgeoisie as the one party. Because I've loaded up the save, and I'm looking. It says government equals council single party state. Yes. Where does it define which single party it is what I'm wondering. So it is the petite bourgeoisie. Government flag petition variant. No, petite does not appear in the save file. I'm going to look and I'm going to try and make the single party the trade unions, because I was okay with it being the industrialists. I don't want to be the freaking racists. This is a known bug, by the way. It's I found it on the forums and stuff. So it's not because of the mod combination or because we've done something weird. Okay, I think that worked. All I did was manually change the leader to this guy, and then it triggers an election, and then this party, wins, and they're in charge. I think that worked. Okay. Now, can we go corporate state? Because corporate state would be better. It has the extra authority. And we don't really need we don't want corporate ownership. This unlocks corporate ownership anyway. And now we have these guys in. I think, unfortunately, it would have monumental chance to stall from the trade unions. That's actually not that bad. We could maybe negotiate with the trade unions. Let's have a look. If we enacted corporate state, can we negotiate with the trade unions? No. But the stall is not high because the trade unions... No, they're absolutely furious. They really don't want to be a corporate state. All right, forget that. Forget that. Okay, so I think that worked. I'm now going to turn off... I'm going to save them in zipped binaries. and then turn off debug mode. And I think that worked. I think this works. Okay, so we're back. And we're back to the world where the trade unionists rigged that final election. And we now have this monstrous strength. And we probably want to pass women's suffrage. Sounds good. Now, some revolutions to deal with, but their militancy will tick down quite rapidly because both council republics and single-party state recent enactment are going to go away. And we have just a monstrous amount of authority. Exquisite. We're going to use it to promote national values. Become French. Interestingly, it's painting... What the hell? Okay, so this uprising... This is the liberal uprising, and it's calling it the Sinai uprising. And they don't want to revolt, they just want to be independent, including Normandy and Sinai. That's really weird. Is this your capital state? It is. That's really bizarre. I don't know, man. What the hell is this? The mad industrialist clout is back. How does this happen? Why are they all in the party? What is going on? 20% industrialist chance. Yeah, sure. Having a chance for this. Because the trade unions' influence has suddenly tanked. And somehow the clout from... Oh, I wish it wasn't bugged. Okay. If one party state is bugged, what else could we do? No one endorses autocracy. Maybe we should be a technocracy instead. What does technocracy do again? You get more companies, which is pretty cool. And the academics, engineers, and officers are more powerful. But it's so much less... I was really enjoying this campaign. Why has it got to bug out on me? Well, let's see what happens at the next election. I guess because we're like sufficiently aligned to be in a party with them, they're allowed to be in a party with us. And obviously they have huge... And so it looks like it's... I don't know how exactly it would divide the political strength from votes between these. But it seems like because we have so many modifiers on industrialist clout... So we could go corporate state again. But I'm worried that next time there's an election, it's just going to give it all to the petty bourgeoisie again, rather than these guys. I don't know how it decides. But okay, maybe we'll try and do an industrialist running. Okay, so I came very close to just ending the series because it's all bugged and annoying. I have a new idea. Instead, let's say we'll go back to this point, right? We're on the cusp of enacting single-party state. But the country opposes it, mostly because it's bugged. But they also oppose it because they have this feeling that perhaps... I mean, let's blame the bug on the trade unionists. It's actually the trade unionists' fault that all of this is going wrong. So, with that in mind, we resign. Hands thrown up. Chairman Theophile Desbordes, the nihilist. Hands thrown up. You know what? I can't handle with this buggy mess. We resign. He has surrendered, but the French Commune has not. We are helpless against the coming storm. We get presidential republic in governance. And the trade unions become more radical. And the trade unions are removed. Well, there's no time for half measures. We get autocracy. That would be pretty funny. But I don't think we want to do that. I think we want to go presidential republic. We are helpless before the coming storm. Sorry, trade unionists. It can't be done. The new one is another trade unionist feminist? No, here we go. The industrialists are now in charge. And we'll see what this does to the revolutions and things. They're still militant. They're still keen on revolting. What are we doing here? Yeah, that's fine. So now we're back to being France. We're still the French Commune because we still have... No, sorry, we don't have corporate state. We're now a presidential republic. I'd rather be a corporate state, probably. But I don't know, maybe a presidential republic would be okay. And we have census suffrage once again. We're still trying to pass single-party state, interestingly. And interestingly, we might succeed. So what happens now? Does an election immediately fire? There we go. Okay. An election immediately fires. The head of government is this guy with such an illegitimate government that we can't make any progress anymore on these. So it says it's going to keep progressing. Let's see if it's true. It is going to keep progressing. Okay. And if that passes... Why the... What is going on, game? Okay, so the Petit Bourgeoisie must be the actual party now, right? These protectionist, angry Petit Bourgeoisie who do not like... They oppose replacing some single suffrage with single party state. Okay. So now we go, okay, forget the single party state thing, which is sad because I really wanted a single party state. But forget a single party state. We cancel that enactment. We review who's in government. We put in a legitimate government of the Petit Bourgeoisie. No, in fact, of the trade unionists, because we still have this feminist and we want to pass the feminist rule. We put in the trade unionists. These guys are still likely to secede. Why is that? Lack of universal suffrage. Yeah, fair enough. So we still have to deal with this uprising. We're still dealing with the Chinese one. My goodness me. What a complicated web we weave. But now we're just kind of back to before the buggy nonsense. And we can get women's suffrage through. Probably. Okay. Let's take it from here. And I think we now move towards re-empowering the industrialists and trying to swing things back in their favor. But not the Petit Bourgeoisie. But no one opposes... Ah, no, that's interesting. The armed forces oppose it. Sorry, the Catholic Church oppose it. So we could try doing something about that. But yeah, I think we're gonna try and swing things back in favor of the industrialists. We tried the commune. It didn't work. Let's try the other way. Okay, that's both rebellions mitigated. We've promised to pass censorship. So maybe we just go kind of fascisty, basically, at this point. Because we have massive Petit Bourgeoisie power bonuses. Problem is, how the hell am I going to get multiculturalism now? Probably not. Okay, but we'll go from here. We're onto the Second Republic. It's French, real French simulator here. Okay, my new plan is to work long term to try and re-empower the industrialists. We're going to have to disempower the Petit Bourgeoisie. We're going to try and become an oligarchy. We tried single party state under the workers. It didn't work. We need to hand the reins back to the old guard. Now, this will increase the power of aristocrats, but the number of aristocrats in the country is tanking. Like, they're not even a relevant political force anymore. So what we need to do is put the reins of power back in the hands of those who know how to use it best, those who have fiscal interest as their primary concern. And that's what we're going to work towards, and that's what's going to keep me going here. Okay. I tried to press on, but it's just got me too annoyed and too tilted with this campaign. So I'm going to call it apart. I'm going to pull it apart there. That was fun. I shouldn't let the fact that it bugged out at the end affect my enjoyment as we went along. It was good. It was a good run. And I'm already plotting what we're going to do for our next run. Because I think that was fun. And I like this mod. I think the changes to the buildings... that all of the extra stuff that it lays on is interesting, and I'm looking forward to trying it out more. I also really feel like I enjoyed the fact that I didn't feel rushed, like I do in a normal Victoria 3 campaign. Just knowing that there's more tech tree to unlock really improved it. But I think that brings to an end the Republic. We are banning dissent. The Republic flirted briefly with the Commune, and now is... we got reactionaries in charge and they're banning dissent. It is the bad ending, I'm afraid. So... what am I going to do now? Well, I think we're going to play Russia, and we're going to go full industrialist. No trade union, none of that nonsense. No communists. We're going to go technocracy, the union of... at least we're going to try and go technocracy, the union of intelligentsia and industrialists to bring Russia into a glorious future. But thanks for watching France. What would happen to the world from here on in? Well, the French Empire would definitely continue to be extremely dominant. Europe's borders would be redrawn at the behest of our vast armies. Western America would fall as France claims dominion over all of this for sure. The British Republic would eventually be forced to adopt whatever government form the French demanded. Spain would probably be further fragmented to secure French governance there. The alliance with Italy and Austria will hold, I think, going into the future. And when decolonization comes, I think the whole House of Cards probably comes falling down. And that's the future of the campaign that we won't see, because I'm going to stop here. Sorry about that. The bug is very frustrating. Let's play Russia instead. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Oh, yeah, and for Russia, we save scummed a few times in this game. I'm going to try and save scum a lot less in the Russia game. We'll see how it goes, but I'll try.